studio, and then I'll go get my tea very shortly while our man, our executive producer, does the blurb. Okay, we're going to see if this connects. And, all right, everybody, we have an excellent connection for however long we're on tonight. And just, you know, exhausted, been up for a day and a night, which is unusual, meaning that there was no sleep period for me. So I will, you know, not necessarily be on too long tonight. I doubt I will be. I will, you know, I feel sleep coming on early. But that way you'll have me for a full night on New Year's Eve. I'll come home to do the New Year's Eve show, and then leave, obviously, in the morning to go back to the Estates. At that point, wasn't up at the Estates throughout the last day and night, just taking care of some other stuff. T-Tank Barry says, good evening, loud and clear, brother 100. Thank you. And whoever is out there that did send me that ginseng juice, the red Korean ginseng juice, apparently that was not V that sent that to me. So some incredible good Samaritan sent that to me. God bless you out there, whoever you are. Yeah, and so I do have anonymous contributors. Again, it takes me forever. I wear things out until they die, and then I, you know, go check these other care packages. Some wonderful individual sent me a care package with an electric blanket and all kinds of accessories. I think little sweaters and, you know, thermal underwear and stuff like that. I will take a look at that, you know, soon enough, eventually. I've been so busy through the holidays and haven't really had the time to give that the attention it deserves. It doesn't look like it's going to give me any clue as to who sent it, however. But I do know it was not Aaron Tice who sent a separate electric blanket by itself. And hopefully Aaron Tice can join us tonight. Shout out there to Aaron Tice, because I'm out of Gerolsteiner. And we'll have to get some more Gerolsteiners soon if you are up to that. Other than that, we are trying to raise, John Doe says, good evening, Team Dietrich. He's joined us. Wonderful. Bless you. So T-Tank Berry, feel free to say hello. Okay. Well, he said it in the chat at least. Okay. So he's shy, and yeah, he's welcome to join us anytime he wishes. Anybody who's on the call is welcome to interject anytime they wish. Oh my God. Forgive me. You're going to hear that a lot tonight.
Yeah.
Oh, and
it's like you're ready for bed, already snuggled up with your teddy bear.
Yes, that's right. Yes, and that was from Christmas time. That was from Christmas time. Shortly thereafter. Yes. Oh, yes. And so Brendan Zogan has joined us. Thank the gods of my ancestors, because you can hold conversation with Aristides while I go grab the tea. He's going to start with the blurb, of course, but then, you know, I'll grab my tea, put the ginseng infusion into that, but nothing's going to save me tonight. I was up for too long. So I do want people to know Brendan Zoget was with me and can act as a witness again. He was there at the beginning of what turned out to be an electronic siege, and I can show you all further evidence thereof. Let's do that. As a matter of fact, let me take us to the email, my email, get in there, and then show everybody the, we'll scroll down a bit. And, okay, so I'm going to do the screen share. And so, Brendan, say hi. Say good morning. I mean, good night. Say good eventide.
Yeah, good eventide, everybody. Good
Excellent.
To be with you.
Sounding good. You are sounding excellent. Sound quality is excellent. So let me show you both this. This has been the latest in a series of attempts to break into every account that's associated with me. Sometime years ago, somebody started a TikTok account for me. I believe it was Lena Shea. Actually, it was probably Selena Khan. And now here we are, you know, with a verification code sent to me where somebody was trying to break into that old TikTok account, which I have never used. So anybody, if you see strange things being said by Douglas Dietrich on TikTok, It's not me. That's fortunately there are hundreds of Douglas Dietrichs. It wouldn't necessarily be identified with myself, except by a cult of idiots who would try and use it to say things that they will then claim I said, that they would then spread to other members of their cult, and they therefore validate each other's existence. Now, I was up throughout the day and up throughout the night, and it wasn't so much because of this incident. Everything was going on around me that I also had to deal with, but Brendan will testify to the fact that he personally saw that we were notified by Google. Somebody tried to break into my account from a different device, which Google gave us a notification of. We dealt with it by changing my password and instituting the two-step verification code. Then my bank account was shut down. But believe it or not, I'm sorry.
I didn't hear about that. That sounds fucked up.
Oh yeah, well that's new. It's new. It happened last night. And just so people know, of course the attempt was to do this right before rent was paid, and that way I couldn't transfer. When the bank account shut down, then of course I can't transfer money from the PayPal into the account and thereafter pay my rent, because I purchased the money order by withdrawing the money from the bank after transferring it from PayPal. So the attempt was made to do this immediately before rent was paid, so that I couldn't pay rent. And beyond that, then shortly thereafter, potentially on the 1st, because let's take a look at the calendar here. The January the 3rd.
Confirm what you're saying, Douglas. I have to go for a bit. I'll be in and out for the first couple minutes. So.
Okay.
But,
well, join us as soon as possible, because we need you to talk with our man Aristides. Is that possible while I go get my tea?
Yeah, in a bit. Yes. Let me just take care of some things.
Okay.
I'll return.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Just let us know as soon as you're back. Okay. Then I'll tell the rest of the story. So what we'll have Aristides do then is Aristides will not read the blurb. He'll say the blurb and kind of extend it, talk about different things he was dealing with. At any rate, just so people know, the punchline to the story is bank account was opened by the J.P. Morgan Chase because they are.
This was when recently the bank.
Yeah, it happened last night. Was when my bank account was closed. So then that way I couldn't pay rent, and that way my check cannot be deposited if it goes into the because it comes from the government and is deposited straight into the bank. But I simply called J.P. Morgan Chase at 7 a.m. when they open for claims department. So I called the claims department, and they are open at 7 a.m. on even Sundays. So that's there you go. Bet you didn't know that. So then change the password accordingly, and it wasn't that they actually broke through with the password. They shut down the account simply by trying to break into the account, and then as a security measure it shuts down. Does that make sense? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's a protection.
Yeah, and but that renders me unable to deal with it, so I had to call the claims department. But for any number of other reasons aside from that, it was just I was forced to stay up through all day, all night without a sleep period. So what I am going to do is probably check out early tonight just to guard my health, and that way everyone will have me for a full episode on New Year's Eve, and I will be here on New Year's Eve. And like I said, come home from the States. Basically, I have to get my immuno booster injection on Tuesday. I'll have to swing home from that, and then
wait a sec. Wednesday is the 1st, so New Year's.
Yeah, that's right.
Day.
Yeah, that's right. New Year's Day.
Yeah. You said New Year's Eve, right?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, New Year's Day.
Okay.
New Year's Day episode. Thank you. Good point. You'll be the first into the second. By the way, for the Eastern Orthodox peoples, especially Serbs, I'm not quite sure about the rest of the Orthodox churches, but for Serbia, the New Year's Day extends officially of using the Gregorian calendar, which, for those of you who don't know, the Eastern Orthodox calendar is like a week after, in general, the Gregorian calendrical celebrations. So Serbian Orthodox New Year isn't until like the 7th day in January, something like that, and that will be the same for Russia and anybody following the Eastern liturgical Orthodox calendars. So you celebrate New Year's twice, basically, in those cultures, which gives them any excuse to drink. But for the Gregorian calendrical New Year, I know for a fact the Serbs, that lasts 2 days. So it's the first and the second. That's why I was saying New Year's Eve Day. It actually is considered New Year's Eve Day for like 2 New Year's Eve days in a row. The 31st into the 1st and then the 1st into the 2nd. Those are like considered 2 New Year's Eve days for the Serbs, which is like, I always said that they have the second holiday just so everybody can sleep in because of a killer hangover. Which they should institute everywhere, to tell you the truth. I'm certain that's why the Serbs officially instituted that as a national 2-day holiday, the first and the second, because the second is like, there's no point in even saying that work hours are open because nobody shows up. So they just call it a national holiday and let everyone nurse the hangovers. Which is what I feel I've got right now. So at any rate, let me go get that ginseng. It might make me feel worse, but we'll figure it out. We'll play along as we go along, make it last as long as I can stand it. And, so you ready to go into that blurb?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I can do the blurb. About how long do you need to go do that?
It will take me about 5 minutes, so just drag it out, and don't be afraid to throw in like how your day went and like all kinds of observations about current events. What you sent me about what you sent me about Musk was brilliant, just brilliant, and you can bring up those things, and
Okay.
Okay. You ready? I'll go mute. I'll go mute now. Okay.
Alrighty. So, blurb. My official blurb is that you must please hit the upvote, thumbs up button as soon as you get here. If you haven't, please do that now. And then nearby should be the subscribe button. Make sure you're subscribed. You do know when we start if you're here, but it's easy. In case you forget, get busy, or in case there is an restart at an odd time or technical difficulties. Sometimes it takes a bit of time for Doug to reboot everything back online, so that's helpful then. And so the thumbs up are needed because for algorithm purposes, because this affects people's ability to happen upon, find the program through search or through suggestion. How they put suggested stuff down the side pane there or whatever, because there are, although you don't see them, there are people or bots or people using bots to put downvotes against Douglas to hurt him through the algorithm purposes that I just described. Supposedly they do get removed because if there's only a few detractors out there and they hit them, big deal. But if they use a lot of bots real quick, that can kind of screw things. So please hit the thumbs up if you are so ambitious, because you have an account to do these things that I just described. I don't think you can do any of them without an account. You can go under your account settings. For me, it is under on the PC, upper right corner. If I click switch account, you can go under there, switch between your accounts, or down there they have add account. So like your main account, you can do your stuff with, but then you can create sub channels under your account, and each one of them is capable of a independent upvote. So you could real quick switch between, throw a few upvotes in the beginning. It's very helpful if you're comfortable with that, techie sort of person, especially if I'm on a PC. I find these things easier than on a phone. Obviously, just more ergonomic, and that would be helpful. The donation link is already in the chat. When Douglas gets back, we'll ask him how he's doing money-wise. Please see the PayPal link there, or if you cannot see anything, or if you're only hearing the sound of this, it is, if you just go to PayPal and search Douglas D. Dietrich, all one word, you should find the account. So I see Brendan's back at any time. If you're not ready to talk, that's fine. I'll carry on with something, but if you are, just jump in anytime. I do need to look up Nemo had, I meant to go back and find Nemo had special Nemo blurb a couple times ago that I almost wanted to on the 15th, Nemo's better blurb, where he's like do Nemo type stuff. He's like, please download and re-upload the content and all the stuff that Nemo says, because he finds that easy. He's a big downloader, re-uploader, has just like him and John Warrington are ones who have created basically backup accounts, posting the stuff online, download, re-upload. So if something's taken down on YouTube, they may have it either on their hard drive or on their backup account up there. Also, one important thing you can do is just drop links. Downloading, uploading, that's all very laborious. But one thing you can do is just drop the links places. It's just, you'd be surprised how fast that gets things spread, especially in a high visibility area. Even if you don't explain it, just drop a link, and people these days they'll see a link and click on it, and maybe we'll pick up some cool people there. So use your judgment there. Let's see, what did I say? What did I send him about Musk? I sent a couple memes. Yeah, I guess people making a lot of memes right now. If you want to know what the news is and you don't feel like watching the news, just check your favorite meme channel. You'll find out. Supposedly a big revelation that Musk double-crossed everybody and wanted tends to be Mr. American nationalist, and supposedly now is, we're gonna switch you up and import all kind of Indian labor. But I think I saw that he was always about that. It's not like he really had a big shift of heart there. And oh God, well, this is bad. What did they one whatever Twitter or meme or screenshot refers to it? This Musk's Operation Paperclip. We won't explain that anymore, but you get it. But referencing Project Paperclip. So let's see. Brendan, are you there yet? Let's see. Maybe not yet. So I wanted to record. I even thought to record Nemo's little blurb. I may even do that. Let's see, what else do we have? As far as in the news, let's see, what else have I sent Douglas? Well, everything in his direct message here we have discussed before. Let me look through. Let's see, other messages I have saved. To see, trying to save kind of current events in my saved messages. I have some podcasts on melatonin. That comes up. We joke about that. Let's see. Looking for more current news here. Brendan might like this. Yogi, I can't say the name yet. Times of India. Some yogi advocates Sanskrit as key to modern science and AI. There was a video. Oh yeah, that was Heather, and I had not checked out that video yet. Sanskrit AI, very powerful stuff you can do with AI if you're text AI, if you're smart. and they can pull a lot of stuff because the AI can do just so much brute force work in translating and pulling stuff out of old texts that humans could not do on their own. I don't know. Oh, here, I'll click on the link and maybe.
Okay, I'm back.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, I meandered through some things, and then I was like, oh, let me look through my saved stuff, and something. It was similar to some of the video Heather had, but it was a link.
Well, Brendan's back. Why didn't he talk to you?
He didn't start talking yet. I told him to come on anytime. Times of India. Some yogi advocates Sanskrit as key to modern science using AI. So it's kind of like, with AI, and I know some people doing this, it's very easy to use AI to do like the brute force work of translating ancient texts and then drawing stuff out of them, and maybe even comparing between ancient texts from different places, to see what the commonalities are and stuff. Like, just can do so much, if directed well, can do so much work for brute force compared to humans.
Right.
I'll put
I think you're doing great. Keep talking. I'll be right back. Yeah. Okay. I just got to get something else out of my eye. I'll be back another 3 minutes. Okay. Thank you.
I'll read off some of this. I will, just for the sake of it, drop the link in the YouTube chat so people can, anybody out there can read along. I don't even know what all it says yet. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath on Sunday said that Sanskrit is not just the Devvani language of the gods, but also a scientific language that can be applied to modern fields like computer science, artificial intelligence, and added that his government is committed to ensuring the revival of Sanskrit studies. Launching a scholarship, they want to do a scholarship, pursue studies, but let's see, how does it work? Highlighting how the world started realizing Sanskrit was the most potential language for science and technical education. Yogi says Sanskrit is not just, but also scientific language. It can be applied to modern fields, like just kind of repeated. Modern methods of teaching should be applied to meet present-day requirements. Okay, it's shocking how previous governments neglected Sanskrit education, especially after 2000. Due to lack of recognition of Sanskrit studies, thousands of students opted for other things. I want to see more about how does it work though. How is the Sanskrit and AI used together? Somehow this does not mention that. Okay. Let me try to Google search it here. Sanskrit AI for science. There's bound to be a better article out there. Okay, here we go. Sanskrit's accuracy in expressing scientific and mathematical concepts is also widely recognized. The language has precise and consistent definitions for many scientific and mathematical terms, making it a valuable language for studying fields such as computer science, linguistics, and art. Okay, so that's a clue of actually how it works. Let me open a couple links here. Well, there's a link saying that that's not true, or maybe it's just propaganda from to help pave the way for all of Elon's tech workers, right? AI can learn Sanskrit language more efficiently. It's one of the oldest, most complex languages in the world. Rich literary.
Okay, I'm back. Continue. Okay. Yeah, keep going.
Right.
You're doing
I'm
good.
trying to. I posted this one thing in the YouTube, but the article actually just didn't even get into the technical of it. It's just saying they're using Sanskrit. They want to use Sanskrit more, but then I was like, well, it must be searchable here. And I did find something else. Let's see. Sanskrit. You know what Sanskrit is, of course. Let's see. Also very okay. So apparently AI, when it learns Sanskrit and it's apparently really well suited to they're saying it's really well suited to describing mathematical and technical and scientific things.
Okay. Okay.
You know, I don't know what fundamental good, and then I found another, because I my search thing was just Sanskrit AI for science, and of course you find for everything you find a debunking article, and it said Sanskrit is not the best language for AI and machine learning, you know. And then I wondered, like, is this just that they're like putting this out there now to pave the way for all of Elon's workers that are coming over in Operation Paperclip?
Yeah. Yes. Got it. Yeah. Right. Of course. Right. Makes perfect sense. Yes.
Are they just talking it up now?
Yes. And so thank you. Right. So that it's a play on words. So it's not at any rate. I do want to thank Heather Holman. Heather Holman contributed 100 United States dollars last episode. I didn't see it until well after the episode uploaded. So thanks immediately to Heather Holman for the $100 contribution. So I had to see V today, so that cost a few $100s, and I just had to see her because I'm seeing the head and neck surgeon on a Thursday, and I just couldn't see her without getting one of my rejuvenation treatments first. Interestingly enough, the one of the people who I will not identify except to people on Team Dietrich have been told, who I encountered a few, months ago by now, maybe a month ago. Maybe it was this month, beginning of this month. It was after a trip to the bank, and I won't go into any more detail than that. So it had to be towards the beginning of the month when I was paying rent or some such. Or maybe it was, it had to be. And but I encountered somebody I knew years ago. And the individual at this point in their life did not recognize me at all. I was not under the impression that they're senile, though they might be. But not going to identify the individual publicly, at least not yet. I have told people privately on Team Dietrich, if Aristides doesn't remember, I'll tell him again privately, gladly. Just remind me to do so sometime soon. Yeah, this individual, when I brought it up with V, she said, well, he's aging, and comparatively speaking, you're not. So yes, he wouldn't relate you with someone he would remember, and that made perfect sense. Matter of fact, I alluded to a very bizarre taxi ride I had the other day, and it was so surrealistic. I literally began to fear for my physical safety, not because I felt that the driver might attack, though potentially he might have. He was definitely perhaps on drugs, but the cab driver was definitely not behaving normally, to the point where he did not turn on his meter, which he then noticed towards the end of the ride, which I was very pissed off about, because that cost me $16 right there. I should not have given him that. But the whole idea of my being on paratransit is so I don't pay cash when I'm in a cab. I pay pennies on the dollar by putting money into paratransit, and then you pay the cab through paratransit, which is better than money for the cab driver, really. So they get it like it comes out of a debit card or a credit card, but it's sponsored by the city and county of San Francisco municipal paratransit system. But when it came to this idiot, he didn't turn on his meter, and so I had to pay him real cash. Either that or just stiff him and, walk out of the cab, which I could have done in by rights, but I'm sorry?
Grüß Gott.
Yes. Yes. Okay, welcome back. So did you catch anything I was saying?
No, I'm like having to battle street zombies in the darkest parts of the West Coast.
Oh my!
I don't have a place to live.
Yeah. What?
Yeah.
What happened?
Nothing happened. I'm just out and about right now.
No, I mean, what about Mom?
Yeah, I mean, like that was only temporary, anyways. Like.
By temporary I thought was weeks or months temporary, not hours.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm still able to stay there if I want. It's just right now I'm out and about dealing with some administration stuff.
administration.
And yeah, it's rough out here. It's rough out here, you know.
Yeah, to say the least. What the fuck are you? What? I don't understand. Administration stuff with at this hour? What?
Yeah. Having to deal with like my storage unit and different things because I don't have a permanent resting place at the moment.
Oh my God! I'm so sorry. So you're driving?
Yeah, I'm driving. And I'm probably gonna have to end up being mobile like our friend Team Tank, just living out of KOAs or something. Campsite.
Don't talk like that. That's no. Look, I mean,
it's all right. It's all right. I'm resilient, and with the grace of divine, everything will work out. So I'm not worried about it.
It's just I see too many people where that becomes permanent, where they're living in their car.
I'll talk about it with you privately, but that's just what I'll say on air for now.
Okay. Yeah. But I'm impressed you shared that much openly and publicly. But for God's sake, yes. But you're saying that mother's an option whenever you wish to go back there. So by all means, take advantage of it.
It's a very small place, and like the management's crazy, so I have to like deal with that. But it's not bad. It's not a bad situation.
Mm-hmm.
It is what it is.
Okay. Yeah. By the way, Aaron Tice says hello. He says, Happy New Year. I miss you all. I'll be back soon. Sending prayers and love. Talk soon. And yes, well, we certainly appreciate you, Aaron, and we will maintain you in thoughts and prayers. He says, I'm a bit under the weather, doing some health routines to keep the blood flowing, then heading to bed as I have a busy week. Please tell the listeners and Team Dietrich I say hello. Happy New Year, and I miss them. I'll be back soon. Sending prayers and love. Talk soon. And obviously, everybody seems to be going through something.
Oh yeah.
But what you're going through is very severe. So, shall I finish up the story about the bank then? And the
yes.
And good. Now your sound quality is infinitely better. Whatever you're doing, keep doing that. Oh my God.
Yeah. Well, I had to battle street zombies. They were like lurking around, you know.
Yeah. Well, in your car, are you like
reed from Legends of Zelda and shit?
What'd you call them? What from Legends of Zelda? What heads?
They're like redeads. They're like these zombie things that if you go near them, they start screaming and try and grab you. So,
by the way, I do need to read out something from John Henry McMills Warrington. So he said, I'm listening to Douglas Dietrich, and that was the latest episode, or the one before latest. And he says, because I brought up the fact that he was a landlord, what happened to his landlording. So he says, I'm sorry?
Hospital when they're hiring.
What's that?
I'm just saying, I drove by the 5150 hospital and it says now hiring, just in case anyone wants some work.
Oh God, there we are, the insane asylum.
The psych ward.
Yes. Oh my God, how do they, I thought they closed all those things. It's like, but they have to have some open for, I guess, right?
There's a big one here in the area where I went to school, near the school.
Yeah.
And it's dangerous, yeah.
And well, I mean, for God's sakes, we've got to talk also privately. You know, we already spoke about publicly about your potential career switch. He says, much sympathy, Brendan, as I too live out of my vehicle, says T-Tank Barry.
yeah, that's why I mentioned it. He knows the struggle, so.
Yes, but T-Tank Barry's vehicles are mobile homes, or the trucks are big enough where they could serve as a mobile home. We won't go too deeply into the details of that, but yeah, let's just put it this way. It's go on. Yeah, you got a horrible delay.
He's an inspiration, I said.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, and I guess I'll just remind me to get back to John Henry McMills Warrington. Oh my God, I'm just...
Okay, to interrupt that, it's probably important to speak about John.
Yes, we always want John to know that we speak of him often. And John, you may not know this, but in past episodes we have spoken of you often. We have often expressed our concerns for you. And he says, I was landlord in lieu of Mum at her property before it suited William Warrington that I not be, meaning his brother, who went out and stalked Heidi Klum until they institutionalized him, and then wound up killing both his mother and his father, their mother and their father, and in a horrific fashion. At any rate, they asked me for all the house keys, which I had in that role, and then were surprised that I had given them the keys months after. My giving the keys was a step in their taking everything they could from me. You see, give them the keys to the kingdom, then they take everything. Yes. They probably gave them to a passing stranger, or more likely lost them. As you've seen, I'm not even listed in Mum's will, so it was probably a pretense of theirs to be surprised, or perhaps they were pretending to be other people at the time. Things had been escalating ever since William W. moved back in, claiming that he was going to kill her. He had been smashing up the house. Ambulances had been called at least 4 times, when the police should have been called, I guess. Sometimes, but by the way, this makes a horrible bureaucratic sense that if the person has been institutionalized, that they would call ambulances in response to what he's doing as opposed to the police, because they probably look at his record and say that, oh, he's the property of the local hospital. Get what I'm saying? Yeah.
That's
yeah. Anyhow, he says, sometimes I'd see them outside the house coming back from work. Nobody told me what was going on apart from it was something to do with William Warrington's behavior and him being asked to take his medication, which he never did do, apparently. There, see, kids? Take your meds. Anyhow, was him being asked to take his medication, which he never did do, apparently, was their solution, and he was living in the loft without paying rent. I said to Mom when she visited the house after the outside wall had collapsed on what was the last time I'd seen her alive. She appeared to be drunk / medicated and had gotten fat and round since I had seen her last, probably several months before. I asked her, do you know that what William's going to do to you? While she was pretending to be absorbed in William Warrington's room, falling over, mumbling, almost falling down the stairs at one point, and then before I left that room I told her, I'm never going to see you again, which is the last thing I ever said to her. She mumbled something about not in this form, which might have been in reply. Despite her last words to me, and regardless of the gang stalkers who appear to be imitating her, they come shambling right up to me, looking at me and saying nothing. And the imitators of William Warrington, who stand around playing with their hands and are looking around posing. I'm surprised they're not playing with something else besides their hands. At any rate, to the extent that even other people, I don't speak to anyone in town normally except cashiers, have asked at me, why are they sending these people to you? When I'm stopping or otherwise in town, even in the last few months, that is about 2.5 years later, I've never seen Mom, Dad, or William Warrington since 2022. Obviously, because Mom and Dad are dead, and William Warrington is dead to him for all intents and purposes. He also sent a copy of his will, a last will and testament of what I think is his dad, to divide the residue equally among those of my wife's children, John Henry Mills Warrington. Well, there you go. He's supposed to have been in the will. And yeah, what's that?
I said, yeah, it sounds like John was willed something.
Yes.
And then the family does their bullshit.
Yes.
Which I know very well.
Yes. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. No, thank you. There you go. You know exactly what he's going through.
Well, I feel for him. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah. The paragraph adds a qualifier. That's a lot of kids. 1, John Henry Mills Warrington. 1, George Randolph Mills Warrington. 2, William Greville Warrington. 3, Roseanne Grace Warrington. 4, Edward James Warrington. 5, who survived me and attained 18, but divide the residue equally among those of my wife's children, names them, who survive me and attain the age of 18. But if any of them dies before me, leaving children, then those children shall, on attaining 18 years of age, presumably, take equally the share which their parent would otherwise have taken. Okay, so there you go. And then, of course, when I click this, it takes me back up to the will itself, which, if I enlarge in the image, here we are. And he sent me a lot of stuff I've got to go over. I'll try and get to it, John. Here we are. And there we go. Last will and testament. And there we are. And then, okay. So it's,
so they're black and white on paper.
Yeah, there we are. And so, such having been said, he's been really ripped off. I feel so bad for him. And but then you're in the same boat. So I guess we're all in this together. We're all homeless orphans in our own way. I'll be homeless if I don't raise $160. I just made it 200 so that I have money left over for, obviously, what I need to get, which is necessities, supply runs. Obviously, got to make it a little over just paying the rent, so that I can survive the 3 days until the check is deposited. So that brings us back to the bank, which...
What is your, by the way, your financial situation right now, your need, or how much do you need to be okay?
$160 to make the rent. That's all I need. But we'll try and raise that from as many sources as possible. Obviously, I'll speak to you privately before the first.
Right. Well, everyone, you heard that. Find the PayPal link that was early on in the chat, and please send Douglas what you can. I'll make that.
Yes, if one can contribute $100 and another can contribute $60, I should be fine. But obviously I'm trying to raise 200 just so that I can survive the 3 days until the check deposits. Yeah, again, that brings us back to the bank. And so the account shut down in self-defense, Brendan, because somebody was trying to break in. And what puzzles me is we all know who's trying to break in. So it's Richard K. Cole Jr. and Stephen Outram. And what I don't understand is what they think is going to happen if they succeed. So if they succeed and they think that they've destroyed my life by, say, for instance, shutting down the bank account, and then that means that the government would have no place to send a check, and contacting Social Security, of course, is very... it's like trying to contact God, but it's not necessarily impossible, but it's very difficult, and you'd have to get them to try and, God knows what you'd have to arrange. But one of the things that I would have to do, in the event that...
They have improved their services as of late due to COVID and various things. So I'll just say that. That's...
you mean the bank?
No, the actual Social Security Administration. They have been forced, by the state of California to actually improve certain things.
Interesting. Yes, and knowing you and your mother works there might help a little bit in its own way. But the thing that struck me was, say they succeed and, they break into my accounts and shut it down, then at that point, I have no choice but to report it to the FBI. So that launches everything immediately, and it brings in everybody as a witness that has been affiliated with myself, that works with me, that is intimate with these things, their harassment, particularly yourself and Brooke Gibson, if they haven't killed her at this point with their own siege against her. So they must understand that at that point a report has to be made, and that it wouldn't just be myself, that they've terrorized yourself and Brooke Gibson. So there's other people involved with the reports, to say the least. So is that what they're seeking? It's or do they feel that they're just immune at this point? There's no, shall we say, understanding.
Yeah. Shutting down the account of people like us, it ain't gonna do shit. There's no money in there.
Yes, that's right. When the account was reopened, The woman
Yeah.
actually said that. She said, "There's only $3 in here," and I said,
Yeah, that's what they would say to me too. They'd be like, "What do
Yeah.
you need these pennies for?"
It-
Like,
yeah, it's but obviously it serves its purpose. That's just a bookmark or a placeholder, you know, for
yeah, exactly. It's just a logbook because I don't keep money in it. There's nothing left, you know,
Yeah.
by the end.
Yes.
There you go.
By the way, our man brings up a good point. This is T. Tank Berry brings up number of homeless people. The one night count in January 2024 found that 771,480 people were homeless, which is 118,376 more than in 2023. The number of homeless families increased by 39.4% from 2023. The number of homeless children in 2024 is close to 150,000, which is a 33% increase from 2023. And Trump isn't even in office yet. He'll work on, he wins big, so he'll work on growing those numbers astronomically. Those numbers will grow astronomically under Trump so that he can claim, I've produced the most homeless.
Yeah.
Then he wins the game. I've won the game. That's, by the way, where do these homeless children, not that I'm skeptical. If anything, I would say that these numbers are incredibly undercounted. And what T. Tank Berry has forced me to do is he's obligated me to speak to this subject. So I'll try and meander towards that monologue at some point tonight. But those numbers are grossly undercounted. And as for children, how do you count? Again, this isn't skepticism. Rather, the challenge is, how do you count homeless children? Children are like, how do you find a child that's homeless, count that child as homeless? Obviously, this is separate from the family numbers, so we're talking about homeless children alone. So you find what's effectively a feral child, and you simply count them?
They have something here. They have something here called the Children's Receiving Home. So, and it's full. Like,
Of course.
Full. And then there's a homeless, outreach camp or, facility next to it.
Yeah.
That you won't believe this shit. This is in Sacramento. It was a children's science museum that they shut down and made it into a homeless outreach center. That's how bad the homeless has gotten. They're shutting down museums and children's learning facilities just to support these people because it's such a drain on society. And right next door is the Children's Receiving Home that is absolutely overflowing with homeless orphan children.
And good cheer
Horrifying.
through the holidays. Yeah, thank you. That's I don't understand how people just don't go into places like that during the holidays and shower them with presents or something. It's obviously it is beyond. This is Dickensian. This is Oliver Twist.
Yes.
It's
Pretty soon I'm gonna be did you ever hear of the Victorian rope sleepers? Where
No, tell us about this.
You would pay half a penny to
Oh, that's right. Tell
literally
them.
sleep on a rope.
Yeah.
Dozens of people in these workhouses would pay to sleep on a rope. And then in the morning, the guy would come in and cut the rope and you guys would all fall to the ground and wake up and go to work. And that's how these people would live. That's where we're getting to, this fucking level of just absolute despair.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, but hey, at least, it will create eventually a power vacuum because it's such a self-destructive system. It's a system that cannot stand. It's so.
And there are a couple astrologers who have read Trump's chart, and it's not set up for long-term rule. So there could be millions of things that could happen under just to himself, let alone all of the rest of us. So it's it's going to be a wild ride.
You said these were astrologers looking at Trump's chart?
Yeah, Trump doesn't have good placements as far as long-term rulership, so anything could happen. I would be very cautious in the next couple of years, yeah.
Oh, well, guaranteed it's going to happen. It's he's setting that up. He's setting himself up for failure from the get.
And he's already he's already created divisions by siding with Elon Musk about the brown visa. They call it like the brown people visa. That's an improper term, but it's the H-1B. So basically they're going to say all these other brown people are illegal, and then we only let in Indians. I mean, that's going to cause a big rift. So it's already started.
Oh yeah, no, it's outrageous. It's outrageous. It will be, of course, what I would have to start with tonight in terms of monologue. And and by the way, I don't know if you heard what Aristides was saying. Aristides was reading earlier. Aristides, why don't you relate to Brendan what you were reading about, and let Brendan respond to that, because, you know.
Yeah, I was looking for the stuff I'd saved, but I found something about the Sanskrit thing. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, and I found something similar to a video Heather had brought up about. Apparently, it's a thing now that you're going to see in like so many places. You know, using Sanskrit in combination with AI is the future for science and technology, and they say they have reasons for that. They kind of go through that it's like it's just specifically somehow very suited for the way AI works and stuff, and that may be true. And probably some people don't think it's true. And then I was like, well, this is just kind of paving the way for the, for all Elon's workers.
That is more complex than ones and zeros, because the entire multiverse is not running on ones and zeros. There are, as far as the Sanskrit language is concerned, there are 50 sounds and tones that are used. So instead of 1 and 0, there's 50 such inputs to create the universe we see. So yeah, you have to bring that in for anything to work properly as an actual intelligence of sorts, instead of it can't operate on computer logic. How Doug's story, like, you had to bring in, you had to bring in alchemy and amalgamation and create a soul. You can't do that. You didn't do that with binary code. So there you go.
Yeah.
Well,
no, that's definitely appreciated. But what also needs to be taken into account is the simple fact as well that, more cynically, it's simply because Elon Musk and all the tech bros are just bringing in a bunch of Asian Indians to work on the cheap. That's what it is.
Yeah, it's a way to appease them as well. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and so we definitely need to take that into account. And but such being said, what you say is appreciated, and it's definitely why it's. There's a lot of elements and multifaceted ways that we can look at this, but right now, at this moment, I can't give the majority of people who are in programming any credit for enlightenment. They've proven themselves as they're not looking at this from the enlightened multidimensional perspective.
Of course not. Nor would I ever suggest it.
Yeah. Yes. It's. We wish they were, though.
Yeah. How's the audio?
Infinitely better. Thank you. Where are you now? Are you parked? Or?
I'm dealing with some things, but yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. Okay. And so, oh my God, I'm so sorry that you were like cruising the night. But such having been said, by all means, are you in a mood to talk? Feel free to start venting and catharting. You must have a lot you want to vent and cathart about.
Well, I'm in a mood of processing and just moving on. I think I've done enough.
Venting
exposed.
I don't know if there's ever enough to expose about a situation as sordid as your family's.
Yeah, it's just it's just as bad as John Ward, but without the murder.
Yeah,
mystique. At least his sounds cool on paper. Yeah. These guys were just pure evil and just idiotic. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
And I know John won't take offense to that. That's
Yeah. He
lives a life of espionage, so
that's right. That's right. Well, he's apparently being gang stalked.
Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you're sounding great. Yeah.
Okay, good.
So he's apparently being gang stalked. What why do you think they're tormenting him like this?
The Brits are sick. I mean,
Yeah,
you know.
they are. They are.
Yeah.
And so
And whatever they have against them is just, you know, enough to want to do that, you know.
yeah, it's awful, and I believe him. I believe what he's saying.
Someone was telling me the other day that they knew someone's family, and they were like, her family is half British, and her British side is super racist, and they were like, why are they like that? I'm like, I don't know, because they're British. They have a long track record, so it's just like in their blood. I have no idea.
Yeah, it's in the genes at this point. It's like you know, some kind of reflexive, you know, just torment the victim or something. Yeah, there's a real sadomasochism in British culture.
Definitely.
Stiff upper lip and all that shit. Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
And so what were you witness to while you were there? Anything that comes to mind that you never brought up before?
No, it was absolute. It was fine.
Okay.
I had a great time. Yeah.
Yeah. And
like I said, compared to California, it's like might as well be heaven on earth.
Yeah.
Like people don't realize how tough America is that are not here. You know.
Yeah. No, America.
They just see the money. You know, they don't see everything else we have to deal with.
All I can say is what money in America.
Yeah.
It's
all paper houses. Yeah, it's nothing real.
Yeah, it's just again, I'll go into it as much as I can in monologue, as much as I can stand, because I haven't slept in a day and a night, and a little bit beyond that. I'll like I said, we'll intend to check out early, but we'll see how long I can monologue and whether I wind up going an extra mile. But what I want everyone to realize is I'll be back on New Year's Day for the Wednesday episode, and then you'll have a full night then, but you've got to cut me slack tonight. Such being said, let's see if we can get a bit of a roundtable going, and stir up some conversation between ourselves, so when it comes to your health.
Yeah, New Year's Day is a Wednesday.
Yeah. How's your health? Is it holding up through all this stress?
Yeah, I mean, to an extent, obviously it's been impacted, but I am actually healthier than I've ever been.
Okay.
And I'm not going to let some psychic leech, cretins do anything to myself. And yeah, in regards to my uncle, when he was like crying to the cops and they were almost shot him because he was being a weirdo, he looked like he was about to keel over. He looked like a freaking purple eggplant tomato head loser. Veins were like popping out. He couldn't speak straight. He was stumbling. So he just looked like an absolute fool. I'd love to get the body cam footage eventually and just replay it and laugh at him.
Yes. Yeah.
So,
and
so it's like, and in regards to that, anyone who's ever really tried to harm me in any sort of way, has something terrible has always happened to them. So I don't wish that on anyone, but it always seems to be the case. So, it's just a matter of wait and see what will happen. But I'm actually doing quite well.
Okay.
I would say.
Good. And well, we know they aren't in the best of health. These people are very self-destructive in all their behaviors, and so, such being said, what was the other thing that... Oh, yes, here's what I needed to bring to your attention. Let's look up this email from this young lady. Here we are. So, let's do a screen share. And so, Aristides, are you able to see the cursor moving as well as Brendan? Because I would like both of you men to help me respond to this.
Yes, Carol.
Yeah, I'm really not an expert in this, but... So this young lady was asking for dealing with the Peter Moon curse, and so she said, "Thank you," and then she said, "Hi Douglas, I am trilled to have received a message from the master himself. You are presuming well, French convention, My grandfather, Alfred Hoppe, Hoppe, was from Königsberg, which, for those of you who don't know, that's Kaliningrad today, albeit only transitionally, I can guarantee you. It will return to being Königsberg. It's a sliver of land stolen by the Russians, and it shall be returned to
Königsberg.
reconstituted Prussia. But I was born in France. Would love to hear if you know anything about Australian history. The construction timeframes recorded in the late 19th century are impossible. I am an architect building schools in remote areas in Australia. It is a challenge, even with today's technology. So thank you for the countermeasures for the Roswell deception curse. That's the biggest deception of the book. With the Roswell deception was, hey, you just got cursed by Peter Moon sending you shit. Yeah. Anyhow, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, Hop Sophie. Let's see, Aristides and Brendan ẒOGHET both. Mm-hmm. I'm no architect myself, but you both have backgrounds that can help provide some answers or perspectives on this. Cut loose, good place to start a conversation.
Okay. What exactly is the question, or, because I can't see what's on your screen, so
yeah,
really.
So in regards to the construction timings that they give for places like Australia and America,
right,
it's coming to light now that a lot of these buildings were already here.
Yeah.
So whatever groups or classical civilizations that made it this far had already done some construction. Yeah. And when whoever these beings that came here found the buildings, they just rebuilt them. And a lot of people say that about the East Coast. These like gilded mansions, these very estate kind of properties, they're much older than what they're claimed to be. That's what I'm saying, is that there's some truth to that. So I acknowledge that, and that includes Australia, because there's stuff there.
Yes.
Like this person said. Yeah. Logistically, you couldn't get any of those materials out there and build a whole, now, let alone the 1800s.
And even if they could, just the investment in what it would have taken with the supposed technology, the technology at the time, it's just ridiculous. It's just,
it's not practical. It's not practical.
No. So they do have these pictures of it's almost like somebody had just shown up and taken a picture. The streets are empty. All these majestic buildings are there. And there's so many of these cases where the buildings meet some kind of fate. They get rid of a lot of them because they'd just be, I don't know, too much evidence or
that's another strange thing about this whole caper is that a lot of the buildings, they say, we demolished it. I mean, so obviously those ones were probably more along the fake side. They were just Photoshop photos.
Well,
because
it says they supposedly built this grand building with horses and wagons, just amazing, and then demolished 12 years later.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, that's not logical. Nothing's logical.
Yeah, there's just a lot.
And this is just like that whole thing I was talking about, that the Japanese bring out with the hidden history, in the anime, One Piece and stuff. The world government just makes, all kinds of wild claims just because people don't know the history. So they can say anything. And that's part of what the Japanese are trying to expose. Is that a lot of this stuff is not, when they say colonial period, it's not a lot of the times what it is.
Also,
So did you see anything in the documents explaining this, or maybe giving you hints towards that?
You mean me?
Yes.
I could very well have, but didn't recognize it for what it was. Certainly, that makes sense to you. I don't have that kind of background.
Because it could be obscured easily.
Yeah. Well,
and it's just, I could see you flipping past buildings into actual
yes.
things. Yeah.
No,
I get that.
Well, let's put it this way. Obviously, my biological father really wanted to be an architect, and
so he learned about he had like a lot of placements that allowed him to look past what is being told
Yes.
by the histories.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yes. And
Perhaps he knew this.
yes, I'm sure he did. I also loved architecture, but it's more like I hate the way people do this, and they apply the word these days. Anything that's eye candy, what people consider to be eye candy, they will refer to it as porn. In other words, they'll say like architecture porn.
Yeah.
Map
Food
porn. Yeah, food porn, map porn, yes, furniture porn. All of this is, I don't think that that's appropriate. It's not that I'm any sort of prude. I just think you're sexualizing something, and that doesn't need to be sexualized. And maybe it's funny, or it provides moments of amusement, but people begin to use these terms more and more pervasively, to the point where it seems to me they're taking it seriously, that like this is somehow fetishistic. Yeah, no, when I was,
that's the point, right?
yeah, I guess, but when I was young, and still today, I am deeply moved by architecture. So it's mostly concept architecture. I'm not necessarily moved by necessarily what's in front of me. But this is what I can tell you, is that when H.P. Lovecraft was still alive...
Well, you grew up in a city as well, so that's like...
Yeah, well, I'm just surrounded by congestion.
You desensitized.
Yes, I'm surrounded by urban congestion. And
tall, like, edifices and stuff.
Yes, that's
like,
right.
it loses the luster, after a while.
Yeah.
I do. When I go places like that, it's just like, oh, okay, some more buildings.
Well, I can always appreciate tall buildings, but yeah, you're right. It becomes harder to, well, just so people understand, as I've said many times before, but we always have new listeners. San Francisco is the second most congested city in the United States, next to New York City. So this is what a lot of people don't get. You don't get that San Francisco is small, but it's incredibly developed. So we have a lot of congestion in San Francisco. So I'm very used to being surrounded by concrete and tall structures. But a point was made during H.P. Lovecraft's lifetime that the buildings being built in his time, which were like the Chrysler Building, and these were like these were truly monumental. It's like the Empire State Building, the Chrysler Building. This shit was being built in H.P. Lovecraft's time. And he said even then that these buildings would not, that after these buildings had weathered away, the pyramids and the Great Wall of China and all of the earthen embankments of the ancient world would still be standing, because they were built of the earth itself. And basically built to complement the earth, as opposed to struggle against the earth.
Conquer.
Yeah, and yes, and so Lovecraft saw that back then. In his time, nobody thought like that in America. But when what he pointed out,
may I add something as well? That
sure, please.
These buildings are like not even human technology really necessarily, because you can see like the stuff in the past, like what is human, and then you see this and like something else entirely.
Oh yes,
so, like,
you know
like
what?
I was saying, a lot of this technology comes from the Svartalfar and stuff.
Yes,
that's why they look kind of alien.
Yes, yeah. And let me give you the link to it. And so with both of you gentlemen, I'll provide the link here. And I'm going to provide it in the chat as well. I mean, a little knowledge is a dangerous thing. But, why not share the wealth in the case of our listeners? So here we have this, and I'll also put this in the text box now for Team Dietrich. And I've done this before, but I don't expect everyone to have taken the link down or taken notice of it. This is Edison's Conquest of Mars. I'll get back to that in a second and make my points with that. But when it came to H.P. Lovecraft and what he said, bear in mind exactly what I just said. The buildings being constructed in H.P. Lovecraft's time the Chrysler Building, the Empire State Building, these were edifices of stone. And so he was projecting their weathering. Oh, by the way, we're joined by Heather Holman. Did you hear me? Thank you for the $100, honey. I hope you heard that.
Oh, you're welcome.
Oh, bless you. I love you so much. So say hello. Before I get back to philosophizing about H.P. Lovecraft and Edison's conquest to Mars, give us a little bit of update, situational status report, whatever you're comfortable sharing.
Oh, nothing is new with me. I'm still waiting for my car to get fixed. So still not had a car.
Have you talked to Brendan about what exactly is wrong with your car?
No.
Can you tell us now?
When I got in the accident, I had to take it to the shop.
Okay, so what do they say is the issue?
Oh, I don't know. They took it all apart.
Oh, God. Oh, God. And they victimized you already.
Yeah.
Tell them to put it back. And
Yeah. Tell her
Yeah, I'm
what
just
they
kinda
do.
waiting.
Tell her what they do, Brendan. They give you a bill automatically. As soon as you're getting the shop, they give you a bill that says $3,000. As soon as you're in the shop.
Yeah.
Yeah, automatically. And
that is what happens here.
yeah, in her case, probably they didn't even bother. They just said, "We'll take it apart and put it back together again. And charge her $30,000." It'll be it's better in new. Yeah, it costs more than a new car because it's better in new.
Yeah. We'll see.
Okay.
Yeah, they would just sell you stuff you don't need.
Yeah. Well,
The old joke was a muffler bearing or blinker fluid.
Yeah. Well,
Stuff that doesn't.
Yeah. Well, update us. And so all such being said, as I was saying, so when I'm talking about these types of buildings being built in Lovecraft's time, these were actual stone buildings that could withstand airplane crashes. A bomber crashed into the Empire State Building, and the building survived. The bomber did not. So these are like so this was a World War II bomber. I'm trying to remember which one. What was the other ones besides the B-29s they used in Japan? They generally speaking, and then in Europe they were using the B-17s. This was something between a B-17 and a B-29. Either that or it was a B-17 at the least. But it crashed into the Empire State Building, and then it disintegrated against the Empire State Building, and the building took the damage. It got somewhat damaged, but they repaired it, and it certainly didn't do any. It certainly didn't bring the building down in any way, shape, or form. So it just is this incredible structure that, unlike today's buildings, is like
B-25. It was a B-25.
Thank you, B-25, and so
79th floor. There you go.
Yeah, and
into the Catholic War Relief Office.
Oh my fucking God! Yes.
There you go.
Yeah, and incredible, and so just so people can understand, they built buildings to last in those days, and you can take a look at them and you see the solidity of those buildings, and you see that they can last through the ages. You can see that civilization could die and those buildings would still stand. And yet what H.P. Lovecraft said is true. They're still not like the pyramids or the Great Wall of China. They're not built of the earth itself in such a way that it complements the earth and becomes part of the landscape. They are trying to aspire against the earth or discern themselves from it. And but compared to today's buildings built of, what are they built of? Fucking fiberglass and, aluminum columns or something?
Paper, gypsum board, and some
like
stucco on the outside. They're all like wire frames, literally.
Yes, they're just like these skeletal frames over which they then put a bunch of glass. The buildings these days will disintegrate long before the Empire State Building and the Chrysler Building and buildings such as that. Now, the thing that I think astounds people, and maybe a lot of it is Photoshop, but we see like entire cityscapes that are full of these buildings that they say have all been demolished. So then people respond to that with the Tartaria conspiracy and say that these were all built by some worldwide civilization that somehow was wiped out, and then they bring in mud floods. Well, we have our friend here, Heather Holman. You can tell us. Heather Holman, tell us about the mud floods. You used to talk to me about them.
What about the mud floods?
Well, just tell us about them. I mean, you used to, contact me about them.
Oh, mud floods are, I think that I used to say that they're part of like a reset when places would get flooded or mud flooded and the structures sink under the earth or underground, and then they just rebuild on top.
Okay. And so how often does this happen? And this is worldwide.
Oh, I don't know. It happens. It's happened practically everywhere. I don't know if it's from liquefaction or if it's from some kind of, machinery or something.
Okay. Well,
I don't know if it's I don't think it's a natural occurrence.
Okay. So it's like, it's cyclical, right?
It seems to be like that.
Okay. And so
like there was mud floods in Russia, but they weren't the same time as the mud floods here.
Okay. And
basically there was some sort of deluge that buried these old buildings. That included like mixing with the land and making cities like literally get covered by mud. That's what they're trying to say.
Okay.
Or sucked in by the mud. The mud comes from the ground, so it's like mud floods, like quicksand mud.
Okay, thank you. And so, what got you interested in this?
Tartaria. When I was learning about Tartaria.
Okay, so you did. You were investigating Tartarian.
Yeah, a while ago.
And so that's and so there we have that. And your input onto this, Brendan and Aristides?
That's fascinating.
I think there's these unexplainable trends out there, but also that doesn't matter that doesn't mean, that, these theories completely explain them. Does that make sense?
Right. Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
They could be attempting to explain it. They could be trying to cover something up. It could be kind of true. I'm not real sure. I haven't delved into it real deeply, but
yeah. Well, thank you for that, both of you. And I mean, that's fascinating. So it brings us back to, I would like all of you, Aristides, Heather, and Brendan, to read that Edison's Conquest of Mars and tell me what you take from it. Not right now, but, over the next few days. Read it and tell me what you feel about it, because it goes into some of these topics. And we can discuss it on air when you're each done reading it. And
you're giving us reading assignments now? What the heck?
Yeah, yes. I'm giving you homework now. Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Okay, I'll read it.
Okay, great. Yeah. And so it's like I'd be interested in you'll realize the value of it when you're in it, when you're reading it. You'll realize the value of it, what I'm showing. And if any of our readers out there,
debatable, but okay.
Yeah, no, trust me on this. If any of our listeners out there, I mean to say, become readers and read that, they're welcome to give their opinion as well. So it's basically they go into Aryan history, and of course the original language being the Aryan language, and also pretty much recount a lot of what I've said in the past, but they also allude to these the pyramids and the like not being built by human hands. So I think that even though it is structured within the conceit or the framework of the novel, it is still an important perspective. That of course there's things that apply outside of the framework of the novel, more towards the Aryan thesis that is presented. But so just putting that out there. And so all that being said, other than that, anything else that comes to your mind in terms of current events that you feel we should be paying attention to, Heather?
No, not that I can think of. Just that the Elon Musk and Donald Trump thing it's gonna end up really bad, I'm sure.
Yes, that's right. Oh, you've got that right. You're very astute. I'll go into that.
Yeah, I agree.
Yes, I'll go into that monologue soon enough. I'll just
So
start
we're
it.
at like Three Stooges level. This is like,
Oh, yeah. No,
you've seen that old show,
yeah.
the
Oh,
30s, 40s.
yeah. Of course, the horror is that it's impacting people's lives.
Yeah.
And it's like, we're all going to suffer for their stupidity.
To say the least, yeah.
Yes. Notice of donation received, 100 United States dollars. So I've just received another 100 United States dollars from Brooke Hagberg. Goddess bless you, honey. Love you dearly. I'll add a bit of Canada into my monologue for our dear Brooke Hagberg. And it's something that, yes, I'll try and pay attention to the Canadians more often. After all, Trump is trying to make them a state. So all such being said, yeah, you've never traveled up to Canada, have you? Any of you?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. And Brendan, not you either? Well, he went to England, so that's like Canada's Dominion of England.
Not that I know of. But I wouldn't go up to Canada unless I needed to or something.
Yes, I understand. So
I don't think I'd go to Quebec, and Vancouver is just like, I might as well just go up to Seattle and come home, do that, So.
why wouldn't you go to Quebec?
Have you heard about Quebec? Like Montreal and these places?
I've heard that
It's cold.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No.
Yeah.
I
It's
get
like
it.
minus 30,
Well, I mean, if you go there,
Celsius. So we're talking like these are like Arctic. It's like Arctic shit.
Oh yeah. I mean, count me out on that. But I mean, don't they have seasons? I mean, they have seasons, right?
Yeah, but it's only like it's 2 seasons.
Mm-hmm.
Summer or ice.
Oh, that's so fucking funny. Yes, there's a lot I can see that's not attractive about Canada. But then again,
Like when you get a little bit of perspective, yeah, you just have to like think about that.
And okay, well,
Like why no one goes there and stuff, why the population's low. It's just logical.
And so aside from that, if nobody starts,
Wait, what? Aren't we talking geopolitics? What are we talking about here?
we will soon enough. If we don't get a good conversation going between the three of you, then I'll
I
have
think
to
this is
start.
quite good. It's quite good.
If you say so. I'd like something more engaged where people are just kind of talking as opposed to kind of like responding. Right now we're at a response level where it's kind of like
Maybe that's all that we're able to do, perhaps.
yeah, you have been through a lot, but then again, so have I. But if we can get a bit of a conversation going, Heather, talk a little bit about something that gets Brendan started. There's things that get him started. That way we can burn bandwidth a little bit before I go deep into monologue. Otherwise, I'll start sucking all the...
Well, I don't know. The Pope opened
you
up
can go.
the portals. I've noticed that is really popular on TikTok, and he opened portals that have never been opened or something like that. and it showed it live.
All right.
Whatever they are, he looks pretty sketchy for it.
Yeah, for the year of Jubilee. And and if you put the points on the map of where the portals are that are being opened, it's like a pentagram.
Yeah, well, at least he's classy about it.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go.
My question is like
he's going old school, like boss battle evil. You know, we got to give him credit.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's in a wheelchair and he knocks at the door, and then the doors open from inside, and there's people opening the doors. So there's obviously people in there for the last 25 years.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah. I'm sorry. What the hell did you just say?
When it showed live streaming, it showed the doors being opened for the Pope, for the portals before they entered it. The people that were on the other side of the door, like there were people on the inside of the door, but this isn't supposed to have been open for 25 years, but there's people inside. So that I thought was odd.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'd have to.
Portal.
Yeah, I guess I'd have to have seen it.
Yeah, let me see if I can find something on it.
Yeah. And so yeah, that'd be cool. Showing us that. And what about so in terms of Aristides, obviously you've encountered this Tartaria thing before, because you have spoken of it with a kind of give us a little bit about how you encountered it, this concept.
Sorry, just had to come off mute there. I mean, if you bounce around on, various type kind of out there, conspiracy sources, it always comes up. A lot of people are kind of all about it. There's different, sometimes there's different accounts or pages just dedicated to it. I've scrolled through it. I haven't, really delved into it truly deeply. I do think there are a lot of things that are anomalous, like I said, like how these, how these buildings appeared. And yeah, it does seem, they show a lot of pictures where it's like, oh, it's weird how all these bottom levels are covered up, but I don't know. They tend to, wasn't it that they tend to, the Tartaria, didn't you kind of link it to, Tartaria would be, where would Tartaria have been? Now that was basically, is it like a Russian like glorification like theory, propagandic theory? Can you get into it?
Yeah,
I can't say I follow it. Not following it.
Oh well, yeah, I can follow it. Just so that I get what
I think that the Tartarians came from Genghis Khan.
Right. So I just want people to know that I could go to town on this and really start in on Tartaria, but what it was essentially what they would call a space-filling empire, meaning that when they had terra incognita, or vast areas of Eurasia that were unmapped because no one had been able to survey them from the west, they simply labeled that Tartaria in the Eurasian landmass. This doesn't mean that there was not a Tartaria. Tartaria did exist, and as a matter of fact, the Tartars are a historic tribe that were one of these nomadic people that raided into Europe, and they were hellish people that were viewed as devils. And for that reason, Tartar became identified with hell itself, Tartary. They were like devils straight out of hell. So the very name Tartarus in Greek becomes identical to hell. And Tartary, Tartarus, and also tartar on the teeth, because it burns like hell when your teeth are decayed enough that they suffer from tartar on the teeth. Then, of course, there is the fact that the Tartars didn't cook their meat. They rather ate it raw by basically heating it, between their thighs and their horses, by sitting on shanks of meat that would then be tenderized as they rode on top of the meat as it was gripped between their thighs. And their body heat and friction would cook the meat. essentially. That's why when people eat raw meat, it's called steak tartare. That's where that comes from. If you think I'm just reaching with all this
Or
etymological
the
stuff.
outside is cooked and the inside's still raw. Makes sense.
Yeah, yeah. And, yeah, but believe me, I'm not Peter Moon. I'm not reaching for, different words. I think one of the most stupidest things I ever heard from Peter Moon was his mafia bullshit, where he said, their daughters were getting raped. And that's why they were saying, my daughter, mafia! You remember that stupid shit? He would say that repeatedly. Dumb son of a bitch. Everything.
No, I think I deleted that shit from my
Oh
brain.
God, you're so fucking lucky. I still remember him. Saying that he's so fucking stupid and so sick. All he thought about was raping his daughter. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
why.
to be honest, I never listened when he was on. It was just kind of like,
everyone tells me that.
Yeah.
Everyone tells me that.
I stopped listening for like 3 years now. How long has he been on?
Yes. Oh my God. Yeah. Well, yeah. There was no point. It was just the same shit over and over again, right? And I'll get to the book.
Like it was on he had like a one of those things, like a Rolodex full of cue cards. That's what it was like.
Yes.
The same stories.
Yes. And by the way, a very pointed term that you use, the Rolodex, as opposed to something on the computer. He was.
Yeah.
He was looking at a.
He has like a Spellodex.
Yes.
It's like
Yes.
like full of spells.
Yes, that's right.
Every time someone gets on his bad side, he just opens that instead of like an actual Rolodex.
Yes. No, definitely. He's he is
Low level villain.
Yes.
Low level arc.
Yes.
Using anime terms, that arc is weak.
Yes.
No character development, weak arc.
I love it. Yes, so true. There's nothing there. Absolutely nothing there. So that having been ascertained, when it came to Tartaria, there was a tribe, nomadic, bent on conquest and hellishly sadistic, and they were the Tartars. And what else was there about them? There were many things about them, but what happened was, because they were also used as a convenient space-filling empire on maps, where terra incognita, they just put Tartaria, their empire became vast by mapping. It's not that they didn't necessarily, as nomadic people, wander that range, but it is something that became conflated with the architecture conspiracy movement. And for those of you who don't know about the mud flood theory, it has been around for a while, and the concept was it was cyclical, and that there was two worlds on either side of the sun, planet Earth and its twin. This was a theory that planet Earth had a twin on the other side of the sun that we could never see because it was opposite the sun, but it was exactly like Earth. Some people called the planet Clarion. And on this Earth, that it would be like something that resembled ours, in the sense that it was suffering a cycle of mud floods. And the thought was that we would have these periodic wipeouts, or resets, as they would call it these days, of mass extinction, in which humanity would struggle back out of the mud after the world would essentially tilt and collapse on its axis and basically kind of do a spin, where then the continents would shift, and in a violent series of catastrophes, most of the structures would be wiped out by the mud floods. By the way, just so people understand, very few things stand the test of time in terms of preservation. The overwhelming majority of our high technology would disappear geologically overnight. All of our microchips would not survive, except in extraordinarily rare cases, to become fossilized, so to speak. or preserved in stone or something like that. So we would just look forward to most of anything indicating we were a civilization, especially with these fucking fiberglass and steel skeleton frames over which they just put all of this glass that, disintegrates apparently when a plane crashes into it. Not that that's what happened, mind you, but that's what the engineers will tell you happened, who are conventional and following that, shall we call it, what would we call that when they pass out pamphlets and give you like a stock story to tell? They're following that, I forget it, script, kind of. And, but nevertheless, these buildings are practically, shall we say, transitional. They would practically disappear overnight in geological terms. So, civilization, there wouldn't be anything left for people to know we had a civilization. And that's why civilizations that have disappeared in the past, we really have no evidence, or they will claim there's no evidence, because they, it disappears. But such having been said, tell us a little bit, Aristides, about what people have found wandering through the Grand Canyon, and then it all gets stolen by the Smithsonian or something. Tell us a bit about this.
Supposedly they found, basically Egyptian-style tombs into the side of the wall, or something similar to that.
Mm-hmm.
They were standing up mummies on little pedestals in this like huge like cavern under the ground.
Wow. So tell us about this.
Yeah, most of the Grand Canyon is actually not public. They won't let you on most of it.
Really? I had no idea.
Yeah, ask anyone who's been there who's like a proper hiker. They'll tell you, like, there are parts that are straight up closed. You cannot go past. And they patrol it, so,
Okay. Wow. And these are park rangers patrolling. Did he just...
It's like state park, I think.
Yeah, okay.
Might be national.
Okay.
It's a national park, yeah.
Are
so
they
it's the
armed?
feds, in other words.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, of course.
Wow, cool.
Yeah, they're like full law enforcement, even the ones nearby. Here.
Well,
Park.
Oh, good point. Yeah, I expected them to be full law enforcement, but I used to see a lot of these stupid park rangers that are just like hippie types in uniform. They just got a job so they could be out near nature or something. I mean,
those are more like naturalists and stuff.
I
should have just done that. That was my original. When I was in high school, that was like my original game plan. It was like go to some hippie college and study that. I'm not joking. I should have just done that. I would have been better off.
No. I mean, no. You're so much. Oh, here we are. Pope to open holy door in a prison. A message of hope to prisoners. And then an underground city full of giant skeletons discovered in the Grand Canyon. Thank you, Heather. Nice little links there. So all such being said, what about the prison guard thing? You're still pursuing that, right? Talking to the...
I never said I was pursuing that.
Okay. Well, we'll talk about that privately. No. You should.
Yeah, exactly. That was the insinuation. It was like, you should do it.
Yes.
Not you, not just you.
Yeah.
But no, and then they went on to tell me the entire story of like living in that situation. Like, the horrors of it and why, like, they eventually quit because they felt, it had eroded them as a person and stuff. So they were honest about it. So I don't think I'm not keen on doing something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think you can handle it. Dude, how different can that be than the horror you're exposed to working with, like, autistic and developmentally disabled people at custodial work on a campus, with people saying, we need a girl to escort her from the locker room. Find a girl to, and like you're a pimp or something, and you could just, conjure one up. What ultimately was done about that situation again?
Yeah, the female had to go to the locker room. So they left something in there or something. So I didn't want to do it anyways. That's what bothered me.
Oh, so
Like, it's always lazy people. You gotta like walk up to them and stuff.
and so it's like
They want like room service and shit. It's like, it's just go in there. It's not a big deal, you know. The old days are not, you know. Back in the day, they would just like give you the key and you'd have to go find your stuff and then bring it back.
Oh God, no.
Nowadays, everyone needs like, you know, it's almost like servant level. Like they want like hand service and shit. Like, I don't think it was like that before. Was it? Could it have been?
Yeah. I just I have no idea. It's one of these things that you're talking about an environment I'm not very familiar with. But so in terms of you know, anyone out there who's like let's take a look in the chat. I'm gonna start into monologue soon. For those of you who because I don't feel that everybody's going. It's like everybody is at half speed tonight.
Yeah, that's fine.
But I'd actually love for you to get a little more lively and bring up you know, something. Here we are. Let's take a look at an image somebody sent. And
that was just a Celtic triskelion shield.
Okay, lovely.
With a Gorgon's face on it. So this is like an actual historical item.
That's incredible. Yeah. What is this made out of?
Bronze.
Wow. Okay. And it's so delightful. Thank you for sharing that. That's deep. And so when you were talking about your original idea about maybe like becoming a hippie park ranger, going to a hippie college, becoming like a hippie park ranger and all that stuff, like so did you go camping a lot when you were a kid? Had a love for the great outdoors or something?
Yeah, we went on a lot of like camping field trips at my school when I was younger. So I got exposed that way because that was the only way. So I got lucky in that sense. And yeah.
Okay. Oh, by the way, all of you, Jimmy Carter has died. Certainly you all must have something to say about that.
Yeah, I was going to say something, but, you know, we just got to let him rest. I mean, 100 years on this accursed place, I mean, that's... He did it. He did it. Let him rest, you know?
Yeah. God bless him, finally.
Yeah.
Well, certainly, it must bring some memories back. How old were you?
I just remember he was a peanut farmer.
Yes, that's all we remember.
They showed us him in school, yeah.
Yes.
Like, they were like, this is like, you know, that's like what it used to be like a good person. You know, you'd be like humble and stuff, and you go and farm.
Yeah.
Like Goku from Dragon Ball Z, but everyone now is like not in that mode. It's terrible.
Yeah, everybody wants to be
like imagine Trump like farming turnips or something. Like you can't even imagine it. You know?
Or your uncle, you know. So what's this? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, they would die or something. They like dehydrate or something. Yes. Something would happen to them.
Yes. So so Heather, you have a fascination with the Hadron Collider. Tell us about your fascination with the Hadron Collider.
Oh, I just thought it kind of tied into your quark physics topic.
I brought up quarks.
Yeah, you.
When? I don't remember.
Honey? What happened?
I keep losing connection. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Well, you're back now. So, tell us.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry. When did I bring
Well,
it?
I just.
Oh, God.
Oh, a couple weeks ago.
Oh. Okay.
I thought quarks.
Quantum.
Were you talking about quantum?
Okay.
Yeah, quantum information theory.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, this 16 hours ago, they found some magic particle in the Hadron Collider's quantum computing breakthrough.
Wow. And
Yeah.
okay. That's nice.
I don't know what magic property that they're talking about. Maybe they did some ritual.
That well, do you believe they're doing rituals at the Hadron Collider?
No, but at the the portals that were all opened were domes, and domes are, I think, an important factor in the whole. They're I don't know, quantum computing.
Domes, deep underground military bases.
No, domes, like
Domes.
St. Peter's Basilica.
Okay.
Notre Dame, I think, is another one.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And
yeah, Notre Dame is always getting hit by lightning.
Okay. And well, I mean, that's because it's tall. And
yeah,
it's got
maybe
it's got metal. It's got metal in the steeple.
I really don't understand about quantum physics or quantum inseparability.
Explain that to this young lady, Aristides, Brendan.
Yes. Okay. Quantum physics. I mean, as far as what the particles and there's.
Yeah, I don't understand what they're trying to do. Are they trying to like find other dimensions, or?
Oh, they're trying to rip apart matter down to the most basic level, and at the most basic level, I guess according to quantum physics, it's not so much material particles as it is wave functions and probabilities.
Or dark matter, does that have to do with it?
No, not really. I would say not really. That's a different theory. But they're just trying to get it basically at they end up trying to get at the fabric of, the universe by doing these things. Because what we see is at such a, kind of 30,000 foot view, and we just see it as clumps of junk, but it's really, really not. There's really, I guess, no matter there. Just probabilities of waves and functions and stuff, and that's I guess a quick take on quantum physics. Yeah.
Okay. Why though? Why are they wanting to know this?
Well, number one, I guess it's interesting. Number two, to get at something, to develop technology, probably to control it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And what about you, Brendan? Something to say about this? Is he chewing?
Yeah. See if I can look.
Oh my God.
Let me try to look up a textbook definition of quantum physics.
Sure.
Like I guess I have my understanding. What is quantum physics?
Yeah. And I mean, I think your average physicist would be stumped with how to try and present an answer to that
right.
question.
Okay. The one sentence that quantum physics allows it's a concern with quantum theory. Quantum physics allows for particles to be in two states at the same time. So I also in quantum physics, so things are not just one way or the other. It's just a probability of them being one way or the other. What that means is, could you say what that means? That things can kind of flip between states. Is what it means. And it also has to do with quantum entanglement, meaning if particles are somehow entangled, whatever that means, that they're they know each other about each other no matter how far they become separated. If they're quantum entangled, then you move in the opposite sides of the universe, and you flip the polarity of the other one just instantly changes, and there's no way that any normal space-time communication could travel over that distance. It just happens instantaneously.
Excellent.
And that goes against our understanding that how could something happen on the other side of the universe at all ever instantly affect something on the other side. But apparently it's that way. So
Okay.
because it has to do with relation of energy states. But then the fact that it happened over such a distance and not just when they're like kind of smushed together or seeing each other, like that's pretty interesting. In fact, that's one way they wanted to develop like quantum communicators, because you think about that, and then you could somehow like have entangled particles and then put a set in each quantum walkie-talkie, and then the other guy could be light years away, and like you could be using your device and it would instantly communicate to that device.
Incredible. Incredible. And
So maybe this would, understanding that would contribute and help to facilitate time travel.
I think, yeah, it's related. Supposedly they have discovered a time reversing material or something where like, they shot a photon or an electron or something at it, and it came out the other side before it went in the one side. Which is weird. Yeah.
Wow.
So when you get really down to the nitty gritty, things are not like we think they are, that we're kind of used to at the 3D, because like at the larger, when you get like, whatever trillions or even more, however many particles or atoms you are together, it all behaves predictably. But when you get down to a level of, atomic and subatomic, it's no longer predictable. The thing is not a clump that of stuff that you expect it to be. It's just like just a volatile kind of wave function or something. I guess that's what quantum physics is.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And somebody is saying it's intelligent. Is that you, Brendan? So Brendan, why aren't you talking? Though I appreciate the picture of the elf. That's yeah, cool. And maybe I've downloaded that one already. I should start checking. At any rate, so he says physics in a minute, the double slit experiment.
Yeah.
And,
yeah.
Okay.
Then there's that. Then then it starts branching into whether the observer has an effect, because classical physics would presume that if something's going on over there, it would just go on the same way whether you were watching it or not. But that seems to be not true with the double slit experiment, which is it depending on whether like the phenomena is being observed or not. It either acts like a particle or a wave. You can just look up double slit experiment, where the light coming through ends up either acting like a bunch of particles kind of splattering through, or by a bunch of waves, because waves can, like, if they're peaks and troughs, they can either add or cancel out depending on whether they're in phase or not. So if it's acting like a wave, you'll see a certain pattern, or if it's acting like particles, you'll see a certain pattern, and that apparently changes whether the experiment is being observed or not. So just by virtue of watching it or not, it changes the outcome, which in normal physics you wouldn't think so. Like, if like an apple was ready to fall from a tree, you'd think it was going to do that whether you were there or not. But like not in quantum physics. So then that starts getting to the questions of is consciousness innately tied to the fabric of the universe? These are the big questions, I think.
Wow. So you've done beautifully. See? You're so good at this. When you have a topic that, honestly, I'm impressed. So I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
You've done well, and so such being said, I we'll take over from here in just a few minutes. Let me do ask Brendan. So, Brendan, are you out there? Are you able to talk before I take over and start sucking all the oxygen out of the room and everybody dies? But how are you?
No, go ahead, carry on.
Yeah, but I want you to know that I was so glad that you showed up tonight, and as always, we feel much better when you're with us. And I have added your titles to the moments because Brendan was speaking so much in the last 2 episodes. I credited it his name, but so I also added technical consultant and co-host producer. Whereas Aristides, of course, that was something coming up from out of Aristides' mic. And yes, do tell people the other day that sometimes you've got noises from your background that kind of sound ominous as well.
Really?
It just happens. Remember that time I said that oh God, who was I talking to? I was talking to somebody, Heather. I think it was Heather, maybe. And then some noise came from your end, and I figured people wouldn't think it was myself passing gas because most people wouldn't pass gas while talking simultaneously. But it was some noise you did with scratching your jacket against the mic or something happened that you said that
I was moving like probably wooden speakers or something.
Yeah, something was going down with that. And let me take this poncho here. That we've got this heated poncho. I'm going to bring this up to where I can put it over my shoulders. Should have thought of this before I sat down. And that way I'll have this option of heating myself as I get colder throughout the night because the temperature drops precipitously. I should be crediting you all by name. And honestly, if I had the energy, I would when it comes to writing, these little summaries of the show where when I'm time stamping them. So all such having been said, let me see. I've got my pillow here. Everything's behind me. I have a solid backing to my back. Got this little poncho around me, and we'll start into the night. But other than that. Okay. Any other thoughts any of you have before I start, taking it over from here? I mean, all of you are welcome to interject anytime you wish. So I do invite you all to hang out and hang with us. Interject any chance you get because I'll be touching on subjects that are near and dear to us all. Heather, of course, is aware of the feud between Elon Musk and the Trumpers, who don't want him to bring in all of these Asian Indians, which I better get to addressing right now. Okay, so basically, let's see if I can do this. Get into the mood here and start slinging info and data and just falling into that Fugé state where I monologue for as long as I can stand it tonight. Again, I repeat to everyone, you'll have a full New Year's Day episode. So we're going to make it last as long as possible tonight, as long as I can stand it. But I may not be able to stand very long because I haven't slept in over a day and a half. But where we're at right now, here's what's going down. Trump has put tech moguls in the driver's seat of Washington. And cracks are appearing in MAGA world over foreign worker visas, as Trump just announced which side he's taking in the fight, splitting his own MAGA base in half over the Musk versus MAGA war, in which Trump's 2024 coalition is shattering before our very eyes, while the Trump camp engages in a bitter fight over immigration and foreign worker visas. To edify on that even more, I would summarize further by saying, or re-summarize it, condense the situation, by saying that the question of the night is, has MAGA been duped? The 43-year-old Yasmin Felicia Crockett, a black African-American female attorney and politician who has been a United States representative from Texas's 30th congressional district since January of yesteryear, 2023. Well, still yesteryear by now. She's righteously been the one who, well, I'd say she's the lady who has righteously and rightfully slammed the Democrats for choosing seniority over those who are best equipped. In other words, age over merit. And she now observes that, in her words, MAGA got played by the tech multi-billionaire Elon Musk and his coon dog Vivek Ramaswamy. Raising eyebrows from some on social media, Elon Musk is promising to go to war over the H-1B visa issue, vowing to defend H-1B visas and asserting that opponents are unrepentant racists who should be booted from the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party, as Trump cultists are freaking out over the new plan from the unelected Dodgy twins. The greater Silicon Valley and biotech Bay Area industry having landed in the middle of Elon Musk's first big MAGA fight in all-out MAGA civil war. So that's kind of like a, shall we say, what I'd call stream of thought, stream of consciousness way of my looking at this. Now I've just got to make that coherent to you. Basically for Christmas, maybe you unwrapped gifts, baked cookies, or hung out with family. Elon Musk spent his holiday week as he usually does, posting again and again on X. By the way, yes, Brendan Ząghēt says, Brendan, interject, say it vocally. Say it vocally. Come on, we want to hear your voice. Say it. Just break in and say it. Yeah, when you've got these gems. And
I said Elon didn't have any visas or papers, or maybe he did. I don't know.
No,
But
he
it
was an
seems like
illegal
he did
fucking
not.
immigrant. He was an illegal fucking immigrant for years. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the point. And who knows about these other people like
Thank you.
that are running the place?
Thank you. Thank
Because
you.
they all keep their Indian passports. Like if you were to like really chat them up, they'd just say, "Yeah, I never switched."
Yeah. Yeah. There you go. There you go. Yeah. And so Elon Musk spent his holiday weekend just doing what he always does, monophocally.
Like eventually, California will get annexed by India or Bharat.
Oh God! Don't give me nightmares. Jesus Christ! That's a true dystopia as far as I'm concerned. In its own right, I see the worst in Asian Indian culture, caste system, and all the rest of that, as opposed to the
I
beauty.
think we're already there.
Yeah. Well, point well taken. I've described that about San Francisco before. This is as close to the Asian Indian caste system as you can get. Yeah. Well, however lonely any of you were on Christmas, however depressed you were, at least you weren't Elon Musk, who's got nothing fucking better to do with billions of dollars than post on X all fucking night. Like, I mean, really? That's like really fucking lame, man. If I had that much money, I wouldn't be posting on X all night, because I'd have better things to do with my fucking life. But this time, it was burning some of the goodwill he'd won with America's anti-immigrant right. Elon Musk has been at the center of the H-1B immigration visa debate unfolding on X, the social media platform he owns himself, between the tech industry, entrepreneurs, and MAGA populists in President-elect Donald Trump's political coalition. So here we have, of course, more insights from Brendan Ząghēt, who says, come on, just break in and say it. Break in and say it. Like,
He's a walk-in soul. He's like not human or something.
Thank you.
Like a lot of the stuff he does is oddly not human. And I'm not saying dehumanize him. I'm saying he's not human. Like,
and when you say that, you're not glorifying him either. You're not saying that in a cool sense. Like, oh man, he's inhuman. Yeah.
No, it's like Borg, you know?
Yeah.
Borg.
Yeah.
You know, that thing.
Yeah.
Like
he's just a fucking idiot.
It's just like one of those things.
Yeah.
Not
yeah. He's a fucking loser.
necessarily.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, which translates on our world like, he's lame.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. And So, at any rate, escalating his rhetoric, Musk promised to wage war against opponents of H-1B and tied the program to his success with companies such as Tesla and SpaceX. By the way, the more that I even say that term, H-1B, all I can think of is H1N1, hemagglutinin-1.
Yeah, it sounds like some kind of it sounds like some kind of protein that your genes like shit out.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just,
Yeah. Yeah. And, but it's ironic.
What does it stand for exactly? Like,
I can't.
Is there like an actual acronym, or is it just this random number?
I never thought to look it up. It never had anything to do with my life until now. So all I can say is I'm just calling it like I see it. But what I can say is that, it's ironic that it sounds like a disease or a virus, because I'll have to, talk about that later as soon as I address, Robert Kennedy Jr. and the shit he's going to try.
It's like they don't even know what it is.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure.
You're looking it up.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
It's some kind of, it's so bureaucratic that it just happened. Like that.
Yeah. I believe it. By the way, working for the government, that sounds about right. There's all kinds of things that just don't even make any fucking sense. They just kind of develop. But an online civil war between hardcore Donald Trump America First partisans and the Siamese fag twins, whom the president-elect chose to head up his DAJI, the DOGE, Department of Government Efficiency, has spilled onto Trump's Truth social media platform as well. Supporters of President-elect Donald Trump clashed online over a visa program intended to bring skilled workers to these United States, exposing unsealable cracks in the upcoming misadministration. The war began with a spat when longtime Trump cultist Laura Loomer lashed out at Trump's choice of yet another yellow nigger tech entrepreneur named Sri Ram Krishnan, who was born in India and is an avid supporter of removing caps on H-1B visas as his senior policy advisor on artificial intelligence. That, in turn, set off a battle on X with both Elon Musk and his coon cadre, Vivek Ramaswamy, who pushed back at Loomer, which in turn led to ugly attacks about the twa common law partners leeching onto Trump for their own tech industry purposes, and Musk firing back at Loomer for trolling for clicks. It is within this context that a tweet by the Trumpster diving yellow dog, Vivek Ramaswamy, touched off a debate over immigration within Republican circles. The House nigger Vivek Ramaswamy, tapped by Trump to slash government spending, claimed American culture is to blame for U.S. firms deciding to hire skilled foreign workers, which is typically done via the H-1B temporary worker visas. Now, Musk himself contributed, well, the real word here is donated. He didn't contribute shit, but he donated at least $120 million towards helping Trump's presidential bid and endorsed him in July after he survived an assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania. Musk also spracketh at several Trump campaign rallies and openly advocated for him to over 200 million followers on X. Since Trump's resounding electoral victory in his own mind, Musk has been a near constant presence at Trump's Mar-a-Lago club and was given the task of leading the Department of Government Efficiency alongside the yellow business nigger Vivek Ramaswamy. The H-1B debate began when Trump selected venture coon capitalist Sriram Krishnan for an advisory role on artificial intelligence policy. Krishnan is a partner at the venture capital firm Andreessen Horowitz, and a friend of Musk's who played an important role in helping Musk steer Twitter after the latter took over the company in 2022 and fired, well, almost all of its staff. Musk immediately ended Twitter's censorship, quote unquote, of conservatives and restored prominent accounts. In other words, he dismantled all community standards. And he restored or reactivated the accounts of, well, basically domestic terrorists, including immigration skeptics and pro-Trump activists like provocateur or agentess provocateur Laura Loomer and political commentator Josiah Lippincott. Okay, looking at the tiny wireless and also tireless antennas used to light. So tell us about this biosensing technique, Brendan. Okay. No need to go too in depth. Electrical sensors.
Okay, yeah, I didn't realize I was on mute.
Oh, okay. So continue.
Yeah, apparently it's a tiny wireless antenna that uses light to monitor cellular communication.
All right. That's incredible. And thank you for sharing that.
But it would just go in line with what people have said about they're chipping us without us knowing and all this. Heather would like this article probably.
Yeah, but you imagine the expense. Is anyone, the average person, worth the expense? That's out there.
Everyone wants to feel like they are. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like yeah.
They want to feel like I'm cool enough to spy on. I mean, it's like yeah.
Yeah.
It's a whole lot of nothing. Yeah, if you're spying on me, it's like there's nothing happening.
Oh, well, in your case, yeah, actually there is. Obviously, they hate you for a reason. They hate you with a passion for a reason. They see you as a great threat. So they feel the same way about Brooke Gibson for some reason. I wonder if she's still alive. At any rate, well...
I haven't heard anything. I saw something in the chat where she reacted to something.
Really? When was this? Last episode?
Recently.
Okay. Christ, I didn't see it. Did she, like, later on erase it? Redact it? Or something?
No, it's still there. As far as I know.
Fuck. Last episode? Or the one before?
I don't know. It just popped up.
Okay.
So, like, look through the old ones.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, that's good. And what did she say? Just reacted to it somehow with a...
I don't know. I didn't see the emoji.
Oh, okay. Okay. That's fine. Thank you.
You were like, what were you getting into the dude that got burnt on the subway? Or the lady?
Oh, yeah. Okay. All right.
What was that about?
I'm still trying to figure that out because one thing I can tell you is that guy was MK Ultra'd and he was programmed to set a woman on fire so that everyone would hate illegal immigrants so that Trump could mass deport them. We all know that. That's so obvious. It's painfully obvious. It's no normal guy does this. Of course, you could say he's mentally ill, but your average mentally ill guy doesn't do that. It's go over to a slumbering woman on a train, set her on fire. What puzzles me, well, it doesn't really, is that the original...
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
And then Fans of Flames. I spoke of it at length in the last episode, so if you review that, you'll hear me go into some detail about this.
Is it true that the cop walked by?
It's not just him. It's
it sounds like New York people would just walk by that.
Yeah. Well,
you can't blame them.
They won't help you, but they'll go out of their way to hurt you. This is the thing about New York and why I would never voluntarily go to New York or, it would take a lot of circumstances to bring me to New York. I'm sure New Yorkers are fine with that. But such being said, when I was young and in school, they showed when I was taking, I felt like I was young. I felt like I was a child, but we were in like college, City College of San Francisco. And they were showing in my criminal psychology courses, because I was double majoring criminology and psychology. And one of these things that they showed was the behavior of people in urban environments. For those of you who don't know, an anthropologist of great impact in the day was Desmond Morris. And Desmond Morris was the man who wrote the book The Naked Ape. And I believe he is the man who conceptualized the carnivorous ape theory, is what they call it. It's not a theory. It's real. I mean, humans evolved as primates and disambiguated from the original primate line by their omnivoracity. And but originally, sub-branch to that were carnivorous apes. But the Naked Ape was explaining how mankind and apekind are really the same, and we're really just naked apes, and therefore urban environments were human zoos. So when Desmond Morris was talking about how living in congested environments is completely unnatural and causes us all to behave insanely, never was that more exemplified than footage that we saw from New York City. Now, for instance, if you were to leave your car unlocked and it got stolen, most people would respond almost anywhere in America by saying, "You deserve it." Now, when you stop and think about that, think of that judgment where somebody forgets to lock their car and then it gets stolen, then people say, "You deserve it." Well, that's a pretty harsh conclusion to draw for some poor, naive victim who loses property simply because they don't have enough of an alarm bell in their, their brain going. They haven't got that combat antenna stuck up 24 hours a day, and like many people do. In other words, an imbued sense of paranoia, where they would do something that is actually indicative of their lack of trust of others. It's hard to say someone deserves that kind of victimization, but in New York, they not only feel that way, they act on it. A product of the insanity of congestion. But as a sociological experiment, a brand spanking new car was left unlocked. And it's like, you just saw through the footage that was, of course, compressed so that we could see it all at once in a quick succession. But throughout the day, people are walking by the car and they would just destroy pieces of it. So it's like you're talking about families walking with their kids, walk by the car. Oh, it's unlocked. And, oh, okay. So they start picking up bricks and start smashing the windows in and then walk away. And then the next person goes by and sees the car is damaged. So then they pick up, some local lead pipe and start, slamming at the engine block. It just progressed until this car was just completely destroyed by the end of the day. Just after a full day of people just walking by, just taking pot shots.
What city is this? I'm not.
New York City. New York City.
Oh yeah, okay.
And this was just on just a regular street. It wasn't like in a bad neighborhood. You're talking about a street where families are walking by. And
why are these people like this? What happened?
Well, Desmond Morris's point was that this is the human zoo. When people live in congested urban environments, it's completely unnatural. And therefore, they're driven to unnatural acts.
The curse of the Iroquois grandmother.
Yeah, something like
whoever
that.
They stole the land from.
Yeah, there you go. And but when it comes to that one example, that's just one example. But another example would be when it's what are we talking about again? The whole people behaving in kind of this aggressive fashion where they're. What brought this up again?
The car. First of all, you said the car thing, the car experiment.
Yeah.
And then we were talking about the lady getting set on fire.
Oh, that's it. The lady getting set on fire. The other example in New York City, like I said, New Yorkers, they won't help you, but they'll go out of their way to hurt you. The other example was some young man got raped and stripped of his clothing, mugged, raped, stripped of his clothing and then raped. He was mugged, stripped of his clothing, then raped by a gang who left him naked in the subway. And then when he came to consciousness and crawled out from behind the dumpster where they had abandoned him, he was spotted by everyone in the subway. And they instantly attacked him and said, "Kill him! Kill him!" Because he's a naked young man. And they said, "Pervert! Streaker!" And they all surrounded him and started ripping his skin off with their fingernails, biting him. And the only way he could escape was to jump onto...
Is this the world we live in? Is this real?
Yeah, this is real. This happened. The only way he could escape was to jump onto the tracks. And when they swarmed onto the tracks to pursue him, he killed himself by touching the third rail. He threw himself on the third rail and electrocuted himself to death so that they couldn't tear him apart alive. This is the world we live in. This is New Yorkers. These are New Yorkers. This is what they do. I wouldn't go to New York if you fucking paid me. Yeah,
no thanks.
Yeah, they're yeah, I think, you know, they're crazed. Of course, our dear friend Stephen Myers lives there, and all he would do, I'm sure, hearing this, I'm certain all he would do is nod his head. He would nod his head. Stephen Myers, when he hears this, would nod his head and say, "Yeah, that's New Yorkers. Yeah, it's they're." But at any rate, that's the point I was going to make. So what happened with this woman when she was set on fire? The individual who sets her on fire proceeds to fan the flames while she stands up screaming. He fans the flames so that she'll continue to burn. And everyone's bitching about the cop walking by. Nobody says anything about all the civilians who were standing there in the train staring at her burning while this guy is fanning the flames and just laughing and enjoying it, like they're all gonna pull out and roast marshmallows and shit. And it's like nobody lifted a finger to help her. Everybody just pointed and laughed and just watched, and
yeah, serious.
Yeah, and the cop, of course, he walks away. He didn't want to walk into that. He figured if he walked into that, they'd throw him into the flames too, because he's black. Now, this is the original report I got from people I know in New York who asked to remain anonymous, told me this woman was black. Okay, then they're bringing photos up that it's a white woman. Now, this all makes sense. Basically, they have this Guatemalan illegal immigrant. They MK Ultra'd him, said, burn this black woman on fire on the bus. He sets her on fire, fans the flames, and nobody does shit. And then they later on find some missing white woman, and one that's disappeared. And then they throw her photos up and say he burned this white woman, and basically that way they can say, see, the evil illegal immigrant killed a white woman sleeping on the train, when all the original reports I got said she was black. And so they expended some black woman that was expendable to them, a targeted individual. And like any homeless person, she gets on the train, falls asleep because it's warm. And then, he sets her on fire, and then they find some of these photographs, say it was this white woman. Yeah, who they originally didn't name for 2 or 3 days. It took them 48 to 72 hours at least before they suddenly had these photos up of a white woman saying it was this white woman. If it was a real white woman in real life, those photos would have been up instantly, because she would have had a family that would have been bitching about, oh my God, we lost our daughter. Oh my God, I lost my wife. Because if she was on transit during a crowded hour like that, that meant she worked. So your average person working would have, like co-workers. If no family, at least co-workers would have said, oh my God, what a loss to our company. They would have went through the obligatory motion. But no, it took them 48 to 72 hours before they said this. And of course, if she had been a real white woman, it wouldn't have mattered. They would have come up with her identity before the police would have. In other words, her co-workers, her family would have come up with her identity before the police came out with that shit. And within, before the time that the police did. So the fact that, it's all fabricated. They found some missing white woman who they know is never going to come back and has been missing for years, probably killed by Ted Bundy or his successor. And then, you know, they just throw her up there and say, he burned this beautiful white woman, you know, because the body's burned beyond all recognition. And forensics, you know, aren't going to help any layman. So there you go with that. That's what happened.
They could tell. They could tell.
Yeah. Oh, they could tell if it's black.
That's something that
coroner's office. Coroner's office, yeah, but no civilian's going to be.
We have to presume they were people, yes. But yeah. But there's a lot that like osteology and anthropology can tell you about the, you know, after someone.
Oh yeah, they can tell you from the fucking bones.
Parts.
They can tell you from the fucking bones what race you are. Yeah. That's why it's such bullshit saying race is a construct. You know,
we're all the same.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, what a load of shit. Yeah, no.
Yeah, that's why the Native American model makes more sense. Yes. That the holy people gave, like, you know, 4 colors, 4 directions, 4 elements. So there are 4 races. Like, that makes sense.
Yes, thank you. And
white, black, red, and yellow.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, and of course the 5th one's added later with brown, but that's
yeah. Well, it's like a metaphor for the elements.
Yeah, the cardinal elements. You know, but remember, in Asia they have 5 elements. In the West, they'll say 4.
They all have 5 elements. They all have 5 elements.
Okay. Nice.
But there's 4. There's like 4 like material elements.
Right.
Like ether or metal is like more of an etheric.
There we are. Thank you.
It's more of like an energy wave.
Yeah. Yeah. There we go. Thank you. So that's why I got into that long roundabout way of saying, here's this woman burning. But one has to ask the question. This is a valid question. If the woman was black, that would explain why nobody did anything. If it were a white woman being set on fire, would they have done something? But it's a legitimate question. Yeah. So,
I don't understand how that's just. I think they're just so desensitized. Like, they don't even know what's going on.
Well, they enjoy someone else's suffering.
I think you're giving them too much credit. These people are like freaking walking zombies. Like, we're literally at that point, I think.
Yeah,
they didn't even notice that. Like, the way the cop was looking, it looks like he was just walking like it was a normal day. I don't think he noticed.
He claimed he was calling for backup. He said he wasn't going into that car without backup.
Who knows? Yeah.
Well, as I explained in that episode, the police are not obligated to do anything. They're not obligated. They're not sworn to protect you, man.
They straight up told me that.
Yeah. And because
quote,
yeah, thank you.
We're not your security guards.
Yeah.
Like, and what the fuck do you do exactly? I don't understand.
Yeah.
They literally said that to me. Actually.
Thank you.
We're not some kind of bodyguard, and I'm like, I never asked for that. Like,
yeah.
I was arguing with them.
Yeah. I could see why. And anyhow, thank you for. I guess you guys didn't get the joke yet about the photograph in thumbnail of live stream. Somebody finally got it. They said, "You stabbed."
Is that Paddington?
Yeah, and you notice the blood. That's where I stabbed him.
You're sick. How could you kill Paddington? That's fucked up. You're losing viewers. Like, this can't stand.
How do you think I could?
You know, I hadn't noticed that. Now, wait, I got to look at that. Wait. I looked at it quick, and then what the fuck?
Oh, it's noticeable.
That's the New Yorker in me. Hey, my dad was born in New York. My legal father.
Yeah, well. You wouldn't want to eat those people. They're rancid. I mean, it's like
they are. Oh my God,
like they're eating the same. Like, what are they eating the same like pastrami pickle for like 50 years? That can't be good.
Well, you know what they said? They say. I don't know if this is an urban legend, but they say in New York City when you eat the hot dogs, you could taste the turpentine in the.
Yeah, I don't doubt that.
Oh. No, yes.
I think it was out of its heyday in the 80s, right? Like, it was kind of like.
Oh, fuck. In the 80s.
It's super dreary looking.
In the 80s was when they were making Death Wish Don't you remember Charles Bronson was the vigilante? He was going around. This is the other thing that happened. The subway killer. White man strangles black man. Here we are. NYC. White man strangles. And they let him go. Strangles black man. Black man. And, okay, here we are. Ex-Marine who fatally strangled black man on New York subway walk free from court in a case that polarized America once again. Here we are. New Yorkers on the city's dirty, noisy, and teeth-grindingly unreliable subway system try to steer clear of trouble if they can possibly help it. You mean when they don't stop to watch? With passengers sometimes thrown onto the tracks, stabbed, or even shot, the risks of intervening to deal with threatening or violent behavior are well known. Far better to change carriage or even take another train, especially given the notorious unpredictability of the usual troublemakers, mentally ill, and usually drug-addicted homeless people. Well, fuck, I get that in San Francisco on the BART. At any rate, New Yorkers got nothing on some of our cases. Some poor developmentally disabled chick was gang raped, and BART police just, walked by repeatedly while she was being gang raped, asking the guys, enjoying yourselves? Getting any? Any rate, and by the way, BART police are the highest educated police in the world. You have to have a college degree to be BART police. And anyhow, so...
Why?
Yeah, thank you.
Why? Sounds like it's gone very bad,
Yes, it's a good question. Why? I mean, they have 1 mile of jurisdiction on either side of the tracks, at any rate, and discretion is invariably proved the better part of valor in such situations, until one day in May last year when a passenger named Daniel Penny decided he wasn't going to ignore an erratic black vagrant who was threatening him and other people riding on an F-line train. Penny, a well-built architecture student and former U.S. Marine, who was 24 at the time, grabbed Jordan Neely from behind, brought him to the floor, and choked him to death. He maintained his stranglehold for 6 minutes. A fatal decision. That's not a decision. That's this man went berserk and he kills this black guy, and everybody cheered. Yeah, and then they let him go, just like that. They just said, judge said he's cool, and he was set free. So there you go. It's you can get away with murder on New York subway, but at least if you're white. So race does make a difference. There, you said I'm giving things too much credit.
Perhaps, makes sense.
So there you go with that. All such being said, it's just don't ride BART in San Francisco. Stay out of San Francisco if you can help it. Brendan can testify to that as well.
Yeah, there's no need to visit it.
Oh my God. As for New York City, yes, you can have it. That was anyhow.
Yeah, I saw this old promotional video from the Department of Interior from like 1949.
Yeah.
It was showing like the Central Valley of California and how they farmed it and brought it up to what it was.
Yeah. Then you saw a comparison video where it was nothing but tent cities.
Oh no, because I know what it looks like now. Yeah.
Tell people.
It looked like another world. It was beautiful.
It's a different.
Train cars had no graffiti. Everyone was employed. It looked like there were like a bunch of people working and stuff. Probably because they had nothing else to do. But.
Yeah. Yeah, they weren't they weren't given Twitter all day so they could spend all day just insulting other people. That's
wasting time like that.
Yeah, and at any rate, when it comes to the situation about the Yeah, woman burned on the subway. Any other questions or anything else come to mind with that?
Oh, that was horrifying. That was a whole experience, man.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm good at providing horror stories. I guess you could call me a horror. Yeah, it's well, it comes from a life of living it. You and I both know. I mean, we've lived horror stories. We
It's just constant.
Yeah.
Constant. It's like a nightmare you don't wake up from.
Yes, thank you. Anyhow, the MAGA proponents of reducing illegal and legal immigration unleashed attacks on Krishnan, the yellow house nigger who is going to be our AI czar, our czar for artificial intelligence, if you can believe that. That's because of his Sanskrit. He's got Sanskrit. He can talk to machines. And actually, it's because of his past support for expanding country caps for green cards. And that's why all the MAGA proponents of reducing illegal and legal immigration were attacking him. And some of those attacks descended into anti-Indian vitriol, and others have branched out into broader critiques of the American immigration system. Because that was when the immigration debate reached a fever pitch, when the yellow house nigger, Vivek Ramaswamy, who is lifestyle partnering with Musk to suggest spending cuts to the Trump administration, entered the fray on Thursday, criticizing American culture for promoting mediocrity instead of focusing on academic excellence and success on the basis of merit. And doing little to calm the anti-immigrant Loomer faction, the former biotech financier and failed presidential candidate posted to X a bizarre roast of American culture. The post bears reading, if only for warped amusement, taking aim at American culture in a long X post arguing that foreign workers improve the American economy. The immigrant Ramaswamy originally wrote, Trump's election hopefully marks the beginning of a new golden era in America, but only if our culture fully wakes up. A culture that once again prioritizes achievement over normalcy, excellence over mediocrity, nerdiness over conformity, hard work over laziness. Our American culture has venerated mediocrity over excellence, a culture that celebrates the prom queen over the math Olympiad champ, or the jock over the valedictorian. The top, then in parentheses, he put the top student in a class because he didn't figure any, peon reading this would know what valedictorian meant. Will not produce the best engineers. Then Kundog Ramaswamy complained that American culture has venerated...
Yeah, sometimes they're like that.
Yeah, there you go, thank you. Mediocrity over excellence since at least the 1990s, and incorrectly celebrates the prom queen over the math Olympiad champ. The best engineers, so he wrote, won't come.
It's like their version of, like eugenics or something. It's like,
oh, yes. Oh, my God. Yeah, on the American side or the Asian Indian side?
The Indians, it's like the Hindutva people. They're like all about, like, they're going to make this new kingdom of Hinduism. And,
thank you.
Else. Yeah.
Thank you.
It's called Hindutva. Yeah.
Yeah.
Modi's party and like these people.
Thank you. Yes. Hindutva. It's like a nation of Buddhism instead of nation of Islam. It's nation of Hinduism. Thank you. Sorry about that. Buddhism would actually.
The Buddhists already have one. It's called Bhutan, and no one's allowed in.
Yeah. Thank God. Thank God. Yes. It's like must be heaven. Must be fucking heaven. The communists took over. Yeah,
it's the happiest country on earth.
There we go. Communists took over in Nepal.
Like 10 years ago, it said that.
Okay,
It
cool.
was rated as the happiest populace on Earth.
Yeah, yeah. In Nepal, of course, the communists took over after they MK Ultra'd the prince, and he murdered the entire royal family. You remember that?
That's shocking.
Oh,
That's shocking. Yeah,
yeah,
that is true.
with a machine gun. Yeah, it's horrible. Hmm. At any rate, Vivek Ramaswamy wrote that the best engineers won't come from a culture that venerates Stefan over Steve Urkel in family matters. More math tutoring, fewer sleepovers. I'm reading from his post here. More math tutoring, fewer sleepovers. More weekend science competitions. Fewer Saturday morning cartoons. Oh man, that's what did it, man. Some Saturday morning but we used to watch Schoolhouse Rock, dude. More books, less TV. More creating, less chilling. More extra
Interesting. Yeah.
more
Yeah.
more extracurriculars, less hanging out at the mall. The reason top tech companies often hire foreign-born and first-generation engineers over native Americans isn't because of an innate American IQ deficit. A part of it comes down
Yes, it
to
is.
the... I'm sorry.
I said, yes, it is.
Yeah. Then he concluded his concluding sentence. A key part of it, I'm skipping over the majority of his shit. I'm going right for the conclusive sentence. A key part of it comes down to the C word, culture. So that was the wit and brilliance of Vivek Ramaswamy. What incredible wisdom. Oh man, it's
What
just...
does that even mean? Exactly. Like, what is he going to do?
It don't mean shit. Ramaswamy's post immediately drew controversy and dominated political discourse on X during a time when, hopefully, most Americans celebrated Christmas with their loved ones. The post attracted backlash from Trump cultists who are strongly opposed to immigration of any sort, forcing nigger Ramaswamy to clarify his position. The former South Carolina governess, Nikki Haley, who, like Ramaswamy, was born to Indian immigrants and who served as Trump's own former ambassadress to the United Nations before running as a former Republican presidential candidate, became a prominent voice against the tech billionaires who defended the immigration program, quoting Ramaswamy's post and emphasizing her disagreement. In her response on X, she wrote that there is nothing wrong with American workers or American culture. All you have to do is look at the border and see how many want what we have. We should be investing and prioritizing in Americans, not foreign workers. And in a follow-up, Haley wrote, what is lazy is for the tech industry to automatically go to foreign workers for their needs. If the tech industry needs workers, invest in our education system. Invest in our American workforce. We must invest in Americans first before looking elsewhere. Now, Haley was joined in opposing the visa program by far-right accounts online. Laura Loomer, who's an anti-Islam activist and who regularly spreads conspiracy theories, but is also
What does that
known...
even mean, anti-Islam
Yeah,
activist?
an Islamophobe. She's an Islam.
How is that an activist? You're not activist.
It's... I guess you could call a terrorist an activist too. I mean, it's like...
Yeah, exactly. That's what it's saying, basically.
Yeah. She's also known for her unwavering...
That's some activity, all right, you know.
There you go. Yeah. Is Islamophobia.
Annihilating the entire race of people, yes.
Yeah, yes, or at least vilifying them until they're annihilated by someone else. Yeah. She's also known for her unwavering support of Trump, and she led the online charge with posts viewed millions of times. So earlier in the week, Loomer criticized Trump's choice of Sri Ram Krishnan, an India-born entrepreneur, as this White House senior advisor on artificial intelligence. And Loomer wrote that Krishnan was a career leftist who is in direct opposition to Trump's America First agenda. and cheered on by far-right X accounts. She also called Indian immigrants invaders and directed racist tropes at Krishnan. Loomer then exposed Musk, who owns X, of censorship for evidently restricting replies to her posts on the network and removing her from a paid premium program. Echoing criticisms of Trump about the influence of X-Boss, she wrote, President Musk is starting to look real. Free speech is an illusion. So after being pilloried online by anti-immigration Trump cultists, Kundog Ramaswamy returned to X to post that he believed the H-1B system is badly broken and should be replaced. I mean, oh my fucking God.
Can't disagree with him there.
There you go. I mean, first off, articulate to people, we're not producing engineers. Okay, so we do have to ask the question, why is America not producing engineers? But is it what Vivek Ramaswamy is saying? It's like, obviously, all he's doing is preaching with this attitude where he's like, he's just lording it over you. Anyone who's an American, he's looking down his nose at you and just saying, you know, I work hard, I'm a Puritan. It's a puritanical attitude that he's taking. And
yeah, a lot of them are like that.
Yes, this righteous, like, and yet you've seen them. They can be the most petty people on earth, Asian Indians. It's like, honestly.
Yeah, definitely.
So
that's a culture thing that's completely backwards and stuff.
Thank you.
So there are a lot of elements of the culture that are difficult.
Yes, they lecture you while
toxic parenting, like super ruthless parenting and stuff like that.
Yes. Well, then if you say
it's like, you know, like East Asia and India, like the love language is like food. They don't actually tell each other they love them and shit.
Yeah.
It's like they beat each other up and then you make them like food or something at the end.
Yeah.
Like, doesn't sound healthy.
Thank you. It's like then if you ask them, can I borrow a pen? They'll say $3.
Yeah. Does that happen? That's crazy.
No, I'm talking about Asian Indians. I've seen that they do to each other and shit.
Definitely. Yeah, definitely.
Oh, but despite the fact that he backpedaled, Ramaswamy's perceived view of skilled worker visas was backed by Elon Musk, the techno multi-billionaire selected to co-direct Trump's proposed Department of Government Efficiency. In response to the backlash, Musk doubled down on Friday into the weekend and called for removing contemptible fools from the Republican Party who oppose his own immigration agenda. Musk tweeted, yeah.
It makes you wonder why don't they let in more people that are educated? What's the problem with that? You know, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, you wonder why they put caps
all
on.
these rules seem strange. Like, like the whole passport system and visa. Like, doesn't anyone ever question that? Like, it's terrible. They're just like lines on a map, and then you have to go through this stuff. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean,
if there's no freedom. Like, being a human, you should be able to travel. You know, just wherever.
Are you saying that in like a sense?
Being serious.
that human beings should be able to go anywhere in the world? I mean, is that?
Yeah, pretty much.
You mean as a kind of like an ideal? I mean,
exactly.
You don't want to go to Congo. You don't want to go to North Korea.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like,
yeah. Well, at this point, I get why it's a necessity, but I'm saying like you said, ideal.
Yeah.
A proper way is not to have all these like lines and strange things happening.
Do you remember the case, or did you ever hear of the case? There was this one poor son of a bitch, very naive individual, whose simple desire was, and this represents a kind of monofocal fixation that there's like, I knew of this one idiot who seemed to reflect other idiots that I personally knew, but I heard about him, where he wanted to learn to say hello in every language. And it was like, well, that's just fucking stupid, because It's like you say hello in someone's language. Say you say it with a perfect accent and inflection. Hello in their language. And it's in such a way they're like, oh, you know, the glow comes into their face, the light in their eyes. Like, oh, you speak my language. Then they come in with their language and start talking to you, you know, fast and furious, and you have no follow-up. It's like, yeah, what's the point? It's just stupid. But anyhow, this guy was like that. This other case.
That's some low IQ kind of.
Thank you. No, the guy was mildly retarded. The guy was. Thank you. There was that element to him, and there was this. But there was this one naive individual who wanted to get his passport stamped by every country, every nation on Earth. And so
the Brits straight up told me they wouldn't stamp it.
Interesting. Why?
I was like, can I get a stamp? Because it's all electronic now. You just scan it in. I don't think they do that. It's not like that anymore.
Wow. Well, this was a long time ago. This was like in the 50s. Yeah. But this poor dope then decides he's going to enter the Soviet Union to get his stamp. So he walked into the Soviet Union, just walked in, you know, from Finland or something. And, of course, the border guards took him, beat the shit out of him. Then they brought him in for a big trial, you know, and no matter how much they interrogated him and he's saying, look, I just wanted my passport stamped. And, of course, they couldn't believe that story. So they said, you're a spy. Because he wouldn't break, because he had nothing to break, you know, because he's just a dumb fuck who wanted his passport stamped. There's nothing to break. They just executed him. Then they publicly held this enormous trial and said, this is a Yankee spy we've captured. You know, he's trying to say he wants his passport stamped. That just shows how much of an international spy he is, because he's got all these other, nearly 100 stamps on his passport. That just proves he's an international spy. So then they executed him. And, you know,
what's that saying? If you look for a nail, you'll find it.
Yeah. Oh, of course. The American government did everything they could to advocate for him. They had their diplomats speak for him, say, look, the man's an idiot. But it didn't do any good. The Soviets executed him. And publicly, no less.
Kind of reminds me of that one kid that went to North Korea and like ripped a poster off the wall or something. As if they weren't watching him in the hotel.
Yeah. It's like there you go. It's that level. I mean, I can let me see. I showed this to Aristides just the other day. Here we are. Let me show it to you as well. So if we just call this up here on screen. Let me show you what I'm going to, here, guys, scroll down to the right maps, and here we are, sharing, and if you can see the cursor move, there we go. This is what I showed Aristides and T-Tank Berry just the other day. This is where missionaries go to die. This is called the 1040 window because it's between 10 degrees north latitude and 40 degrees north latitude. And within this window is the majority of the world's population. Green Muslim, yellow Hindu, red communist, orange Buddhist. And at any rate, it's when you take a look at the dynamics of this, 1040 window, basically if we make this a little larger here, 57 countries that have at least 50% of the land area, between 10 degrees north latitude and 40 degrees north latitude, 3.6 billion people, or 60% of the world's population, reside in this window, over half the world's population. And this is where missionaries go to die. They go in here and they preach to, if you're caught with a Bible in any of these green Muslim nations, in the vast majority of them, if you're caught with a Bible, you are executed. Just straight up, they'll slit your fucking throat. And you're lucky if you get that. At least you die quick.
When my grandfather worked in Saudi Arabia, they would have to like put all their like crosses in like a safety deposit box, and they would have to like hide their religion, or it would be trouble.
Thank you. And in India, there was this missionary family, and they smuggled in hamburgers that they were eaten in their car, or they somehow managed to find someone who sold them. And anyhow, they were eating hamburgers in their car, and the Asian Indians surrounded them and burnt them alive inside their car. Yeah, it's because they were eating hamburgers. You know, the Asian Indians.
Well, that happens in the northern part of India,
Okay.
where there's like clashes with Muslims. They'll be like walking through the town with like a beef, like a steak.
Okay.
You know, like they were gonna go home and cook it, and then they would go into the Hindu part of town by mistake, and people would just beat them up, kill them.
Yeah. Well, there you go. I mean,
Yeah, because there's like that thin of a line between the Muslim town and the Hindu side of the town.
yeah, and there are those truly lost, crazy missionaries who get it in their head to go to North Korea, get arrested, and try to convert people in the camps. And it's like, because they'll arrest you with a Bible. Yeah, it's like, and in Japan, of course, everyone just ignores you. In Japan, if missionaries go to Japan and people just ignore them like they're lunatics. You know, it's
Yeah.
and Christianity does. Anyone who thinks Japan is westernized, you know, just try and talk to Japanese people about Christianity. They'll just look at you like you're out of your fucking mind. It's so.
Yeah, they're definitely not. They're definitely not Christian. We know that.
No.
That's why they let all that stuff into the anime that Christians freak out and say it's demonic.
That's
you know?
right. That's right. Well,
Because
beyond
they're not scared to draw that shit.
yeah. And if you had gone there in the past when the shoguns were running the show, back when the shoguns were running the show,
Yeah, it was forbidden.
oh yeah, they would have crucified you. They would say, "Crucify them like they're Jesus God," and they would just crucify you if you're a Christian.
Sounds like you channeled your past life to say that.
Yeah, there we are. Thank you. Yes, yes, I did. I did. Yes. There you go with that. And yeah, everybody, we're giving them side panels in education, and that's fine. You get bonuses whenever you're listening to the Douglas Dietrich show. Numbers are good. People enjoy hearing our banter. Yeah. So basically, Musk tweeted in defense of the H-1B visa program as attracting the top. He put a tilde, which is like a quote, or, you know, I guess that's what he might have meant. A tilde, 0.1% of engineering talent. And again, I'll try and do a Musk voice. The top 0.1% of engineering talent, man. Thinking of America as a pro sports team that's been winning for a long time and wants to keep winning. Is the right mental construct, man. Yeah.
Dude's been hitting the K. He's been hitting special K too hard.
Yeah. Oh man. Oh, yeah. Just
the ketamine.
Yeah. I got it. I got it. Yeah. I mean, after all, we were regaled by Mr. Special K himself. Fucking, you know, I forgot his name already. Trampus Nicholson, Elon Musk's younger
the salt shaker. Yeah.
Yeah, the salt shaker full of ketamine. Yeah, that's what Musk has got. You know it, that motherfucker. Yeah. Oh yeah. Explain to people how ketamine's not really a psychedelic. You know, it's a dissociative, but he probably pops it till he's psychedelic, till he's got the psychedelics.
Oh, definitely.
Tell people about this.
Yeah, so all these studies that people are referencing that it helps depression, we're talking like microdose. We're talking like, it's like having a tea of ketamine, you know, ketamine tea, like 1 milligram or something. I don't know the dosage. I can look it up. But these people are not taking that. They're just getting, he has enough money just to get like infinite prescriptions and just probably snorts it all day. Or just get the straight up bag, apparently. This is why they like the Indians, because I think 90% of it's made in India. So there's a ketamine connection there. That's actually funny.
Yeah, there you go.
So here, I'll find the article.
No wonder he's trying to bring so many Asian Indians over. That way he can have a better, you know.
So they can produce it here. Yeah,
thank you. Crowdsourcing. He's crowdsourcing. Yeah. Motherfucker. And, anyhow. So the spat.
Yeah, it says Hindustan Times 25 crore ketamine was made at Goa factory every month.
Oh, man.
So 25 crore is like 25 million kilos.
Oh, man.
Or something, or pounds, or who knows what.
Yeah.
I'll send you the article. You can read it.
Oh, well, you remember what I said back in the days of the opium trade. They were producing...
And they call it a date rape drug, which is ironic.
Yeah. And how is that ironic? Because it's like...
so many directions. I'm just saying, it's like
You know.
But what was the date rape drug?
Our man wants to know. Our man.
Yeah, wait, I'm taking
Maybe we
notes. I'm
shouldn't
taking
tell
notes
you.
over
Maybe we
here.
shouldn't
I'm
tell
taking
you.
notes.
Ketamine.
Oh,
Which-
no, man.
Ketamine.
Really, which ketamine?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, thank
Why do you need a note
Ketamine.
for that? Why does date rape have to have a
He's
note?
kidding. He's kidding. He's kidding.
Yeah.
I've never done it.
Date rape or
Sounds
the
like you're
ketamine?
going to use it against
No,
me.
ketamine. Either one. I've never done either one.
Yeah. I'm telling you to try it, but maybe you should try it first before you put someone through that.
Oh
Okay.
my god. Oh.
I should. You're right. Right. Before I should. Before
Yeah,
I,
100 kilograms. There you go.
Yeah.
So this is just, it's made all over India. So there's your connection there.
Oh man. And fuck, well, Trampus Nicholson should move there. And but anyhow, so I just have to think about how Trampus Nicholson talks to try and get Elon Musk down. And of course, Trampus Nicholson, he wasn't so much talking as you were hearing squishing sounds as he was riding up and down on his Cthulhu dildo and shit. But
That's sick. How did you find these people?
yeah, they find me. They find me. They're signed. They're signed. You know that. Fucking tell them. Tell them. We see like
that was pretty crazy. That was like he was gonna stalk us and shit.
yeah.
He
Oh
probably
yeah.
is.
Oh yeah.
He would
And,
be like, I'm sitting in Haight-Ashbury waiting for Doug to walk by. He literally texts me this shit.
oh god, that
Crazy
is
motherfucker.
so fucking. Why on earth would he think I'd even be there in Haight-Ashbury? What would I want to do with that horror? It's got some neat boutiques, but still.
Yeah, it's not worth it.
It's by the way,
'Cause he was like reliving the like implanted memories that
it's true. It's true.
they gave him some memories that he was alive in the 60s or something, so he's trying to relive that.
No, it's true. It is true. He was out of his mind. He was like hanging out at like Amoeba Records after it was like
Yeah,
boarded
that's
up
what it
and
was,
shut
yeah.
down. And he's like, hanging out in front of Amoeba Records trying to like get a whiff of back in the glory days. Back when it was like,
Yeah, I hate to tell him it ain't work,
yeah, thank you.
Don't try that.
Thank you. He's trying to travel back in time by, power of place and shit. Like,
Yeah, this isn't incense and peppermints, This is like,
yes.
you're gonna get that.
Oh my god. And what was the
I
other...
once thought like that,
What was that?
I said I once thought like that, but yeah, like
Oh, thank God you got over
it'd
it.
be cool to go, it'd be cool to go somewhere. I
Anywhere
believe
but
the
here.
myth,
Yeah.
The myth of the 60s. No, I'm saying I believe the myth of the 60s where they were all happy and just chilling.
Oh, thank God you got over
Everything
that.
was cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank God you got over that. It was never like that. No, it was never like that. It was always.
Then why did they make the propaganda of like, the 60s, groove and swinging 60s?
It was I guess you could kind of get into that groove if you were in with, the hippies to an extent, but it's like yeah.
Maybe it's just like that was the most fun time for boomers. Now that's why they
Yeah,
think of it as like the highlight.
yeah, well, they've romanticized it. They've romanticized it, really. It was like
Sounds terrible on paper, to be honest.
well, if you want to see
Bunch
the
of runaways,
oh yeah,
running away from
yeah.
home
If you
and
want to see
stuff.
the horror of it, it's just of all things, the Billy Jack films. The original title was The Born Losers, but it really was just a bunch of motorcycle gangs running around gang raping.
Yeah, Easy Rider and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like that, and it's just a because I was born in the 60s.
Yeah, he was trying to go to the glory days. That's by sitting in front of that shit. But like we were saying, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, thank you, because it didn't really
And
exist.
these people are insane.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, he was never there, of course.
Yeah, and
He
by
was
the
too
way,
young for that.
so when Brendan and I were speaking the other day, this is for the benefit of our listeners, we were noticing that, let me give an example here as a segue. When who was the man who killed George Floyd? What was his name? Man who killed...
Chauvin.
Derek Chauvin.
Chauvin. Yes, Chauvin. Derek? Was it Derek? Derek Chauvin?
Yeah, I think it was Derek. Yeah.
Yeah, so Derek Chauvin, when he sat up on George Floyd's neck, on his knees, crushing the life out of him, literally crushing the life out of him. I tried at the estates to, because the Blood Boys were asking, like, how could this happen in law enforcement? Now, having been a law enforcement officer, despite whatever Peter Moon says, yeah, or Vinnie Barbaric, his true name, always call the demon by the true name. Not that he's, we shouldn't give him credit as a demon, but he's a wannabe. But at any rate, when they said, how could this be possible? It's like, how could a person do it? I tried emulating the kneeling position. I got into the kneeling position on one of our CPR practice mannequins that they used for first aid training. And so when I'm leaning down on its neck for the amount of time that Derek Chauvin was on top of George Floyd, my knees began to hurt. My legs were cramped from sitting in that position for the amount of time that he was recorded on cell phone cam by that little girl. We know the exact amount of time he was on George Floyd because she recorded every second of it. So when I tried emulating that on the practice dummy, I actually had to have the Blood Boys help me back up. My knees got, cramped, in that position for what must have been 6 minutes at least. And it felt like an eternity. It's not a natural position to be in. It's like he must have been so overcome with bloodlust. He must have been just so...
The adrenaline.
Yeah, something just, altered in him. He might have been altered. He might have been on drugs. Derek Chauvin, not George Floyd. Because he had that look to him. If you look at him...
Everyone is.
Yeah. But this is the point that I'm making, is that it's not something a person would naturally do. Some kind of bizarre dynamic was going on there. This is when Brendan ẒOGHET and I were talking about Ian West, and we noticed that he was always walking with his cell phone at crotch level so that we would be looking up at him from his crotch. Like, it's almost like we're giving him a blowjob in motion or some shit like that. So Brendan said that must be his MK Ultra programming. And I pointed out, you know who else did that? And he said, who? I said, Daniel Arola did that. And, you never think about it because these idiots just do it. And you might make a joke about it. Like, okay, could you lift your cell phone up closer to your face instead of your crotch? Because are you a ventriloquist? And your dick is your ventriloquist dummy? Are you like throwing your voice down there through your zipper? What the fuck? But I realize now, whether it's MK Ultra programming or not, they have the same behavior pattern that is not normal. If I were to walk around with a cell phone, I would not in a million years, just for the sake of expediency of the audio, hold it by my crotch. I would always naturally have the cell phone up by my mouth because of the audio situation. Because, no one's going to hear you when you have it near your crotch. So it's like not a natural thing to do. These guys were like doing something that was psychiatrically revealing of some sort of pathology where they're trying to make you look up at them from crotch level as if you're giving them a blowjob, and they do this while they're walking because somehow help me out here, guys. What is the pathology here? It's like, for one thing, it's a superiority complex. They're standing over you. Yeah, this way you're looking up their nostrils as if they're 100 feet tall. So, yeah.
That's part of it.
Yeah.
And they have zero idea of, photography ability or camera abilities.
Oh, of course.
There's, no consciousness about, no empathy to understand the audience. I don't know how else to put it.
There's that.
Crazy.
There's that. But there has to be some cognizance or realization that it's impractical, that no one can hear you when you're doing that. And not only that,
no one... them too much credit, these people.
Yeah, there's that. But then again, you notice how both of them think that they're worth looking at. It's like, rather than having the camera turned towards the scenery, where if they're going to walk around, at least give us the nauseating Blair Witch project effect, where you're moving the shaky
Right.
cam. Found footage, at least give us the found footage effect where you're at least giving us some scenery. Instead, they focus it solely on themselves as if they're the most beautiful thing in the world, and all you'd ever want to look at is them when all you
And
see...
that sick bastard would like lay down on the bed and he was eating shrimp or whatever the fuck, a bagel or something.
Everything!
That was disgusting.
You name it, he was shoving it down the ever-gaping maw of his pie hole. The ever-gaping maw.
Like we watched him eat like 40 shrimp or something. It was like 20 or 30. It was crazy.
Yeah.
And then he said, "Oh, this is a rib." And then he ate like a rack of ribs. And I was like, "Oh, you just started?" And he's like, "No, I'm ready to go now."
Yeah.
So he'd been doing that for like hours.
And then when he went home, he was eating a bagel with cream cheese.
Yeah.
When he went home.
That's
Oh, that reminds me. Let me see now if I can find this. Here
and like laying on the bed as if we wanted to see that. It was fucking sick, man. I had to turn it off.
Yeah. He thought he was the sexiest thing in the world, lying on bed as if he were Caligula eating grapes. Just like
Sick.
this was
That's sick.
like this was something to be sculpted. It just outrageously delusional. And that idiot, Daniel Rolla was the same way. It's amazing how these people still pop up on my feed.
Yeah.
Now, let me see. I should find it in a moment. It's in the T section. And so TH, I should be able to find it here. Then I'll turn on the screen share. Let me see now. Come on, people. Help me out here, TH. I know I put it in this file, or I should have put it in this file. Oh, did I miss it? I'm looking for this thing that I want you to help me get. This thing that they, that's it. Trader Joe's. Here we are. Let me look it up. Trader Joe's.
From Trader Joe's.
Okay, you'll see in a second. Outlawed in Korea. Here we go. There we go. Let's see now. Images. Okay, there we are. Okay, here we are. This shit. So I'm sharing screen. Start sharing. Okay, can you see the cursor? Okay. And here we are. This. If you're caught with this in Korea, they arrest you.
What was their reason?
Yeah, it's loaded with opium poppy seeds.
Oh, it's the poppy seeds. Yeah, these people are insane. The Koreans are crazy.
Yeah.
They're so anti-drug that it's like, how is that? You might as well let them do drugs, because like, how is getting freaking plastic surgery when you're 12? Any different? And they have to use drugs for that to make that work. So they're so hypocritical. Crazy. America really did a number on that place, man.
Yes, they did. They did. But at any rate, oh man, get me a bunch of this shit. Yeah, that's this stuff sounds like the shit.
It's nothing. You can't do anything with it.
Can't get high on eating this shit.
No,
the Koreans arrest you for it. Jesus Christ,
it's insane. That's insane. That just shows how crazy they are. Like, you can't grow anything from it. They've already toasted the seeds, so I don't get the point. I mean, it's crazy.
It looks delicious.
It is, yeah. They're like most popular. Like every white girl has it.
Okay, cool. Cool.
Which they're not against. I'm just saying that's like that's what it.
But you're saying, but it doesn't give you the high factor because,
no.
But when my son's husband was eating these German cakes in Germany and they had poppy seeds, he got high.
Yeah, because that's like a paste. They like take a whole bunch of seeds. The Russians have it too.
Yeah,
it's a different type of sweet.
Okay, tell Brooke to jump on the fucking call. Brooke, jump on the fucking call. She's in the chat. And so
should we try and contact her?
Hey, yeah, call her. And so
she's not online. It's not gonna work.
Yeah. Okay. But anyhow, let me see. Jump on.
She needs to get some poppy seeds.
Yeah, no shit. She needs them. Better than that Adderall.
And you can just,
meth.
I mean, they're not illegal. You can get the seeds, and sometimes they come that are like some of the ones that have like unfiltered or unwashed seeds.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, you can get high off of it, but it's like, why would you want to do
that? Why not?
It's just like a waste of poppy seeds. You just eat it like it's a food or something. You'll feel fine. Yeah, you'll feel good. But...
Yeah, there you go. So
you can grow them. I mean, there's nothing against growing them.
And I mean, how? They grow in pots?
You just plant the seeds and they come out when you grow them.
No need to be smart ass. What about one of those, like, if you're indoors in an urban environment?
I'm like, literally, that's the step.
Well, I mean, I believe you, of course, but
I'm saying that's how easy it is. They're just very, they're very strong plants.
Okay, good stuff. Good to know. Well, we know Brooke is alive, thank God, and we certainly need you to stay that way, honey. And we need to work with you in the future. At any rate, when it came to the spat over the hard-to-get H-1B visas used by Bay Area tech giants to bring foreign workers to these United States, it exposes a crack in the allyship between Musk's right-wing tech community and the wing of Donald Trump's Republican Party most devoted to curbing immigration. On one side, Musk argues for bringing in top engineers from overseas. His critics, on the other, say that America has enough workers and an obligation to hire locally. Now, yesterday's reporting betrays that Donald Trump has sided with his appointee, Elon Musk, over MAGA influencers, including Laura Loomer, and Loomer is among those who have picked a fight with Musk over the certain immigration visas, which he says are necessary for him and other executives to conduct their regular business. The far-right Trump supporters argued that big businesses should instead rely upon talented workers from these United States. Albeit, as Brendan, ЗОGHET, and I agree, well, the problem is we're not producing them. That's the problem when it comes to highly skilled technical people. Most Americans just drop out from these incredibly difficult engineering courses. But if you can stick with it, I mean, it's a high-paying job. But during the 2024 presidential election, plenty of prominent conservatives, from former Vice President Dick Cheney to the former RNC, the Republican National Committee, Chairman Michael Steele, to the ex-Senator Jeff Flake, the Republican from Arizona, were openly critical of Donald Trump and endorsed the Democratic nominee, Kamala Harris. The former representative, Adam Kinzinger, the Republican from Illinois, was among the speakers at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago, and Dick Cheney's daughter, the ex-representativess Liz Cheney, the Republican from Wyoming, campaigned for her. But full-fledged never-Trumpers have long since ceased to be the power brokers in the Republican Party. They aren't being hired by the RNC. And most right-wing media outlets now shun them completely. Much of the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency rallied around Trump during the 2024 era, the race, but that doesn't mean that there is no rivalry within the MAGA movement itself. There were 12 articles published by the Daily Beast on December 27th focusing on infighting among pro-Trump Republicans. Nico Hines describes MAGA stalwarts who are lashing out at pro-Trump tech bros. And in a separate article, Gianna Brancolini reports that infighting among House Republicans could get in the way of Trump's Electoral College certification on January 6th. So Hines explains, the logic-twisting alliance between Silicon Valley's new oligarchs and the homespun patriotism at the heart of the Republican grassroots movement is shattering before our very eyes. MAGA stalwarts like Laura Loomer and Matt Gaetz are already turning their fire on the tech bros who helped bankroll Donald Trump's comeback bid for the White House before he is even sworn in as president for a second time. It was always going to end in tears, but few observers predicted that an all-out MAGA civil war would erupt before we even reached the new year. Now, Loomer has been lashing out at the Tesla / SpaceX CEO, Elon Musk, himself a major Trump donor in 2024, on his own X platform, formerly Twitter, and the former Representative Gaetz, the Republican from Florida, has implied that Musk now has too much influence on the MAGA movement. So Hines quotes Gaetz as saying, "We welcomed the tech bros when they came running our way to avoid the third grade teacher picking their kid's gender and the obvious Biden / Harris economic decline. We did not ask them to engineer an immigration policy." By the way, analyze what I've just read there. That sentence. Troy Bellamy says, "Happy holidays to all my people in the Dietrich verse." Welcome aboard, Troy. Don't be afraid to join the call and interject. And we see now another link of a ketamine drought. Oh my God. Why is there a ketamine drought? Ketamine prices have soared from 15 pounds per gram to 40 pounds per gram. Yes, tragedy there. Oh my God. And here we are. Ketamine was made to go. Guide to
I doubt that'll be included in the trade war. Import tax on ketamine.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that they aren't gonna figure that one into the budget of tariffs. Tariffs. Yeah.
Yeah, no tariff against ketamine.
Yeah. UK has been ranked one of the world's best countries to live. Has it really? That's incredible. Wow. So you're right. It really is over. It really is better over there. I'm impressed.
Yeah, it really is.
I thought you were just just because America's so bad, almost any place would look better. but it really is. That's incredible. And
yeah, I'm surprised they let it out like that.
Yeah.
But it didn't make the top spot. I forget where it was that made the top spot.
Probably some.
I'll check in a second.
Probably some Nordic country. To show how everybody's so racist, even the Arabs. Remember they were building all those islands in the shape of a map of the world out there in Dubai?
Yes.
And their highest priced areas were based on their racial conception of superiority for quality of life. And so they're like, next to best housing was in Central Europe, Germany, but their absolute elite housing, which was for the, super multi-billionaires, was on the island shaped like Scandinavia. And it just goes to show they think, in Dubai, they think the highest standard of living in the world is the Nordic countries. Yeah, but then again, when you take a look at their prisons, I can see why.
That was Denmark, Sweden, and Switzerland were the top three.
Yeah, there you go. See?
Good luck getting in there, though.
Yeah. Commit a crime. Cross the border and start, taking a bite out of some maiden lady's ass and wind up in prison. And you'll be sad.
We'll deport your ass first.
No, what?
You gotta, get rid of your papers or something. There's other steps.
Oh, my God. Oh, so good advice from Brendan ̔OGHET. That's remember how Brooke was shitting and pissing all over what was the guy's name again? John Miranda when he was arrested in Sweden, and he said, "I was in jail. They flushed the toilet. They had the toilet on automatic flush." And she was like, "Wow, there's people getting waterboarded out there, Sonny, and you're complaining about a flushing toilet." Oh man, she really cut him down. Jane Creek says, "Hey everyone," and Victoria says, "Hugs, kisses." Mwah.
It's Denmark and Sweden are the top two.
There you go. There you go. Scandinavian countries, of course. Yes, quality of life. So let me give kisses in a row to all the ladies involved. Oh, okay. I'll try to at least finish, analyzing, dissecting, doing a forensics analysis on the on this entire H-1B visa situation. But let me give the ladies their due. And okay, kisses in order.
I think the question we should ask is, why do the Indians want to come here? It's like,
Thank you.
they
Yeah.
have other options.
Well, you should like start a campaign to tell them you don't want to go to America. It's
Yeah, are you guys crazy?
yes, thank you. Yeah, what the hell is wrong with you? Why would you want to come here? And are they the kind of people who have fantasies about white women? They all wind up marrying other Asian Indians, don't they?
Yeah, they all have to marry. Yeah, exactly. That I've seen.
Oh, yeah.
They look at me like I'm a space alien when I go to the restaurants.
Oh, yeah, for some reason, B doesn't come up when I do the letter thing. You do the @ symbol, and then usually you just type the first two letters, and then the rest of the name comes up. But Brooks B doesn't do that. And maybe she doesn't have enough letters.
What are you trying to do? Contact her?
Just giving them all kisses in the chat, in order of appearance. Here we are. And Victoria says, "Love you guys." Make sure to respond back to her in the chat. Aristides, Brendan, both of you take a hint with that. Respond back to Victoria. Let her know you love her back.
Yes.
And yes, Victoria.
Yes. My phone's dying, so I'll speak with you soon.
Oh my God.
Good session.
You can't plug it in?
I can try. But yeah, right now I probably can't, but soon I can.
Okay. Well, if you feel like it, feel free to join us anytime. And tonight, as well as any other night, of course. And so say good evening to everyone in case you don't jump back on tonight. And we'll take it from there.
Yes, good evening and enjoy the rest of the evening.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you heard, the 2 lottery winners were like pretty close to us.
Oh God.
There's the $1 billion winner was in Shasta. So apparently those crystals really do work. You can manifest like $1 billion.
Oh yeah,
That's the joke.
Yeah. The joke is you have to spend $1 billion to get the fucking crystals, in an array like Andrew Bartzi's has, and so.
Well, it got the guy $1 billion. Whoever won.
Yeah.
Did you get what I'm saying? Like
I get it. I get
the
it.
Mega Millions. It was like up to $1 billion, and then
Oh God.
it somehow hit near Shasta, and I was like, the crystals must work. That guy was manifesting.
Yeah, I get it. It's but of course,
It's cheesy, but it's funny.
Yeah, it takes money to get those crystals. Remember that idiot Daniel Arola had the sugar mama who was buying all these expensive ass crystals for him so he could play with them like Lego blocks, and he would put them into the shape of penises and vaginas and shit, just because he's so fucking brilliant. His mind just, works in such deep quantum levels that that's all he could produce. Stupid piece of shit. Just what a loser.
And he was showing it to us like it was something cool or something.
Yeah, constantly. Just like we didn't get it the first time we saw it. It's like just how stupid these people are. And that idiot Peter Moon with his bullshit. I can save you by breathing. I mean, look at him. He's had strokes. Multiple strokes in a row. And how
He's still saying crazy shit like
Yeah.
that.
I mean, who would take advice from? Look at him. It didn't do him any good. It's like gotten him sick. He's sick. He's dying. He's like, but no, he says he can make you live forever. You just breathe.
He's like, he's in the twilight breathing, just trying to get back at you. It's like,
yes, that's right.
He's like in this race state.
Yes. By the way, he is conducting all kinds.
He floats back in.
Yeah.
To post that thing on Facebook as if we're watching, as if we care.
Yes.
breathing is real. It's like, okay, I get it.
We all know how to breathe, Pete. We
Yeah.
all know how to breathe. You know, we don't need to learn from you because, believe it or not, we grew up breathing. We do it in our
And it's
sleep.
funny, he's like sending this stuff, and it's always a white guy teaching it. It's never
Yeah.
like a Chinese master or someone, or like some translation from Chinese,
Yeah.
from Mandarin.
No, of course not. No, of course not. It's always some weird white guy who looks like they're bordering on homelessness. That,
Their complexion is bad.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's like they look like they're dying and shit. You know, I learned how to breathe on a respirator and shit. It's
Super burnt.
yeah. Okay. So, okay. Well, we love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. And maybe we'll all be a bit more energetic by the time you drop back, which could be tonight, and could be Wednesday, which will be here before we know it.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Yes. Okay. All right. Hugs.
All right, good evening.
Okay. Meanwhile, the other journalist that I was referencing, Brancolini, reported that Trump's inauguration could be delayed if House Republicans can't settle on a speaker in a hurry after a new Congress is seated on January 3rd. House Speaker Mike Johnson, the representative from Louisiana, is hoping to remain in that position in 2025, but it remains to be seen whether or not he will have enough votes from fellow Republicans. Now, pointing out that Republicans are so divided that some members of their party fear they might not choose a speaker in time to count and certify the presidential election results during a joint Senate/House session on January 6th, Brancolini reported, and here I quotist they at length and verbatim, the MAGAverse could be on the brink of exploding into an all-encompassing constitutional crisis with Donald Trump's own inauguration as possible collateral. The incoming Congress is scheduled to start on January 3rd, but following a bruising pre-Christmas battle to keep the government open, Republican lawmakers, including President-elect Trump, have turned on House Speaker Mike Johnson, Republican from Louisiana, without a speaker. The House of Representatives could become paralyzed and be unable to certify Trump's re-election victory, plunging the Capitol and the country into utter chaos. Lawmakers don't need to finish the certification on that same day, but the process has to wrap up by noon on January 20th, when the Constitution says the outgoing president's term ends. So, what does that bring to my mind? Basically, the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent rift has taken over the news cycle for days, but according to reports over the weekend, Trump finally delivered his perspective. John Levine, a political reporter at the New York Post, who has investigated Hunter Biden and worked on both the 2020 and 2024 presidential elections, said he spoke to Trump about the visas for skilled workers in a phone call. So here's what to know. On Friday night into the weekend, Stephen Mackey, an ex-user interested in politics with less than 12,000 followers, went viral for a post responding to a video of Musk, talking about the operations of his company, SpaceX, in which Musk said, possibly the most common error of a smart engineer is to optimize a thing that shouldn't exist, man. Stop trying to optimize something that shouldn't exist, man. And so, pretending to be the voice of Musk in response to the video, Mackey wrote, let's optimize H1B. That post has received 1.5 million views as of yesterday morning. Now, on Friday night, Musk replied to Mackey's post via X. The reason I'm in America...
Like, have they actually told...
Yeah, go on.
Like, have they actually given any reasons? Like, or I mean, logic to it? Like, how they would do it? It's like, they say it, but they never give, like, steps or anything. What they would actually do.
To what? Replace the H1B or what?
Yeah, they'll say, like, replace it, but they won't actually say an alternative or some better idea.
Well,
or better plan.
Their dumb idea is that hire Americans, but, you know, well, we don't have...
How is that a plan? No one's doing like STEM fields.
Thank you.
Hardly.
Thank you. Thank you.
And the irony about it is it would just be like the children of immigrants anyways.
Yeah,
so it's like those are the people taking the STEM fields.
Yes.
Nothing against it. That's just how it is. You know?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, the overwhelming majority of STEM, for those of you who don't know, that's an acronym for science, technology, engineering, and math. It's all immigrants. It's all immigrants for all intents and purposes. There may be a few, white guys in there. There may be
engineering for sure.
Thank you. There may be, if there's any whites, at this point in history, there actually may be more females than there are males, since women generally are better educated these days than men are. Men usually give up on education these days. So, but as for the overwhelming majority, they're foreigners. And, of course, they're overwhelmingly male because they come from patriarchal societies. Rape cultures like India and Pakistan. At any rate. This is what Musk wrote to Mackey in return. The reason I'm in America, along with so many critical people who built SpaceX, Tesla, and hundreds of other companies that made America strong, is because of H1B. Take a big step back and fuck yourself in the face. I will go to war on this issue with the likes of which you cannot possibly comprehend, man.
Did he really say that?
Yeah. Yeah, he really said that.
Holy shit.
With fuck yourself in the uppercase. So that's why I shouted it. So the Techno Tycoon's post, meanwhile, has received 5.8 million views as of...
These people are unhinged.
Yeah,
unhinged.
to say the least.
Okay.
Yes. To say that... I mean, he owns the platform. Like, so what? Does that mean, like, oh, I own a restaurant. I can strip naked and dance on the tables because I own the restaurant. It's like, anyhow, like I said, Mackey, by the way, quickly replied to Musk, writing, in part, I'm not going to read the whole thing, I personally am fine with reforming H1B, and as I've stated multiple times today, I am incredibly grateful you and many others are in the country because of H1B. I mean, I don't know whether he's sucking ass or whether he's being sarcastic. You can't tell in text. So, all I can say is text is limited. Musk later clarified that his statement was addressing the hateful, unrepentant racists. The hypocrisy.
Yeah, I'm sure his South Africanness would disagree.
Thank you. He considers these people a threat to the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency's future. At the same time, X has taken to suspending and demonetizing a number of far-right accounts that participated in the immigration discourse, causing some MAGA advocates to expose Musk for censorship. Imagine that. All the white supremacists whose back he was riding on, who hailed him as a messiah, he's now censoring them, banning them, blocking them, demonetizing them because they disagree with his stance on bringing in a bunch of yellow niggers so that he can pour all the everything but the bagel sauce he wants with all the opium poppies in it.
So they can just make his drugs here.
Yes.
So he doesn't have to ship them in. Is that what the idea is?
Yeah. Yeah. That's
like, has it gotten into this point,
Yeah, well, that way he doesn't need SpaceX to fly. He can fly. He can soar above the
pretty
clouds.
much it. That sounds about right.
Yeah,
He's
above
like
the
teleporting to Mars in his own head. So.
Yeah, dumb fuck, that piece of shit. Anyhow, it's all this drama over the H-1B visa program. Did I interrupt you? Go ahead, say it. Whatever was on your mind. If not, don't worry about it.
No, that was enough.
Okay. Yeah. I mean,
there's a lot going on in this neighborhood right now. I need to get out of here.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm sketchy.
Oh, God.
There's like dogs barking and police lights.
Okay, yeah, by all means, get yourself home. Get yourself to someplace. Jesus Christ. If you're not going home, where are you going?
I told you, the campsite.
Okay, all right. Stay safe. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's looking pretty dodgy out here.
Oh, my God. Okay, do what you got to do. Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Stay safe for whatever you do. Stay alive. Can't afford to lose him.
I'm working on it.
Good.
Yes, all right. Good night.
Thank you. Anyhow, all this drama over the H-1B visa program erupted after the conservative activist Laura Loomer criticized Trump's appointment of this Indian-born coon dog entrepreneur Sriram Krishnan as his senior policy advisor on AI, or artificial intelligence. Again, probably based on that rationalization that, machines speak Sanskrit. Yeah, I speak machine, because I write Sanskrit. Loomer noted that Krishnan's previous support for making it easier for skilled foreigners to work in these United States, which Loomer claimed on X was in direct opposition to the Trump agenda. Meanwhile, noting that Trump actually restricted access to foreign worker visas in his first administration and has been critical of the program in the past, it was reported yesterday that Trump spoke to the New York Post via telephonic interview. So, reading therefrom, President-elect Trump told the Post Saturday he supports immigration visas for highly skilled workers, appearing to side with Elon Musk in the roiling intra-MAGA debate, it says, on the issue. Same article quotes Trump as saying, I gotta do Trump. I've always liked the H-1B visas. I have always been in favor of the visas. That's why we have them. I have many H-1B visas on my properties. I have been a believer in H-1B. I have used it many times. It's a great program. Now, squarely in the anti-Musk camp is agentess provocateur Laura Loomer, who sparked the now viral discourse. The intense exchanges have looped in several figures in tech. The Musk coon dog Vivek Ramaswamy, former South Carolina governess turned UN ambassadress, and Republican presidential candidate Nikki Haley, and more. Before we get into the blow-by-blow of ultra-reactionary infighting, here's some context about the H-1B visas fueling the divide in MAGA world. The erupting civil war in MAGA world over foreign workers has shown a fresh spotlight on a visa scheme that has become the backbone of our country's highly skilled tech industry. The H-1B program lets foreign workers get jobs in these United States, provided they have a bachelor's degree or higher, have some specialized knowledge, and win one of the available spots. Because of the program's cap, a lottery runs each year. In 2024, Amazon had the most new H-1B recipients with 11,481 through September, and Google, Meta, and Apple were all in the top 10 companies by workers approved. They're the people who grade the numbers of who's hiring the most immigrants. Now, contracting firms like Cognizant with a Z and Accenture, both of which Google works with, were also major participants, as were Tesla, Salesforce, NVIDIA, Intel, and Cisco. But critics online posted screenshots of job postings at his companies, Musk's companies, filled by people with H-1B visas, showing salaries of $200,000 or less, much less, and argued these hires did not constitute an elite talent pool at all, but rather a way to hold down the wages of American-born workers. As to why any of this matters, Musk's comments, posted over X on Friday night, came amidst an intense dispute within Trump's MAGA, an acronym for Make America Great Again, coalition over H-1B visas, a highly competitive visa program that allows American companies to employ foreign workers in specialty occupations, and legal immigration more generally. The number of H-1B visas issued is capped at 65,000 per year, plus an additional 20,000 for people with a master's from U.S. institutions. Recent research by Boundless, an immigration consultancy, indicates that around 73% of the H-1B visas are issued to Indian nationals. 73%, with 12% issued to Chinese citizens. They speak of the Chinese ethnically without disambiguating their nationality. In other words, we don't know whether these are communist or Taiwanese. We would presume likely communist, given the benefit of, choose the likeliest. Simply not because the communists are smarter, far from it, but simply because they're more anxious to get the hell out of China, Red China on the Asian mainland, than Taiwanese are to ever leave Taiwan. There's no reason for a Taiwanese to leave Taiwan. There's every reason in the world for a Chinese person to leave communist China. Now, Musk himself, a naturalized South African U.S. citizen, who was himself an illegal immigrant until he literally bribed his way into the purchase of an H-1B visa, and is future co-leader of Trump's DOGE, D-O-G-E, or Department of Government Efficiency, the yellow nigger biotech entrepreneur Vivek Ramaswamy, have voiced support for bringing skilled foreign workers into these United States. The brewing conflict has underscored the schism between one of President-elect Trump's cornerstone pledges, cracking down on immigration, and his Silicon Valley supporters, many of whose businesses depend on attracting foreign workers. Once in office, Trump could struggle to placate both those in business who believe skilled legal migration boosts the American economy, and those of his supporters who think it takes place at the expense of American workers. So he's caught, as they would say in prison, Trump is, between a cuck and a hard case. The technologists believe that increased legal immigration will promote American innovation and economic growth by bringing in elite talent from all around the world. They also advocate for hiring based solely on meritocratic achievements rather than instituting demographic quotas. MAGA skeptics argue that America does not need foreign talent to maintain the world's largest economy, and they think Americans deserve to be prioritized over foreign nationals in the hiring process. They have also pointed to apparent abuse of the H-1B visa system by companies filling entry-level roles with immigrants. The president-elect has not commented on the immigration debate between allied factions of his movement until the New York Post conducted the interview in which they reported that he did. Regardless, Trump has made curtailing illegal immigration central to his political career and promises to launch mass deportations when he returns to power next month. Indeed, Trump has promised that mass deportations of undocumented immigrants will start immediately after he takes office. On legal immigration, Trump's position is much less well-defined. Earlier this year, he floated handing out green cards to all foreign graduates of American colleges and universities. Trump has also expressed openness to working with Democrats on a deal to protect illegal immigrants brought to these United States as children, otherwise known as Dreamers. DREAM being an acronym, D-R-E-A-M. And I actually have to look that up because this is not something that impacts my own life personally. So, acronym. There we are. Dedication, responsibility, education, attitude, and motivation. That can't be right. There we are. That's not it. It's development, relief, and education for alien minors. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my fucking God. I knew it couldn't be that. I said, Jesus Christ. When did they descend into poetry? Development, relief, and education for alien minors. It's ET, people. Yes, they're bringing you ET. But Trump has historically been a critic of the H-1B program and tightened eligibility for that visa during his first term. His vice president, J.D. Vance, also campaigned against the program, but has close ties to the tech world. In his own previous career as a venture capitalist, J.D. Vance funded startups that hired workers with H-1B visas. So, looking between the lines of all this, no one epitomizes the fracture among the MAGA movement more than Elon Musk, who has become one of Trump's most influential and prominent backers. Point: Musk, himself an illegal South African immigrant who previously held the coveted H-1B visa and whose own business relies on attracting the best engineering talent around the world, has emerged as one of the most vocal defenders of the H-1B visa program. Point: yet other MAGA figures like far-right activist Laura Loomer have maintained a more hardline immigration stance, arguing these United States should prioritize American workers over foreign ones. So in terms of the state of play, the brewing conflict among Trump supporters also highlights the racial tensions in the MAGA big circus tent. Point: largely white, working-class voters spurred Trump's political rise nearly a decade ago, while the current clash revolves around the admittance of primarily non-white, highly skilled workers into these United States. So here's what to know about the H-1B visa as a program fueling the divide in MAGA world. So in terms of what the H-1B visa scheme is, the H-1B visa allows for highly skilled workers in specialty occupations to live and work in these United States under a non-immigrant status. Point: it enables American companies to employ foreign workers who have highly specialized theoretical or technical skills. Point. Proponents argue the program allows these United States to retain a competitive edge in STEM, an acronym for STEM, all uppercase, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics fields, by attracting the most highly skilled professionals worldwide. As to how it works, the H-1B applicants must have a bachelor's degree or equivalent in a field relevant to their specialty occupation. Point. Approval for the visa requires sponsorship from a prospective employer who must file a petition with the United States Citizenship and Immigration Services. Point. In the petition, the employer attests that they will appropriately pay the foreign worker and that their employment won't negatively impact similarly employed American workers. In terms of what you get when you zoom in, H-1B visas are typically granted for up to 3 years, but they can be extended for no more than 6 years total. Point. Because the program grants non-immigrant status to recipients, it means the worker's stay in these United States is conditioned as temporary. The H-1B is not an immigration visa with a path toward permanent residency at all. That's why Elon Musk was an illegal immigrant. He wasn't supposed to be here permanently, even when he finally got his H-1B. Which begs the question, who gets H-1Bs? The United States government caps the approval of new H-1B visas at $85,000 per year. Point. A March report from the Department of Homeland Security found that 72% of H-1B recipients from October of 2022 and September of 2023 were from India. Point. The second most common country of origin was Communist China on the Asian mainland, with nearly 12% of recipients. They just simply say China, which technically could include Taiwan, but they don't recognize Taiwan, so it's got to be mainland China, as opposed to island China. The third was the Philippines, at just over 1% of beneficiaries, which you would never dream that if you worked for the U.S. government, you would have thought that they had invaded and conquered America. They don't even speak English. They enclave and speak Tagalog with each other. Point. Per said report, 71% of H-1B recipients were men. So of 72% being Asian Indian, only 1% of them are female. So who the fuck are they marrying? Well, they're not marrying anyone because they're not here permanently. They have to go home after 6 years at the longest. So, in terms of where the H-1B program fits in Trump's agenda, NBC News has reported that Trump's electoral victory has spurred worries among many immigrants that Trump could again attempt to restrict the H-1B program. Point. During his first term, Trump issued a temporary freeze on H-1B visas and later issued new restrictions on the H-1B program, though some of these rules were later struck down in court. Point. A representative for the Trump transition did not immediately respond to my request for comment regarding the president-elect's plans for the H-1B visa during his second term. How Trump will treat programs like H-1B is an open and crucial question for the tech industry. He's still building his administration, which included a December 22nd announcement of Sri Ram Krishnan, a longtime figure in Bay Area tech, as an advisor for his White House Office of Science and Technology Policy. Loomer pounced on this news, quoting a post in which Krishnan had suggested removing country-specific caps for green cards and calling tech's nascent influence with Trump very troubling. Loomer, known for spreading conspiracy theories herself, followed that with a slew of racist and otherwise inflammatory posts. She argued that the techno-billionaires buddying up with Trump aren't anti-immigration enough, accused them of trying to get unlimited slave laborers from India and China, and called Indians out as third world invaders. I gotta say, I'm standing shoulder to shoulder with this woman so far. India in 2023 was the country of birth for by far the largest share of H1B recipients. Fuck Mexico. We are being invaded by India. Fuck Mexico. There's no fucking problem with Mexico. It's the Asian Indians, man. But Loomer didn't make H1B trend on her own. On Christmas, Wednesday, Musk weighed in for his 209 million followers while I was hosting transmission, first writing, "There's a permanent shortage of excellent engineering talent, man. It is the fundamental limiting factor in Silicon Valley, man." In a response, he added, "Of course! My companies and I would prefer to hire Americans, and we do, as that is much easier than going through the incredibly painful and slow work visa process. However, there is a dire shortage of extremely talented and motivated engineers in America, man." I'm shouting whenever he's writing in the uppercase. The statements were relatively in line with Musk's previous public takes. An illegal immigrant himself, he spent the pre-electoral months spouting fear-mongering, Trump-like rhetoric about undocumented immigrants, but has also argued repeatedly that legal immigration should be easier. In a follow-up post Thursday, Musk said it's essential to bring the top 0.1% of engineering talent, man, to these United States, like the NBA has recruited top European basketball stars. Flocks of techies and conservatives responded to each post in his discourse. As to what other people are saying, well, on Friday night, Loomer wrote on X, "It's now escalated to threats of war." Wow. Shocking. That same night, Ron Filipkowski, editor-in-chief of Midas Touch, spelled MEIDAS, and a frequent Trump critic, wrote on X, "Holy shit," and shared a screenshot of Musk's post. In a follow-up post, he wrote, "Musk is telling Trump supporters to go fuck themselves while Trump just wrapped up another set of Studio 54 hits in the ballroom at the MAL, the mall, after a tough day of golf." Referring to Mar-a-Lago. That's the acronym, MAL, MAL for Mar-a-Lago. John Cooper, a former Long Island, New York campaign chair for former President Barack Obama, wrote on X Saturday morning, "Hey, MAGA, this one's for you. To quote Elon, if you don't agree with him, you can take a big step back and fuck yourself in the face." Political analyst Alexander Djokic, good Serbian name there, or some kind of Slavic, wrote on X Saturday morning of Musk, "That's the one ungrateful immigrant right there." And Karen Piper, an academic who focuses on globalization, wrote on X early Saturday morning, "I wish the MSM, the mainstream media, would report what Elon is actually saying to Trump supporters, which is, fuck yourself in the face. I wonder how we can get this message out to a larger audience." Over on Truth Social, under the hashtag Doji hashtag, supporters of Trump sided with Loomer and have begun questioning the motives of what some are now calling the Doji, or the Dodgy twins. American Gal 69, whose bio claims she lives in Tennessee and boasts the Constitution cause those are my God-given rights, leveled accusations that the MAGA movement may have been defrauded. In a post where she tagged the president-elect himself, she wrote, "Some dumb son of a bitch." Comments from folks that are blinded by false prophets. Do your research. I knew all this crap was coming from him and Swami. Did @real Donald Trump know? Is he in on it? Has hashtag MAGA been duped? Let's see how the boss at Real Donald Trump at Team Trump reacts to all the negative feedback on the hashtag Dodgy Twins. The United States Marine Corps veteran, they would just say USMC, vet Blackbeard's flag chimed in. Hashtag Dodgy and hashtag Elon Musk want to outsource our jobs instead of America first. They love H-1B visas for cheap labor. Anne of the West, whose bio states pro-West and immigration. No, I misread that. Small print. Pro-West, anti-immigration, Christian, conservative, and a patriot. Men are men, woman are woman. Return this country to what it was. Which means, I guess, lynching blacks, Japanese in concentration camps. And by the way, I can hear the whites in the background already cheering, or at least smell the sweat on their upper lips everywhere just by those suggestions. She wrote, how about a complete moratorium on immigration? That sounds about my speed. But then I'm hashtag America first, hashtag MAGA, hashtag Doji needs to hush, hashtag truth, hashtag Maha, hashtag Trump, hashtag Elon Musk. It's just, I can't even imagine what it's like to process like that. How does someone write in all hashtags? It's like, anyhow, Truthayer, whose bio reads, deport all illegal aliens with a lifetime ban from re-entering the U.S. No exceptions. Also joined the pile-on by warning, at Real Donald Trump, we didn't support you so you could bring and keep more foreign nationals here to further drain our resources. Hashtag Americans first. Student visas in the U.S. are hideously abused by foreign agitators, activists, fake student criminals, and visa overstayers. We should not offer green cards to any U.S. college graduate to encourage more to come or stay. Student grants, scholarships, school resources, and student housing should be for Americans first. We should stop the importation of legions of student visas and focus on offering better opportunities for American students instead. Hashtag restrict student visas. Another Truth Social user raised red flags that Musk is impacting Loomer's reach. Pro-life scientist. How do you like that for self-entitlement? Pro-life scientist. It's almost oxymoronic, but hey. Michael Zumega wrote, kiss hashtag dodgy goodbye after the last 24 hours. Elon, a.k.a. Jack Dorsey 2.0, took blue checks from at Laura Loomer, big pile of shit emoji. New rules with update seems to be deboosting the hashtag MAGA conservatives' voices. It's like, yeah, and people complain about the way I write. Really? Finally, this ALS, who has a pinned picture of himself with Trump at Mar-a-Lago on his own Truth Social page, contributed, "There are at least 1.5 million illegal aliens living in the U.S. awaiting deportation that are not in custody. Perhaps we should pause immigration, with few exceptions, until they are removed. Then we can have a conversation about changes to legal immigration." This disagreement led to a self-evident row online over the holidays as mainstream Republicans and far-right influencers joined in criticizing, well, their own yellow dog Ramaswamy and other wealthy figures in Trump's inner circle. Over his War Room podcast on Friday, the prominent high priest of the Trump cult named Steve Bannon said, "If we're gonna have a showdown," he says throwdown, "if we're gonna have a throwdown, let's have it now." I can't do a real Steve Bannon because I don't know what a cockroach talks like. He went on to call the Republican claims of support of the H-1B program a total scam. So, what happens next? While Trump plans to crack down on illegal immigration, have broad support across his base, the president-elect will have to walk a tightrope on legal immigration following his inauguration on January 20th if he is to avoid alienating a powerful section of his supporters. Trump suggested international students graduating from American universities should be given green cards during an interview on the All In podcast in June. To quote he, "If you graduate or you get a doctorate degree from a college, you should be able to stay in this country." Irregardless, the president-elect has pledged to adopt hardline immigration policies upon his return to the White House. This includes an expansion of his previous travel ban on people from predominantly Muslim countries and the revocation of student visas of radical anti-American and anti-Semitic foreigners. Some schools have advised international students to return to campus early amid fears of another travel ban, like the one Trump enacted during his first term as president. Such bans could affect a large portion of more than 1.1 million international students who enrolled in American colleges and universities during the 2023 through 2024 academic year. Cornell University's Office of Global Learning has advised students who are traveling abroad to return before January 21st, the day after Trump is inaugurated. The university having warned students in November that a travel ban is likely to go into effect soon after inauguration. The ban is likely to include citizens of the countries targeted in the first Trump administration: Kyrgyzstan, Nigeria, Myanmar, Sudan, Tanzania, Iran, Libya, North Korea, Syria, Venezuela, Yemen, and Somalia. New countries could be added to this list, particularly China and India. Oh, we can only pray on the last one. At the University of Southern California, administrators urged foreign students to return 1 week before Trump's inauguration. According to reports, the USC, University of Southern California Office of International Service said, while there's no certainty such orders will be issued, the safest way to avoid any challenges is to be physically present in these United States before the spring semester begins on January 13th of 2025. The 23-year-old Asian Indian student, Pramath Pratap Misra, told CNN, "It's a scary time for international students." But let's go behind the kuromaku, as the Japanese call it, the black curtain, into the Silicon Swamp. You see, the incoming Trump misadministration will give Silicon Valley moguls unprecedented federal power, with tech-friendly officials and policies intertwined throughout government. As to why it matters, the tech economy's most aggressive disruptors want to apply their ethos and thinking to government. AI, crypto, and move fast, break things, thinking will be at the center of the new Washington agenda, with America's technological lead over Red China in the balance and vast fortunes at stake. A stunning alignment of people, power, and momentum are all suddenly enlarging tech's tentacles. Point: President-elect Trump tapped David Sachs, a member of the PayPal mafia of early executives who became famous as part of the All-In podcast ensemble, for the new position of White House AI and crypto czar, with a mandate for making America the clear global leader in both areas. Point: Elon Musk, who has been living at Mar-a-Lago and accompanied Trump to Paris for his return to the world stage, will be the most powerful man in the world with Trump as his butt bitch. He was this election cycle's biggest donor and the biggest in at least the last 4 presidential cycles as well, and is now co-architect with Trump of the new government, pushing relentlessly for radical change in government spending, mission, and personnel. Point: Trump's NASA will be headed by Jared Isaacman, a tech billionaire who partnered in masturbation with Musk's SpaceX to lead the first private spacewalk last September. The big cosmic orgasm that he experienced when he walked up the side of a space capsule. Musk will be joined by the Yellow House nigger Vivek Ramaswamy, who became a billionaire as a biotech entrepreneur in launching the DAGE, DOGE, all uppercase Department of Government Efficiency, an advisory body named for a cryptocurrency, Dogecoin. Point: The New York Times reports that Mark Andreessen, one of the original internet moguls, and other tech leaders have literally been in the Trump transition offices in West Palm Beach, interviewing potential top appointees for the Pentagon, State Department, and HHS, Human Health Services, I think. Point: Peter Thiel, the conservative venture capitalist and PayPal Mafia co-founder who was a mentor to the Vice President-elect J.D. Vance, has allies in top Trump positions, including Jim O'Neill, former CEO of the Thiel Foundation, who has been named to be Deputy HHS Secretary. Point: Vance is a former venture capitalist who began his career as Thiel's little errand boy. Point: Even Jeff Bezos, Musk's rival in the race to Mars, is sounding off Trumpy. Bezos said at last week's New York Times Deal Book Conference that he's actually very optimistic about Trump's plans. He seems to have a lot of energy around reducing regulation. If I can help him do that, I'm going to help him. As to what they're saying, Joe Lonsdale, a venture capitalist and Palantir co-founder, who advised the Trump transition on job candidates, told the Fourth Estate, "This is a very optimistic administration, bringing in the talent that is willing to confront the waste and figure out solutions. People who believe that despite the typical cynicism and nihilism of so many in D.C., that they can force change and that it matters. Many of my friends, some of who have exited companies after working hard for years and want to give back more, plan to serve and work hard for free to support the efforts. I think a lot of people haven't properly understood that there's a huge difference between big tech and the most competent builders in the innovation world. The legacy media line is, this is tech or Silicon Valley coming in. But most of these guys don't get along with the big tech crowd. These are many of our top builders." Now, in terms of between the lines of all that, huge federal contracts will stem from Trump's disruption of government, many of which will benefit Musk and his buddies. Point: defense acquisition is one of the arms of government that tech startups are eyeing most eagerly. Last week at the Aspen Security Forum, the Yellow House nigger Ramaswamy told the House Speaker Mike Johnson, Republican from Louisiana, during an on-stage interview that he wants the Pentagon to move money away from legacy programs and into disruptive technologies, investing more in drones and hypersonic missiles, rather than in a wide range of other expenditures for new kinds of fighter jets or whatever that aren't the highest. Oh, use the dollar, or use of the dollar, to even protect the best interests of the United States, or to protect the United States itself. I'm not quite sure I understand what the hell Mike Johnson was trying to say, but I read it. Point: HHS and Department of Veterans Affairs are potential gold mines for contracts to modernize patient records. In terms of all the context, Silicon Valley also had tons of influence in the Obama administration, particularly early, but it was a very different crowd, including the legendary venture capitalist John Doerr. Now, a small but loud group of tech stars is coming to DC with a libertarian ethos that doesn't always reflect the Valley as a whole. So in terms of what I'm hearing, Trump has promised a golden age of America. So anything that stokes market metrics will appeal to him, including cryptocurrencies, oil and gas, financial services, private prisons, and crypto are all part of the booming Trump trade by investors bullish on the new administration. Trump took credit when the price of a single Bitcoin surged to a record high last week, with a Truth Social post saying, "Congratulations, Bitcoiners! $100,000! You're welcome!" I'm told to expect him to promote crypto-friendly regulations, starting with his choice of a crypto advocate and industry advisor, Paul Atkins, to chair the Securities and Exchange Commission, which oversees American markets. Point: part of Trump's charge to Sachs as emerging tech czar is to work on a legal framework so the crypto industry has the clarity it has been asking for. Now, in terms of the backstory, 60 Minutes found that crypto companies contributed 1/3 of all direct corporate contributions to super PACs, super political action committees, in this election. In House races, industry donors had an 85% win rate among the 29 Republicans and 33 Democrats they backed. Point 50 days before the election, Trump launched a family cryptocurrency venture, World Liberty Financial. Talk about a conflict of interest. So, enough of what I'm watching in terms of what's for you to watch. Emphasizing that Trump would love for Bitcoin to hit $150,000 early in his presidency. A top transition source told the Fourth Estate that Trump is going to be very focused on the price of Bitcoin. It's another stock market for him. So the bottom line is that Andreessen, co-founder of the iconic venture capital firm Andreessen Horowitz, tweeted Sunday that political power is always greater than financial power every day of the week. In recent days, the president-elect also denied that he's unduly under the influence of Musk and the other billionaires who backed his campaign. Today, as it's still not yet midnight, Trump told the conservative conference in Arizona that he was not under Musk's thumb. At America Fest, organized by Turning Point USA, he told the crowd, "You know, they're on a new kick. All the different hoaxes. The new one is that President Trump has ceded the presidency to Elon Musk. No, that's not happening. He's not gonna be president." Now, I reached out to Musk's social media platform X, formerly Twitter, via email for comment from the tech mogul yesterday morning. If you work at a Bay Area tech company and want to talk, contact me securely at DouglasDwayneDietrich.com or via Skype at DouglasDietrich1. Okay, let me take a short break and breathe here. And we got good numbers. Here we are. Laugh aloud. You never have to respond. Just saying, "Oh, love you, Victoria." Of course I do. Don't be silly. Here we are. Let me send her a couple of hearts. As you can hear, I'm about to collapse. Here we are. Okay. Now, but we got good numbers. Hate to collapse. When we got good numbers. At any rate, see if I can breathe, gather myself. Immigrants are preparing action plans after Trump says he will allow ICE to act in schools, churches, and hospitals. Donald Trump has promised to crack down on immigration ahead of his inauguration. As Trump's inauguration looms, warnings are spreading around U.S. universities. There is fear and uncertainty across many U.S. college campuses ahead of President-elect Donald Trump's inauguration next month. Immigrants' rights advocates are helping vulnerable families prepare plans of action in case an undocumented relative is suddenly detained or deported. Southern U.S. Well, the southern U.S. border is seeing a rise in migrant crossings as Title 42 policy is set to expire. Advocates and groups are conducting Know Your Rights training sessions and helping vulnerable families prepare plans of action in case of an undocumented relative is suddenly detained or deported. So immigrant families are spending the holidays having difficult conversations in anticipation of President-elect Donald Trump's plan to carry out what he has called the largest deportation program in American history once he's sworn in next month. NBC News has reported that to deliver on Trump's promise to deport more than 11 million undocumented immigrants, the incoming administration intends to roll back policies that restrict immigration enforcement actions in sensitive places like schools, churches, and hospitals, as well as their respective surrounding areas. NBC News spracketh with nearly half a dozen immigrants' rights advocates across 4 states, and they all said they have received an increased number of calls from immigration from immigrants asking about the rights. They have also heard questions from community groups, schools, and churches about what their roles are in the face of such possibilities. In response, the advocates and groups are conducting Know Your Rights trainings and helping vulnerable families prepare plans of action in case an undocumented relative is suddenly detained or deported. Texas has become a model for immigration crackdown. But that has also motivated advocates and nonprofits to provide tools and resources to affected families to curb the detrimental effects of detentions and deportations. These stand to impact nearly 5.8 million U.S. households, in which at least one relative is undocumented. Javier Hidalgo, legal director of RAICES, that's RAICES, all in the uppercase. It's an acronym pronounced RAICES, but it stands for Refugee and Immigrant Center for Education and Legal Services, a nonprofit group in San Antonio that advocates for refugees and immigrants, has attested that in Texas, a new law requiring some hospitals to ask patients about their immigration status is starting to push folks further into the shadow, showing a glimpse into what happens when sensitive occult locations become targets of immigration enforcement. Now, RAICES, RAICES, the largest immigration legal services provider in Texas and a leading refugee resettlement agency, has said it's ready to challenge any presidential actions that threaten equitable access to the legal and human right to seek safety in these United States. If the policy restricting immigration enforcement actions on sensitive locations is rescinded, depending on how the Trump administration executes that, there may be legal ground for a challenge. Until then, the organization remains vigilant. Like Texas, Florida will also see the brunt of Trump's immigration policies sooner than other states, since Governor Ron DeSantis has shown himself to be an ally in advancing the incoming president's agenda. Similar to what Hidalgo is doing in Texas, Philippe Souza Lazabalier, who leads the Hope Community Center a non-profit organization outside of Ontario, Florida, that advocates for immigrants and other underserved communities, has been facilitating thousands of difficult but necessary conversations to ensure immigrant families have a dignity plan in place. The plan includes redacting power of attorney documents, or a guardianship that outlines who will take care of the children left behind if an undocumented parent is picked up by the immigration authorities. Sauza Lazabalier said this ensures parents don't lose custody of their children to the Department of Families and Children simply because they never made it home after being detained or deported. In Sauza Lazabalier's experience, the first 30 to 45 minutes of these kinds of conversations are of just crying, sobbing, and us trying to get people back enough to their senses to craft the plan they need. To quote a she, a lot of us are honestly celebrating Christmas together thinking, oh my God, is this the last time we get to spend Christmas with our family members? This is really heart-wrenching. There's no way they can deport millions of people if they don't go for the low-hanging fruit. And this is it. In Phoenix, Arizona, Jose Patiño, Vice President of Education and External Affairs at Aliento, an advocacy organization, is doing the same with its family packets. Patiño said it's important for families to sort out legal guardianship over any of their properties and financial accounts to ensure the relatives left behind can access them if the main breadwinner is detained or deported. Patiño, Hidalgo, and Souza Lazabalier concur that while preparing for the worst is important, the process also takes an immeasurable mental toll, a health toll on both adults and children in immigrant families as they attempt to continue living through their daily routines. Asserting that U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement does not have jurisdiction over our lives, the Constitution does, and we are protected regardless of our immigration status. Jorge Mario Cabrera, Director of the Communications for Human Rights, the Coalition of Humane Immigrant Rights in Los Angeles, plans to do the same. Over the past month, the coalition offered 93 Know Your Rights presentations at LA schools, businesses, and organizations that provide community services. As Inauguration Day approaches, Cabrera said he anticipates the demand for these kinds of trainings to increase. Annabelle Mendoza, the organization's interim directress of communications, has affirmed that on January 20th, United We Dream, the nation's largest immigrant youth-led network, plans to reopen the hotline they launched during Trump's first term as president. Mendoza said the hotline will provide support to immigrants and anyone affected by immigration enforcement actions in the coming year, herself attesting that no one will be immune to feeling the ramifications and consequences of mass deportations. It affects everybody. That's why United We Dream is also urging elected officials at all government levels to stand with immigrants, but most importantly, to take concrete and tangible actions that put up barriers to what we know Trump is planning. In the meantime, Patiño said he is advising undocumented immigrants, especially young ones, to get legal screenings to find out if they are eligible for any kind of relief that may put them on a path to get legal immigration status. That, alongside massive public pressure, would be key to ensuring that immigration enforcement tactics that go against American values don't become the new normal. For those who are already in that process, it is recommended that they always have their immigration paperwork up to date and carry the documents with them in case of an encounter with an immigration enforcement officer. So, let's take a look at live streaming. Still holding the numbers. Wow. I look young and cuddly. I don't know what Musk is complaining about. I mean, Brendan ЗОGHET. Just taking a look at my photograph embedded in thumbnail live stream where I stabbed Paddington Bear. Okay. Alright. Such having been said, as I said, tonight I might cut it short because, I want to give you a full day on Wednesday, but after a full night and day up over the last time span, I'm not sure I can keep this up much longer. The fusée state. Recalling data and all that. But I do need to earn another $60 at least. Let's see if we can go for 100. All right. Come on now. Let's see what we can do. Let me take a look at what's going on in the emails. Here we are. See if something landed in my inbox. Trying desperately to keep myself awake right now. My God, I'm ready to go to sleep. And, of course, like Pixie Princess Star Fox said, I don't really owe anybody anything. All right. So, we need another $100, people. Or $60, at least. And, now, of course, I could just wake myself back up by taking a look at some gossipy shit. Like the people who've lived in blue and red states are sharing their major differences between them. And my Californian mind is blown away. Recently, I was compelled, via my son and the Blood Boys looking at all this shit, to review a viral TikTok where a woman who moved to a blue state for the first time explained the stark differences she noticed after living in the South all her life. After members of, I guess the communities that the Blood Boys are interacting with came forward and shared their own experiences moving from a blue state to a red state, or vice versa. Well, these stories are a mix of shock and intrigue. Well, here's a lovely Angel, 85, which probably means she's 85 years old, or was born in 1985. I was born in South Carolina and went to college in Maryland in the 90s. I'll never look back. In SC, teachers used to ask the community to buy basic classroom supplies. It was a shock when I found out that the school districts in Maryland provide teachers with basic supplies. Also, the county parks here are free to use and enjoy. In Charleston, South Carolina, you have to pay an entrance fee, which prevents access to public lands. There are so many other examples. Oh my fucking God, Brooke. Come on the call and respond to that. Holy shit. You're asking me to go down to a place where I have to pay to access a park and buy school supplies as a anyhow, thank God I have nothing to do with buying school supplies. I'm beyond that age. Then there was AGNTCLWRKOR. It's just like letter salads for a name. I lived in Arizona my whole life until I moved to Texas in 2022 with my husband and 2 dogs to be closer to my stepdaughter. Let me tell you, I hate living in Texas. I miss how forward Arizona is on most things deemed irredeemable or immoral in Texas. Well, again, thank God I'm not in Texas. Lobster Lemon Lime says, I lived in New York and recently moved to Ohio for a job opportunity. Well, I do miss the hustle and bustle of city life and the rich culture and setting people on fire in subway trains. I enjoy my life here. He didn't say that about the subway trains ahead of time. The people are nice, and at least what I've seen so far, political ideology isn't shoved in your face this way and that. I do miss the food in New York, though. Them Turpentine hot dogs, baby. Yeah. And then, then another one from Lobster Lemon Lime. I grew up in a very liberal part of New England and briefly moved down below the Mason-Dixon line as an adult. It took me less than 20 minutes of driving outside of Northern Virginia to see my first Confederate flag, and I questioned all my life choices. The Blue Ridge Mountains are gorgeous, but I moved out a few months later. It's like, okay, he recounted, like, I'm not quite sure this is the same Lobster Lemon Lime, or maybe 2 people decided to use the same name. Maybe they were an alternative lifestyles couple, or maybe he's schizophrenic. Either way. Then Kendall Marie, 1994, Fig Trade, or FG Trade, like Fag Trade, says, I moved to Tennessee from California 4 years ago. I'm a government worker and military vet, and the differences between the states are stark. Not only have my benefits and pay decreased, but the overall quality of life for vets is laughable. Conditions are abysmal. And here I thought that red states worship the military. Well, now you know. Yeah, ha, ha. You know how I said how bizarre it is that people would say you deserve it if you leave your car unlocked and it gets stolen? I'm sorry. You deserve it applies to this case. Clever Dog, 423. I moved from the north to the south. I have access to the same things as up north, but it is cheaper, with less traffic and crowds to deal with. My property taxes and utilities are dirt cheap, and the cost of living is wonderful. There's also no crime to deal with. The biggest thing that happens around here is theft. You don't read about city shootings every day. And in the country, people mostly keep to themselves. Yeah, they keep to themselves because they are going to shoot each other if you step on their property. I rarely see Trump flags. The only thing I miss is the food, which is way better. Otherwise, in my opinion, red states are safer to live in and raise a family. As far as work, I work remotely, so where I live doesn't matter. Then Skyhawk, 4168 Storyteller says, I moved from California to Arizona. Wages were much lower, but rent and gas were cheaper. However, that didn't make up for the lower wages because food and utilities were the same, if not higher. I had to watch my opinion at work and in the general public. If I were a woman, I'd never want to live in a red state. If red states could get it together and vote blue, the people there would see how much better their lives could be. After living in Arizona for 6 years, I moved back to California. Well, there you go. How come it took so long? Oh, I get it. He couldn't afford it. He couldn't afford to move back to California because he had to save up for 6 fucking years to move back. Once you move out of California, statistically, you never move back because you can never afford to move back. The prices go way up while you're gone. So he's an exception to that rule. Luke Ahoy said, I went from Pennsylvania to Kentucky, and I think the most terrifying part is that the rural parts of Pennsylvania are worse than the metro areas of Kentucky. It's like all the same to me. They're all like, Pennsylvania's where the monsters lived. Kentucky's where Mike Ringley lived, which is like the monsters without the charisma. Anyhow, Naranio Luis Alvarez says, I grew up in a red state and lived in 2 blue states. Oh, someone's joining me. I am joined by someone. Oh, he went off mute. It's like you couldn't stand it anymore?
No, I accidentally disconnected and I reconnected. So, okay, there you go.
Okay, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, continue.
Oh, okay. I'm just trying to wake myself back up.
Right.
Yeah. I grew up... This is Narania. I'm sorry? What's that? Oh. Okay. Narania Luis Alvarez says, I grew up in a red state, pendejo, and have lived in 2 blue states. He didn't say pendejo. I added that. And have lived in 2 blue states on opposite sides of the country. The worst part about living in the red is how long it took to get out. Jesus, with a name like yours, why did you move in, dumb fuck? Oh, it really was a trap. Lower wages in red states means it's harder to save when prices are going up across the board. When people say to just move, it's not that easy. I feel safer where I am now, even though I live in a large city instead of a smaller town, because I know there are more resources here to help me if something happens. Like ICE comes around. Although I can work, I'm disabled, getting older, and I'm alone, so having access is important. I do wish it weren't so expensive, though. This is why we have to find partners in life, people, so you don't wind up alone and afraid that, all kinds of bad things can happen when you're alone. Fancy Light 35 says, I live in a red part of a very blue state, Maryland. It's great because there's a much lower crime rate than the rest of the state, like Baltimore, which is considered a blue city. The blue parts of Maryland are the high crime parts because Democrats are generally soft on crime. Wow, what a load of shit. Anonymous Manu Vega says, I mean, what the fuck kind of name is that? Manu Vega? It sounds vaguely obscene. I grew up in a red state and was super conservative myself. Yeah, that's why you chose the name that sounds like manipulated vagina. I moved away to a very liberal part of a blue state, and over the course of a decade, my views changed tremendously. Oh, that's why the name changed. It was great to experience life in an area where differences were celebrated and you could freely express your views without fear or social repercussions. Okay, this is a coming out story. Even though I grew up around conservative ideals, it was still a culture shock to come back to the state I grew up in and see that little has changed and that many people are more overtly prejudiced and hateful now than they were 30 years ago. There you go. Yeah. And you had to go back into the closet. Then Anonymous says, oh, this is going to be a good one. In my adult life, I've lived in multiple blue states, Washington, California, and Illinois, red states, Texas and Iowa, and swing states, Georgia and Nevada. There were a number of differences, but I never had a serious problem finding a state fairly nearby that had what I needed if it wasn't available in my current home. There were good and bad people in every state. The main and consistent differences include the cost of living, the honesty of community political leaders, and my family's and my overall safety, and the quality of my children's education, which were all superior in red states. Well, no wonder he's remaining anonymous. It's a bot. At any rate, this one's a long one. Faithless Farmer, Ron and Patty Thomas, a couple. They wrote an essay. I'm being sarcastic, but still. I'm a blue molecule in a very rural and red area here. It's terrifying. I grew up in California and have lived in northern Idaho now for decades. We hide, and we don't talk to any neighbors. No one knows our real selves because we farm. Our farm would be burned to the ground, and that is no joke. The area is gorgeous, and we are rooted in it, but we've had many discussions over the years about how it's maybe time to escape. But we're too old to move all our stuff now, so we do our best to keep our heads down and keep to ourselves. Think I'm exaggerating? Drive through the downtown city areas here, and you'll see AR-styled weapons, white-robed rituals of some kind, Nazi pride, and burly men covered in handguns, waving around Trump signs. It's absolutely wild. Red local candidates run unopposed in most cases, so we don't even bother to vote locally because it's pointless. The point of this is that we took a vacation this last fall to Tacoma, Washington, and we were struck by your wonderful, mixed and proud community. There were pride flags everywhere, and people were so open, welcoming, and warm. We, very alternative appearing people, were greeted warmly and treated with respect. We are used to suspicion and angst. We never wanted to leave. Blue Staters, love your home. It's scary out here. This is like Darwinian selection. It's like they're a pair of people and they can't even move. They've gotten so fucked up. And this is why America needs to be a United Nations of America as opposed to a United States of America. These are different nations, people. These are not like, just listen to what this couple said. And that's Idaho. That's they've got it down. Anyhow, Mast Ghost 60. I went from a smaller town in a red state to a large city, still in a red state, but much, much more progressive. Nashville, which actually Mike Ringley lived near, and I guess he couldn't stand its progressiveness. I can't imagine why the rest of the country wouldn't want the same for themselves. There are more job opportunities. People leave each other alone. Better education, better health care, better access to resources in general. Nashville is a microcosm of larger, bluer areas. I've always called it Little Portland. Every time I go back to my hometown, I'm horrified. See, Mike Ringley hated Nashville. He lived in the extreme outskirts of Nashville. So, yeah, there you go. Then Mel's 3 Claus Veldfelt said, I moved to Minnesota from Missouri, and access to abortion isn't the only difference. We also don't pay taxes for food and clothing. Don't pay taxes for food and clothing? That must mean they're all stealing from each other. I was startled when I went to get plates for my car and didn't have to pay personal property tax or get a road inspection. Yeah, they probably have roads that are nothing but potholes. Missouri takes in a lot of money, but the people never see it. And they tax a whole lot more, too. All my life, I've heard how horrible life would be if I moved to a blue state. Boy, were they wrong. There's actual culture in Minnesota, and that's wild to me. Well, there you fucking go. I mean, just goes to show, stay out of Missouri. You're going to have to show me. Missouri's a show me state. What do you expect from the state that produced Harry Truman? The man who dropped the bomb. JR. Remember Dallas? Yeah. JR says, I moved to a blue state from Tennessee, and never look back. There's a reason blue states are more expensive and in higher demand. More freedom, no regulations on work, on education, working days, alcohol sales. That's the big seller right there. Dispensaries. Yeah, gotta get your pot too. Man, this guy's not just doing alcohol, he's doing dope. Gambling. Oh fuck, this guy. It's like he's got all the bases covered. He's not long for this world. Less overt racism and woman having bodily autonomy. I would never move myself or my daughters to a state 30 years behind other parts of the country. The ignorance some people have regarding blue states is astounding, and I feel like many conservatives on the West Coast would be considered liberal in the South and parts of the Midwest. Then Sharp Cookie 5516 Hill Street Studios says, I moved from California to Oklahoma 3 years ago. Housing and gas are cheaper here, but you get what you pay for. The roads are literally falling apart, and the food is awful. I cared for my mom in California, and she had Section 8 housing assistance, part-time IHSS, the in-home supportive services help, and good health care with Medicare. I took care of my aunt in Oklahoma, and there was nothing. It was all on me. It's almost impossible to vote, too. You're on your own to find out anything about candidates and even election dates. Oddly, the one thing I do like is the weather. The thunderstorms are awesome, and there's snow in the winter. I think everything else is too much of a price to pay for that. In fact, I'd rather avoid the snow and the thunderstorms, thank you. Of course, thunderstorms are nice when you're indoors, but yeah, the snow? Fuck that. Then this one, I don't even know what this... LACJIBA. I lived in Missouri all my life before moving to the East Coast. Normal, everyday things that happened to me in Missouri that my co-workers were horrified to hear about include a guy waving a rifle around in a store just because he was excited. A person threatening me when I was a child for walking near their yard. Being told I couldn't be friends with POC. POC, that's people of color. And watching a boy get arrested at prom for dancing with another boy. My co-workers are used to New England, where racism is more hidden and careful. They were horrified by these things. The culture shock is extreme. Then Tad to Jordy Salas. I grew up in Texas and it was terrible. I moved to California 15 years ago, and it's been pretty great. There is so much more freedom and opportunities here, and I don't feel like my rights as a queer, disabled person are constantly under attack. Jesus fucking Christ, queer and disabled. I mean, is that the disability? At any rate, he says, I can't imagine ever living in a red state again. It would just feel like going backwards. Andy, 33, California. I moved to Georgia, from Georgia to California. That makes more sense. Thinking I was going to live a very romantic life along the coast and escape all of the hateful rhetoric I've encountered in Georgia and its surrounding parts. I'm in Huntington right now, and it's awful. It's such a conservative area with so much vitriol. I didn't think Trumpism was eating away in California too. Best of luck to all of us, I guess. Why don't you move out of fucking Huntington, you idiot? It's red California. There's blue California and there's red California. Lastly, Anonymous Suteishi, or Suteishi. Anonymous Suteishi. I've lived in blue states for the first 18 years of my post-college life. Then I decided I needed a new job and moved to a red state with a Democrat as governor. I was there for 6 months until the ultra-MAGA supermajority swept the elections. I feel so screwed. I am a single childless cat lady who is queer and an atheist. I think I see a pattern here. Why is everybody... Are these the only people online? Are like closeted gays? I'm constantly hiding who I am and what I think, so it looks like I belong until I get out from under my relocation package repayment contract. I'm desperately hoping that the economy doesn't crash before I can get a new job and get the hell out while taking a loss on the home I bought. Sure, the cost of living is cheap and I have a big fancy house, but I don't feel safe and I definitely feel lonely. Plus, infrastructure, healthcare, and education here suck. Okay, everyone out there, if you've moved from a Republican-leaning state to a Democrat-leaning one, or vice versa, what was your experience? Openly share your story with us in the chat, or even publicly as a comment after tonight's transmission uploads as an episode, or you can anonymously submit it to myself directly via email, which is available, my address, via website. So here's some incoming. Did Canada's Prime Minister, I'm getting a question through email here. Did Canada's Prime Minister announce a 3-year immigration freeze? No, Canada PM Trudeau did not announce a 3-year immigration freeze. This must be an American asking that question. President-elect Donald Trump announced on November 25th of 2024 that he will use executive orders to implement a 25% tariff, which is a tax or fee on all imported goods from Mexico and Canada, and a 10% tariff against the Communist Chinese Empire. If Trump's tariff plan proceeds once he takes office in January, then that could impact the price tag for an infinite variety of products from oil, food, to even paper. Oh, Canada, we all know President-elect Trump was joking when he told your Prime Minister that maybe your country should become our 51st state. And our man Aristides couldn't take anymore. Now he's talking about Canada! Oh, he dropped out of the call. I know he just moved by accident. Or the battery died and it wasn't charged in or something. Anyhow, that exchange came during a dinner at the unofficial... Then he calls. Okay. Okay, there we are. How are you? Yeah? I didn't I didn't hang up.
Oh yeah, no, I dropped. I put the phone down and I brushed the screen by accident and I dropped off somehow. So okay, I'm back.
Okay, yeah, sounds good. Yeah, thank you. Yes, thank you. So glad you're here. Always enjoy the fact that you're here. So basically, what happened was there was a surprise visit to Mar-a-Lago by Justin Trudeau, during which the Prime Minister argued against the tariffs Trump has threatened to impose. The Canadian leader said Trump's proposed 25% tariffs would kill Canada's economy, according to Fox News, prompting Trump to say that Canada was ripping us off to the tune of 100 billion United States dollars, and that maybe it would do better as a U.S. state. Trump overstated. The United States buys 3/4 of Canada's exports, including automotive and automotive parts, and had a trade deficit with Canada of $80 billion in 2022. Canada is also the #1 importer of our American goods. Trump later posted what appears to be an AI-generated image on Truth Social of him standing on a rocky ledge next to a Canadian flag, looking at a mountain, resembling Switzerland's Matterhorn, because that's exactly what it is. Okay, so I'm going to share that in the live stream so you can all feast your eyes upon this insanity. Then I'm going to stick that into our text box here on the call. See if I can even do that. Here we are. Type a message, then enter that. And what a card. I mean, it looks like a card. Able to make light of international relations and trade policies that affect millions of pocketbooks and jobs. Brendan says, call ended. Call Brendan, if you would be so kind. And Brooke, of course. And Nemo, might as well. I will join Wednesday. I'm listening as I sleep. That's Troy. That's cute. Yeah. And that's adorable.
Wait, you're asking to add them now?
Yeah. Brendan and Nemo and who else did I say? I mean, Brooke. Yeah, add them now. Nothing's gonna come of it.
Okay, right, got it.
Yeah. So this is a classic case of, instead of go west, young man, as they used to say in the old days, it's go north, young man. Trump's gonna raid that great big refrigerator in the north. With our fellow joke lover, Brooke Hagberg, live in northern Canada, I thought it could be fun to play along. What might change, for better or for worse, if this really happened? So, yeah, okay. So Brendan says, I can't come on it. He's asleep. Don't bother with him. Yeah, it's okay. We love you, Brendan. First, be careful what you ask for. Canada's population is a couple million greater than my own Golden State nation of California's, so it would become the heavyweight in the Electoral College. Funny! For more suggestions, I turned to a couple of Canada experts. Well, I guess I could say my massage therapist in Vermont, Amy Como. Or maybe she's more our free press reporter. Basically, she acts like she's the daughter of an immigrant from Quebec whose relatives still live there. At the personal level, if I were Canadian, I'd be happy I'd no longer need to tell the border guards where I'm going, how long I'll be there, where I live, and what I bought. I'd miss the hilarious question they ask anyone going either side of the border of Canada and America of whether I have more than $10,000 with me. I mean, man, I'd be lucky if I had 10 cents to rub together. So, what would Canada as the 51st state look like? Well, probably poutine and Timmy's everywhere. I mean, what else could we expect? Canadians could stop complaining about their healthcare system and start going broke with ours. As a bonus, all those pharmaceutical ads they've been missing will suddenly dazzle them as to different kinds of drugs they can ask their doctor to start prescribing that they never knew they needed. American McDonald's restaurants could start serving poutine, which is already offered in Canada, including spicy buffalo chicken flavor. Or new national debates. Timmy's or Dunkin'. Maple syrup or high fructose corn syrup. All the nations, all the agents at our northern border could be reassigned to the southern border, at least until the great and mighty wall is complete. Then they could be laid off by Elon Musk's DOGE. DOGE, that's the newly created Department of Government Efficiency, in case you haven't kept up. As for what's happening to Thanksgiving, if Canada became a U.S. state, Canadian Thanksgiving is the second Monday in October. We celebrate on the fourth Thursday in November. Perhaps the compromise is Hallowgiving, or Thanksgiving, or something, where you would dress up scary and eat turkey, or dress up like a turkey and look scary, and worse yet, taste scary. I shouldn't even go there. That's repulsive. Oh, Thanksgiving dinner arguments could focus on whether to convert the metric system, or convert to it, or adopt gun control measures, given Canada's new clout in Congress, exceeding the size of every existing state's delegation. By the way, standard Canadian parental leave with a stipend is 52 fucking weeks. Sorry, I promise fun, that's not a joke. Canadians wouldn't know what to do with all the extra money from lower U.S. tax rates, other than paying their own medical bills, of course. And perhaps those surplus funds could go toward winter escapades to the sunny southern USA, currently limited to 6 months without a visa for Canadian snowbirds, meaning people who travel down to, Texas as winter Texans for the heat, for the sun, so they don't freeze to fucking death. At the same time, Americans might love having access to northern Canada because with climate change, the Northwest Territories could become the new Florida sometime soon. And our money might become a lot more fun. We could adopt loonies and toonies and colorful bills, replacing the king with the president, of course. Something I suspect Trump would support that. The risk of more U in our spelling. Flavor with a U. Neighbor with a U. Color with a U. Because, that's real English. Right? Now, there's the issue of Quebec, which doesn't even want to be part of Canada. Sort of like Texas if a Democrat is the president. With a similar language barrier, no less. If, to appease Quebec, we add French street signs, Detroit's got a head start with Cadieux, Bubien, Livenois, and Chenier. And as a bonus, some new Americans could pronounce these correctly. Now, there's one possibility for building national unity. Canadian beer tends to be stronger than American beer, though the difference isn't as great as Canadians apparently think. Because it still takes a few to get me drunk. And finally, famously, polite Canadians will need to learn that being American means never having to say you're sorry. By the way, life expectancy was finally increasing in these United States, approaching pre-pandemic levels. Presently, declines in death rates for the leading causes of death and drug overdoses are decreasing mortality in America. So I'm obligated to segue via the increasing life expectancy in these United States, driven by death rate declines in almost all leading causes of death. I mean, we're just progressing so far. Then Trump comes in, and it's all going to blow back. Bounce back, fall back into a bottomless pit. Right now, in the United States alone, under Biden, there were almost 417,000 COVID-19 deaths in 2021. A year afterward, in 2022, there were around 187,000. And a year after that, in 2023, there were about 50,000. Now, the COVID-19 pandemic triggered a massive surge in mortality in these United States, resulting in reduced life expectancy. But today, life expectancy is recovering, according to the CDC, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. After dropping to 76.4 years in 2021, it increased by 1.1 years in 2022, as reported by the CDC in March, and by 0.9 years in 2023, as reported by the CDC in December, recovering to almost pre-pandemic levels. The consecutive rebounds in 2022 and 2023 are thanks to declines in the age-adjusted death rates of almost all leading causes of death, from heart disease to COVID-19. The rebound in 2023 also coincides with a decreasing rate of drug deaths, according to another recent report by the CDC, indicating a downward trend in fatal overdoses. So we're heading back towards a plateau of normalization. But then Trump steps in, stage right, to fuck us all up. Because now CDC data has revealed why everyone around you is coughing. CDC data proves that there have been over 32,000 cases of whooping cough this year, the highest count seen in a decade. And the chaos politique of anti-vaccination guarantees that measles, whooping cough, and worse will roar back on RFK Jr.'s watch. Pertussis, also known as whooping cough, is making a comeback that no one asked for. Recent federal data proves that cases of the vaccine preventable disease this year have reached the highest levels in a decade. Darwinian selection, people. Oh my God, just got a, here we are. A post from Peter Moon is being shown to me by Brendan ̔OGHET. Osei is a legend. I'm very proud to have studied with him. Swam salutes this martial scientist for his, so it's some black guy, doing all the racist Asian stereotypes. Oh my God. Afrijitsu, all right. Okay. This is like black karate. That's cute. It's cute. Vinnie Barbaric is not. Yeah. What a loser. What a fucking loser. I mean, it's like, he lives in a world where he's like, no point. At any rate, as of December 14th, there have been 32,085 cases of pertussis reported to the United States Centers for Disease Control and Prevention this year. That's a 5-fold increase from the tally recorded in 2023, which only saw around 6,500 cases. Experts concur there are several factors to blame for the surge, including declining vaccination rates. Pertussis is caused by the bacterium Bordetella pertussis. The infection typically causes respiratory symptoms, most notably fits of coughing that have inspired its nickname. The whooping refers to the noise people often make when trying to breathe after coughing. Though pertussis is typically mild in adults, the infection can be more serious in young children or other vulnerable populations, such as people with weakened immune systems. While the first pertussis vaccine was invented over a century ago, it wasn't widely recommended and used until the late 1940s, when it paired with vaccines for tetanus and diphtheria. The combination shot has been a mainstay of vaccination programs in these United States ever since, and it's helped greatly reduce the burden of pertussis. Prior to mass vaccination, for instance, there were between 100,000 and 300,000 cases of pertussis reported annually in these United States. Since 2000, Anno Domini, the United States had tens of thousands of annually reported pertussis cases. But as with many infectious diseases, the COVID-19 pandemic indirectly reduced the spread of pertussis. Too many people were dying to contract it, thanks in part as well to people practicing social distancing. With the world and people's social habits having largely returned to normal, the incidence of these diseases has climbed back up as well. So, according to the CDC, at least part of this year's spike in cases could simply be a return to pre-pandemic trends. That said, this year's tally is unusually high for modern times. It's the highest number of cases seen since 2014, when there were 32,971 cases. And in some states, experts and health officials have blamed lowering vaccination rates among residents and their children for this rise. Another important factor concerns the vaccine itself. In these United States and many other countries, people have switched to a newer, different form of the pertussis vaccine. While this vaccine is safer than the older whole cell version, evidence has shown that it provides less immediate and sustained protection from pertussis overall. As a result of this switch, experts have argued that future outbreaks of pertussis are likely to be larger when they happen. Still, vaccination remains the most crucial tool to keeping pertussis in check, and the less people are vaccinated against it, the greater the risk of sustained outbreaks. Worldwide, especially in countries with low vaccination coverage, pertussis causes 24 million annual cases, along with 161,000 deaths in children under 5 each year. In these United States, about 80% of children under 2 have received the recommended full series of DTaP, or diphtheria, tetanus, and pertussis shots. 90% of teens have received at least one shot of the Tdap, tetanus, diphtheria, and acellular pertussis vaccine, and only 43% of adults have over 18 have received a Tdap shot in the last 10 years. Understand that boosters are recommended every decade. In the meantime, a group of high-level managers at the Louisiana Department of Health walked into a November 14th meeting in Baton Rouge, expecting to talk about outreach and community events. Instead, they were told by an assistant secretary in the department and another official that department leadership had a new policy: advertising or otherwise promoting the COVID, influenza, or Mpox, meaning measles, pox vaccines, an estimated, all an established practice there, and at most other public health entities in these United States as well, must stop. Staffers were also told that it applies to every aspect of the health department's work. Employees could not send out press releases, give interviews, hold vaccine events, give presentations, or create social media posts encouraging the public to get the vaccines. They also could not put up signs at the department's clinics that COVID, flu, or Mpox vaccines were available on site. The new policy in Louisiana was implemented as some politicians have promoted false information about vaccines, and as President-elect Donald Trump seeks to have the anti-vaccine activist Robert F. Kennedy Jr. lead the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. And some public health experts have confirmed that if other states follow Louisiana, the United States will face rising levels of disease and further erosion of trust in our nation's public health infrastructure. Now, the availability of safe, effective COVID vaccines less than a year into the pandemic marked a high point in the 300-year history of vaccination, seemingly heralding an age of protection against infectious diseases. Now, after backlash against public health interventions, culminated in President-elect Donald Trump's nominating the anti-vaccine activist Robert F. Kennedy Jr. as our nation's top health official, infectious disease and public health experts and vaccine advocates concur a confluence of factors will cause renewed deadly epidemics of measles, whooping cough, and meningitis, and even polio. To quotist Lawrence Goldstein, a professor of public health law at Georgetown University, "He'll make America sick again." Per North Saunders, who tracks vaccine-related legislation for the Safe Communities Coalition, a group supporting pro-vaccine legislation and lawmakers, state legislators who question vaccine safety are poised to introduce bills to weaken school entry vaccine requirements or do away with them. Even states that keep existing requirements will be vulnerable to decisions made by a Republican-controlled Congress, as well as by Kennedy and former House member Dave Weldon, should they be confirmed to lead the Department of Health and Human Services and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, respectively. Both men, Kennedy as an activist, Weldon as a medical doctor and congressman from 1995 through to 2009, have endorsed completely deconstructed theories, blaming vaccines for autism and some chronic diseases. Weldon has been featured in anti-vaccine films in the years since he left Congress. Both have accused the CDC of covering up evidence this was so, despite dozens of reputable scientific studies to the contrary. Kennedy's staff did not respond to my requests for comment. Karoline Leavitt, the Trump campaign's national press secretary, did not respond to my requests for comment or interviews with Kennedy or Weldon. Kennedy recently told NPR, "We're not going to take vaccines away from anybody." Trying to talk like a brain-dead idiot with a worm in place of his brain, because he says he's got a wormy brain, that he's had a brain worm that he now keeps as a pet between his ears. Go figure. It's unclear how far the administration will go to discourage vaccination, but if levels drop enough, vaccine-preventable illnesses and deaths will soar. During a November 2019 measles epidemic that killed 80 children in Samoa, Kennedy wrote to the country's prime minister falsely claiming that the measles vaccine was probably causing the deaths. Scott Gottlieb, who was Trump's first FDA commissioner, said on CNBC on November 29th that Kennedy will cost lives in this country if he undercuts vaccination. Emphasizing that Kennedy's nomination validates and enshrines public mistrust of government health programs, Paul Offit, director of the Vaccine Education Center of Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, has gone on record to say, "The notion that he'd even be considered for that position makes people think he knows what he's talking about. He appeals to lessen trust. The idea that there are things you don't see, data they don't present, that I'm going to find out so you can really make an informed decision." And there's also those levers to weaken vaccination programs, confirming that, in his words, "The litany of things that will start to topple is profound. We're going to experience a seminal change in vaccine law and policy." James Hodge, a public health law expert at Arizona State University's Sandra Day O'Connor College of Law, has compiled a list of 20 actions the administration could take to weaken national vaccination programs. They include spreading misinformation, delaying FDA vaccine approvals, and dropping Department of Justice support for vaccine laws challenged by groups like Children's Health Defense, which Kennedy founded and led before campaigning for the presidency, failingly. Kennedy could also cripple the National Vaccine Injury Compensation Program, which Congress created in 1986 to take care of children believed harmed by vaccines, while partially protecting vaccine makers from lawsuits. Before that law passed, the threat of lawsuits had shrunk the number of companies making vaccines in these United States from 26 in 1967 to 17 in 1980. And the remaining pertussis vaccine producers were threatening to stop making it. Terrified that the vaccine injury program played an integral role in keeping manufacturers in the business. Gregory Poland, co-director of the Atria Academy of Science and Medicine, then qualified, "It is a fantasy to think we can lower vaccination rates and herd immunity in the United States and not suffer recurrence of these diseases. 1 in 3,000 kids who gets measles is going to die. There's no treatment for it. They are going to die. Kennedy will abolish the CDC's Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices. The committee's recommendation for using a vaccine determines whether the government pays for it through the 30-year-old Vaccines for Children program, which makes free immunizations available to more than half the children in these United States. Alternatively, Kennedy could stack the committee with allies who oppose new vaccines and could, in theory at least, withdraw recommendations for vaccines like the 53-year-old measles, mumps, rubella shot, a favorite target of the anti-vaccine movement. Meanwhile, infectious disease threats are on the rise or on the horizon. Instead of preparing, as a typical incoming administration might, Kennedy has threatened to shake up the federal health agencies. At a Children's Health Defense Conference last month in Georgia, he said that once in office, he'll give infectious disease a break and focus on chronic ailments, like my back, my aching back. The H5N1 virus, or blue bird flu, that has spread through cattle herds and infected at least 55 people, will erupt in a new pandemic. Other threats are like mosquito-borne dengue fever are rising in these United States. Traditional childhood diseases are also making their presence felt, in part because of neglected vaccination. The United States has seen 16 measles outbreaks this year. 89% of cases are in unvaccinated people, and a whooping cough epidemic is the worst since 2012. Peter Hotez, a pediatrician and virologist at the Baylor College of Medicine, has told the Fourth Estate, "So that's how we're starting out. Then you throw into the mix one of the most outspoken and visible anti-vaccine activists at the head of HHS, and that gives me a lot of concern." The share prices of drug companies with big vaccine portfolios have plunged since Kennedy's nomination. Even before Trump's victory, vaccine exhaustion and skepticism had driven down demand for newer vaccines like JSK's RSV and shingles shots. Kennedy has ample options to slow or even stop new vaccine releases or to slow sales of existing vaccines, exemplary by requiring additional post-market studies or by highlighting questionable studies that suggest safety risks. Kennedy, who has embraced conspiracy theories such as claims that HIV does not cause AIDS and that pesticides cause gender dysphoria, told NPR, "There are huge deficits in vaccine safety research." Kennedy said, "We're going to make sure those scientific studies are done and that people can make informed choices." Stanley Plotkin, a vaccine industry consultant and inventor of the rubella vaccine in the 1960s, the very decade in which I myself was delivered into this vale of tears, has concluded that Kennedy's nomination bodes ill for the development of new vaccines and the use of currently available vaccines. Vaccine development requires millions of dollars. Unless there is prospect of profit, commercial companies are not going to do it. Vaccine advocates with less money on hand than the better funded anti-vaccine advocates are, well, they see an uphill battle to defend vaccination in courts, legislatures, and the public square. People are rarely inclined to celebrate the absence of a conquered illness, making vaccines a hard sell, even, maybe most especially, when they are working well. But regardless, JFK, or rather I mean to say RFK Jr., is serious as hell. The kaleidoscopic change has been jarring for Walter Orenstein, who persuaded states to tighten school mandates to fight measles outbreaks as head of the CDC's immunization division from 1988 to 2004. He himself saw some of the last cases of smallpox as a CDC epidemiologist in India in the 1970s, and frequently cared for children with meningitis caused by H. influenza type B bacteria, a disease that has mostly disappeared because of a vaccine introduced in 1987. To quote his T, "I was so naive. I thought that COVID would solidify acceptance of vaccines, but it was just the opposite. People don't understand the concept of community protection, and if they do, they don't seem to care." Lawmakers opposed to vaccines could introduce legislation to remove school entry requirements in nearly every state. One bill to do this has been introduced in Texas. What's known as the vaccine choice movement has been growing there since 2015 and took off during the pandemic, fusing with parents' rights and anti-government groups opposed to measures like mandatory shots and masking. In the last full school year, more than 100,000 Texas public school students were exempted from one or more vaccinations, and many of the 600,000 homeschooled Texas kids are also known to be unvaccinated. Rekha Laxmanan. Rekha Laxmanan. She's the Chieftainess Strategy Officier at the Immunization Partnership in Texas, observes that the genie is out of the bottle and you can't put it back inside. It's become this multi-headed thing that we're having to reckon with. In Louisiana, the state Surgeon General distributed a letter to hospitals exempting medical professionals from flu vaccination, claiming the vaccine is unlikely to work and has real and well-established risks. Research on flu vaccination refutes both claims. The biggest threat to existing vaccination policies are plans by the Trump administration to remove civil service protections for federal workers. That jeopardizes workers at federal health agencies whose day-to-day jobs are to prepare for and fight diseases and epidemics. Doris, a professor at the University of California's Hastings College of Law, concludes, if you overturn the administrative state, the impact on public health will be long-term and serious. The maniacal multi-billionaire Elon Musk, who has the ear of the incoming president, imagines cost-cutting plans that are also seen as a threat. To quote us Jessie Goodman, the directoress of the Center on Medical Product Access, Safety, and Stewardship at Georgetown University, and a former chief science officier at the FDA, if you damage the core functions of the FDA, it's like killing the goose that laid the golden egg, both for our health and the economy. It would be the exact opposite of what Kennedy is saying he wants, which is safe medical products. If we don't have independent skilled scientists and clinicians at the agency, there's an increased risk Americans will have unsafe foods and medicine. Outbreaks of vaccine-preventable illness could be alarming, but would they be enough to boost vaccination again? Karen Ernst, directress of Voices for Vaccines, isn't sure. On October 22nd, when an Idaho health board voted to stop providing COVID vaccines in 6 countries, there were no vaccine advocates at the meeting, confirming that that's not been the case with groups like hers. Madame Ernst of Voices for Vaccines has informed the press that while many people, including potion and supplement peddlers, have funded the anti-vaccine movement, there hasn't been an appetite from science-friendly people to give that kind of money to our side. We didn't even know it was on the agenda. Mobilization on our side is always lagging. But I'm not giving up. RFK Jr. was a punchline for a lot of people, but he's serious as hell. He has a lot of power, money, and vast networks of anti-vaccine parents who aren't, well, they'll show up at a moment's notice. We're already having outbreaks. It would take years before enough children died before people said, I guess measles is a bad thing. 1 kid won't be enough. The story they'll tell is, there was something wrong with that kid. It can't happen to my kid. In a statement, the Louisiana Department of Health told NPR, National Public Radio, it has been reevaluating both the state's public health priorities as well as our messaging around vaccine promotion, especially for COVID-19 and influenza. The statement described the move as a shift away from one-size-fits-all paternalistic guidance to a stance in which immunization for any vaccine, along with practices like mask wearing and social distancing, are an individual's personal choice, although they won't allow that for alternative lifestyles, because that's how crazy these motherfuckers are. All this while, per polling, most Americans can't agree that profits and denials, well, most Americans do agree that profits and denials are partly to blame in the CEO killing, a poll having proven that most Americans blame insurance profits and coverage denials alongside the executioner in the United Healthcare CEO killing. Now, according to a new poll, most Americans say health insurance profits and coverage denials share the blame in the October 4th killing of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. As to why it matters, the suspected killer of Thompson, Luigi Magnoni, has seen a surprising amount of support, especially from young people online. His staunch supporters see him as a hero who stood up against the crooked private healthcare industry. The outpour of support for Magnoni, including the online thirst traps of the 26-year-old Ivy League graduate, has disturbed most people. However, about 70% of people in a survey from NORC at the University of Chicago believe Magnoni doesn't hold all the responsibility for Thompson's murder. So here's what to know. The NORC poll conducted between December 12th and 16th found roughly 7 in 10 adults believe that the profits are coverage denials by health insurance companies bear a great deal or moderate amount of responsibility for Thompson's murder. Meanwhile, about 8 in 10 adults believe Magnoni bears a great deal or moderate amount of blame for the murder. A total of 1,001 adults were surveyed. The poll's margin of error is plus or minus 4.2 percentage points. The poll of 1,001 adults was conducted on December 12th through the 16th in 2024, using a sample drawn from NORC's probability-based AmeriSpeak panel, which is designed to be representative of the U.S. population. The margin of sampling error for adults overall is plus or minus 4.2 percentage points. Most Americans believe health insurance profits and coverage share responsibility for the killing of United Healthcare's CEO, although not as much as the person who pulled the trigger, according to this new poll. In this survey from NORC at the University of... Oh, there we are. Brooke came on. I vaccinated her out. Okay. What? I didn't even see you. You didn't bother to talk. Honey, come back on. Come back on. Yes. Honey, that's just wrong. That's just wrong. Can't behave like that. Come on. Oh, God. It's like, what do you do with somebody like that? She leaves me just shaking my head. Now, as I was saying, despite the fact that in the survey from NORC at the University of Chicago, about 8 in 10 U.S. adults said the person who committed the killing has a great deal or a moderate amount of responsibility for the December 4th shooting of Brian Thompson. Some have cast Luigi Magnoni, the 26-year-old suspect charged with Thompson's murder, as a heroic figure in the aftermath of his arrest, which gave rise to an outpouring of grievances about insurance companies. Police say the words delay, deny, and depose were scrawled on the ammunition investigators found at the scene, echoing a phrase commonly used to describe insurer tactics to avoid paying claims. United Healthcare insists that Magnoni was not a client. About 7 in 10 adults say that denials for healthcare coverage by insurance companies or the profits made by health insurance companies also bear at least a moderate amount of responsibility for Thompson's death. Younger Americans are particularly likely to see the murder as a result of a confluence of forces rather than just one person's action. Americans see a wide range of factors contributing to UHC, or United Healthcare CEO, or Chief Executive Officer's killing. This poll finding that the story of the slaying is being followed widely. About 7 in 10 said they had heard a lot or read a lot or some about Thompson's death. Multiple factors were seen as responsible. About half in the poll believe then that at least a moderate amount of blame is rooted in wealth or income inequality, although they did not think other factors like political divisions in these United States held the same level of responsibility. Patients and doctors often complain about coverage denials and other complications interfering with care, especially for serious illnesses like cancer and ALS or amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. Insurance industry critics frequently point to company profits in questioning whether the interests of patients are even their top focus. Obviously not. United Healthcare made more than $16 billion in profit last year before interest and taxes on $281 billion in revenue. Insurers frequently note that most of the revenue they bring in goes back out the door to pay for care. United Healthcare said this month it pays about 90% of medical claims when they are submitted. The insurer has, of course, not provided a single detail about how many claims that actually involves. For young people, then the blame is spread.
They're a damn liar, is what they are.
There we are. There we are, honey. Yes. Yes, so for young people, the blame is spread equally between insurers and the killer.
Oh, no. Then I'm younger than young, because it is not spread equally at all. I say one person died, and that's tragic when he died. I hate that, he only earned the $10 million that he did that year to enjoy.
Yeah, that's right.
That he had health care, and he died quickly and relatively painlessly compared to the people that he denied coverage for daily, and was there with investors at a meeting to, I don't know if the stock market, if I'm not sure, am I mistaken?
He pioneered the AI that was used to deny 99%. Yeah, of cases. Yeah.
United Healthcare is the leader in denying. I had United Healthcare years ago before him, and it was the worst insurance company that I had against even Blue Cross Blue Shield. It made Aetna look great. So, and that's not saying a lot for them, but when you have publicly traded health insurance, at the stock market, most people know the way the stock market works. I mean, you have to make money year after year. So, right. So if I'm going to invest in Walmart or Starbucks or mom and pop's publicly new traded company, you're buying the stock unless you're selling it short, hoping that it's going to go up in value, right? So at some point, that's why when a company starts out and it's good, and then you're like, well, why does Starbucks suck now or not as good? Well, they got to check, right? You got to start. You get to a certain height, right, and you're maxing out the most you can do for your benefit for your customers and your profit. And then at some point, you've either got to start cutting benefits. If you're publicly traded and you don't want your stock to sink, you got to cut benefits to your customers, right? So you got to make smaller coffees. You got to put some marketing into it and make that white chocolate shit seem magical, and you charge more for it. All that shit, and it makes your stocks, go up for your investors for the next year, right? And your investors are happy. That's what it is. Now, when you're trading somebody's health for that, how does that work? I mean, because what you're doing then is you're saying, insurance company, well, you start out, we're going to sell insurance for this, and we think we can charge a little more, and so then at some point the next year, we're paying enough for their health, we're going to charge more. Well, then they can't keep charging more and more. We're also going to deny some claims. We're going to start denying the cancer of 3%, 4%, 10%. We found some other ways we can deny them some shit. We're not going to pay for this and that, because all they do is they lose money on paying for shit, and they make money on paying for more. And so the only two ways that they make money is we pay more, and they pay out less and less. And every single year, for them to be publicly traded, they have got to find a way to cut more corners, or they're losing money. And that is what they are paid to do. And for health insurance to be a publicly traded, legally allowed to be a publicly traded stock is egregious at best. Yes,
of course. Thank you, honey. I mean, that's it's so important, and it's absolutely all true. It's like and so wonderful. See how good you are at this, and so please continue. Keep talking, because you know me. I said, how much do you know about my situation tonight?
I don't know. I heard very early in the show that you had something going on, but I don't know. No, I don't know much.
Oh, well, we can talk privately, but it's just basically I didn't sleep for a day and and a night, so it's been like 2 days without sleep. So this would be like going into the 2.5 day without sleep zone. So I'm not sure how long I can last tonight. So I'm so glad you came on. Not because I want to push this to last any longer, but at least now with you on, we can have a real conversation. By the way,
well, I just couldn't take you, putting down my boyfriend. Like, I mean, obviously Luigi was with me that night. So,
by the way, Brian Thompson was the guy who Luigi Magnoni killed. Was one of several United Healthcare executives under investigation by the Department of Justice for insider trading. He sold more than $15 million worth of company stock in February, shortly before it became public that the Department of Justice was investigating the company for antitrust violations, which caused the stock price to drop. I'm gonna lose my voice there. So there you go. The guy was.
You have many government officials right now promoting against you as well. I mean, whether you're on the Republican or it doesn't matter what side of the aisle you're on. Insider trading, as much as it's illegal, it's allowed.
Yes.
I mean, as far as our representatives do, you know, they're doing insider trading all day.
Oh yeah.
You know, look at. Yeah. So I mean, it's a whole. It's a whole network of, you know, who do we bust here to make it look like it's just like, you know, whether it's anything. I mean, you could go back to drugs or anything. I mean, they'll look like they're busting. We've had the war on drugs, but then drugs are at an all-time high, right? So, we'll bust a few dealers. The DEA paid billions of dollars a year, but then at the same time, they're pouring it in from Mexico, and they know how to stop that, or from other areas. So it's just it makes it, you know, yeah, he may have been on the you know, the look on that list. I heard somebody today saying, can you imagine like the Illuminati, you know, guys, they were just saying Illuminati for the kind of example of the billionaire club, right? That he would have been a member of, and, you know, that them waking up and getting that same news, seeing he was shot, and then being like, oh shit, like, is this, like calling one of the other ones and being like, hey, is this us? Did we do this? And I didn't know, like, am I still, like, you know, like, right. Meaning, they couldn't believe that one of their own was shot, so maybe it was something they did. They took him out, you know, themselves, and wanting to know if it was them, or, you know, or walking up to their Illuminati club hoping their key still worked, you know. They were next on the list, you know. A lot of them were worried. There was one interview with one of them, and he was kind of you know, more of a me off, you know, he was off the chain as far as you could tell, very nervous about his own situation or what happened. Good. Yeah. So, yeah, there's just a lot of that, I think, prevalent in the whole society. But I mean, that's what is breaking down, right? So, yes. You know, Luigi's just like like a big wheel, I think, House, like when, you know, I talk about astrology, like he's a big wheel, turn that wheel right after Pluto moved out into Aquarius. And it's how people have to decide how to come back and rebuild this. The structure is already torn down. We just haven't seen the actual what it will look like completely torn down. But the work that went into it, like, it's kind of like if you take a building or you take the house you're in, you know, Douglas, like right now, if you don't do any work to that place, and it's old and no one else did any work to it, and it's had a lot of wear and tear, you know, and if maybe a big boulder came down, you know, something that fell into it, it's not going to necessarily, or termites are in there, it's not necessarily going to fall right then. But it's already been eaten enough that you don't do anything to it, it's going to fall, right? Yeah. The house will fall. The damage has been done. So the cards will fall on the structure that we've done. Now, that doesn't mean it's not going to be hard and not going to be horrible for a lot of us, or maybe all of us in some way, but I think it's what has to be happening. I mean, that's just my personal opinion.
Yes. So, by the way, I've been desperately trying to contact you. Are you aware of this?
I would not say you desperately have tried to contact me, but I didn't know you tried to call once or twice. You know, I've had to...
Whenever I call you,
about it, yeah.
I call repeatedly. And what about the messages? You see none of the text messages that I leave you?
Yes, I got one. I had to say, hey, called you, call me. And then the next one was, fuck you.
I said, call me bitch, is what it said.
Oh, bitch, that's what it was. All right, so you know me. Fuck you. Yeah, I always know that you're like, fuck you.
Which brings us to the point of, why the penny dropped. I realized that with what I think you have, and we need to consult MDs about this, get your diagnosis so you can apply for benefits on the basis of not just ADHD. I realize you probably, I'd be willing to bet on it, have dyslexia. I think you have dyslexia.
I do not have dyslexia. Do you even know it? Okay, maybe I got dyslexia backwards. Tell me what dyslexia is.
He's getting things backwards.
I can spell dyslexia and I can read correctly, so I don't think so.
No. You've got to check with the doctor and take tests. I'm convinced you have dyslexia. It explains so much. It really does.
Okay, well, I would love for you to tell me an example of what you think I should, because I am more than willing to admit a lot of things about myself, but dyslexia that's the first time I've heard that one. So where do we get I will take any diagnosis I can get.
We'll talk about privately. When we talk about privately, it's best not to. discuss too many private things. But I mean, discussing one's medical condition is
You're
not.
not accused me of being dyslexic. That thinks everybody on air
It's
thinks
not an
I'm reading things.
accusation. It's not an accusation.
I mean, did I not tell you a year and a half ago that Trump would probably win, and you thought I was crazy? I wasn't dyslexic then.
I didn't say you were crazy. I said that's my worst fear, but my worst fear was realized. But such having been said, that has nothing to do with dyslexia. Look at you. You've got me talking backwards. That's
Yeah. No one can make you talk backwards, just like I used to tell somebody that no one can, well, you make me feel bad about myself. No one can make you feel bad. That is your choice to make me feel bad. I'm not going to make you feel bad. And I cannot make you talk backwards. But dyslexia is the learning disorder that involves difficulty in reading due to problems identifying speech sounds and learning how they relate to letters and words, which is decoding. I decode pretty well. I read fairly well. And I usually understand fairly well. Now, my processing ability may be different than others as far as I just see things differently as far as once I process it out. But I don't,
yeah.
That's not dyslexia.
You say I usually understand things pretty well. That, you realize your average person thinks they drive better while they're drunk. I think I drive better while I'm drunk, but no one else agrees with me.
Well, no, I agree with you. I agree with you. I do. It is true. It is true. And I think I get your point on that one. But I think what I mean is that the dyslexia, on that definition of it, dyslexia, I know that they have overlapping, like with ADHD, but they can't overlap. Dyslexia has a defined category as far as the reading, usually reading and identifying speech sounds. So the problem is the actual words themselves. So for instance, if you, whether you write me something or you say it out loud, I understand the words completely. I read the words completely. I may interpret it differently as far as the definition of those words, because just like my background or history or thoughts, all that plays into a part of defining those words and how I'm going to then come out as far as my reply. But I would say that defining the words is not dyslexia. The dyslexia, from what I understand at least, is identifying the actual sounds or the letters and words themselves.
Well, like I said, we need to talk about this privately, but trust me on this. I am willing to bet that if you went to a doctor and asked for tests about dyslexia, we would ultimately find you diagnosed with dyslexia, which is not negative. We file for benefits on the basis of that in terms of your unemployability, and we'd best start this process soon before Trump goes into office, so we can get the process started before he.
Does dyslexia fall into something where it's more likely to get approved for benefits or something?
I cannot imagine that it wouldn't be, because it would prevent you, like color blindness, from doing a lot of different things. So
a lot of, like a third of men are colorblind. I don't think that falls under that. But anyway, I was wondering, just because like I haven't applied for benefits or anything like that, so that I may, I don't know. I think the only reason I would encourage anyone to apply is because I think that their job market in the next 5 years is going to shrink significantly.
To say the least. The economy's going to fucking crash. Trump's going to crash the fucking economy single-handedly. He's going to be the most hated man in history. He'll be lucky if he doesn't die in office, just lynched by a mob. But
I told you that there were people that said I think that the election was going to be rigged, and I said, well, the election may very well have been rigged, but if it was rigged, it was rigged by the Democrat or the higher ups on both, whether Democrat or Republican. I think we're ready to, well, if we got to let somebody take fall for the next 4 years, let's let it be Trump.
Yeah.
Because I would not have wanted to be president.
I mean, personally, I think you give the Democrats way too much credit, but I get it.
I don't mean the Democrats in general. Let me rephrase that. The people that have enough money to contribute to both campaigns and are equally, it doesn't matter who wins, they have always controlled the ultimate, or they're not always, but at least for many years.
Well, your concept of the Illuminati, yeah.
I mean, it's not Illuminati. I think it's just a developmental. You can put any different terms on it. People love those type of terms like Illuminati, and that's easy for people to understand. I think that, because they've heard of it. I think just in general, there can be some secret organizations. It could be that. If you look at power and money, and but those usually go hand in hand, because of our current structure of society, that those dynamics, especially in the U.S., and then obviously would fall under umbrella just like ancient Rome. I mean, we're the power structure, and that power structure would be dominated with ultimately who's at the top with power, and that power right now is usually in the form of the most money, the most power. So at that point, you have enough that have been in dominance for a while, that have wanted to control that money and continue to.
But by the way, two things come to my mind. Did you hear my last episode when I talked about the canonization of Saint Luigi?
No, I heard about you talking about Luigi earlier, but I did not hear that.
Well, you got to listen to the last several episodes. Ever since the Luigi assassination,
I heard some part of it. I heard part of it, but you got to remember it was hours and hours, and I must have fast forwarded and didn't hear that part.
Oh well, if it's near the beginning, really. So if you take a look at the triage, it's the last episode before tonight's. It says the triage. I had to talk about three people: the subway burning, which is mysterious, and obviously conspired. But then I spoke about what they did with Saint Luigi, and here I can show you right now just some examples.
Did you say Saint Luigi?
Yeah, basically. Like I said, there was a Disney concert. There was a fucking Disney concert, and they threw up Luigi's face on the screen, and all the kids and all the adults all stood up and cheered.
Are you talking about the Saint Luigi? Or are you talking about the Luigi that?
No, I'm talking about Luigi Manioni, your boyfriend.
Yes. I called Lola and told her. I said, well, she called me and stuff, and I said, oh, by the way, I said, I have a new boyfriend, and I hadn't talked to her since that. We hadn't talked at all, and she said, what? And I said, yep. And I said, it's okay though. I can't see him right now. I was like, he's in jail for shooting somebody. And I thought she goes, and instead of her being like, because of everything going on that happened in the past with Daniel, she goes, I thought she's like, oh my God, you're dating somebody in jail, but instead she went, oh no, that is my man. That is my man.
Yes. Yeah, he's got a whole line of women and men waiting. Yeah, he's just all around. Everybody's guy right now. So let me see if I can look at the last episode. So I've got to do a screen share here, and so I'm going to do a screen share. I don't know if you can see this on your screen share, but here we are. This was the triage from 2/27/27, so it's near the beginning, a triage of prioritization between Luigi Manioni and then, a bunch of other people. But I had to decide which one was the most important. Luigi Manioni is very important.
And you know what? I never expand that. When I go back and listen, I never expand that to see where you timestamp what you're talking about.
Yeah.
You think I would do that, but since I've been on the show a lot, I never expanded it, to go, even though I knew in the beginning you did. I'm sorry. I'll just go in and I'll fast forward, I'll listen to the first 10 minutes, fast forward, see who's coming on, and then I because usually a lot of stuff I see who's on, listen, and I just depend on the universe and God to guide me if I fast forwarded past to something, and just kind of see. Like tonight I ended up with Aristides. I listened to several of Aristides talking by himself.
What did he
say? Like, Brendan, you're there. Brendan, you're there. Yep, Brendan, you're there. And then you come back, and when you come back, you're like, why didn't Brendan say anything? He's here. And the whole time, Aristides is like, Brendan, hey, you there yet?
that is funny. That's cute. That's cute. And
Aristides did a good job. He did. He was like.
Yeah. Yes.
But it was funny because as soon as you come back, you're like, well, he had just finished asking again, hey, Brendan, are you here yet? And then Brendan, and he's like, okay, so I guess he's not. And then you kind of say, hey, so what are you doing? You talking about what? And he's like, oh, I'm talking about this. And, well, why didn't you call in Brendan? He's here. And it was funny. Anyway, from this side of it, it was funny.
Yes. So here's what we'll do. Take a look at this. Here we are. And, okay, so what I was doing it was the episode that I believe was the latest episode. Let me see. Yeah, it was the latest episode before tonight. So when you review that episode, these links should appear in the chat room. In the chat room, but I'm going to put them into your private message right now. Can you access your private message on your Skype?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to put this in there right now. So what happens is if you click on that and then click on the picture, that picture will become much larger. So if you click on that and you click on that picture, what I conducted was an analysis of that photograph. And for those of you who don't know, we're looking at a picture of Luigi Magnoni, and I can actually put this into the live stream right now, as a matter of fact, so that anybody click on that photograph, it will get larger if you click on it. And that's a very important photograph, because I was pointing out just the horror of that photograph, and what they've succeeded in doing is they've reenacted the walk of Christ to the crucifixion on the basis of what they've done to Luigi Magnoni. They take him for a perp walk where he's surrounded by the equivalent of Roman soldiers. He's got the black mayor of New York, who is himself indicted for federal crimes. The man's a guilty criminal of treason. But he, unlike Pontius Pilate, who washed his hands of Christ's crucifixion, he jumps right in and helps to march Luigi Magnoni to what conceivably, theoretically, could be his death sentence. However, I pointed out the good news is that legal experts have pointed out that they've fucked themselves up 8 ways to Sunday, because basically they added all these terrorism charges. Many defense attorneys feel that this is going to result in a hung jury that will probably result in a nullification of charges, and with enough popularity, the judge may be forced to basically, in a sense, release him. The potential is there for that. So it may yet happen. But, of course, they're trying to nail him with everything that they've got. Now, compare that, of course, to this ancient image.
I mean, jury nullification was already being discussed before they even did that. So obviously adding those federal charges, I would think, they've got state and federal. Anything, I think, federally with terrorism is, like you said, has a much greater chance of nullification. But nullification it could happen either way. I mean, they're going to try to pick a jury pool that is older, extremely against anything, because a jury, jury nullification.
Well, the older they are, the more that they've been denied care by insurance companies. So the more
but they're going to have to find somebody that's not dealt with it. Yeah, I mean, because what it is basically saying, we do think you've probably maybe they quit. Basically, it may suggest he's guilt, but based on their own sense of justice, you can find them not guilty, and that's legal.
Yes, yes, that's right. By the way, so look at the other link. The other link I put under him, and he's wearing the same color as Christ, even. You notice that, like the Roman soldiers, except worse, all the cops around him are armed in ballistic Kevlar. They're protected against bullets. He's walking out in the cold of winter in New York City, in nothing but this jumpsuit, with no jacket to warm himself. They're freezing him to death. The fact that he's escorted by a black Caesar who's guilty of nothing less than treason for accepting bribes from foreign nationals, and therefore is a traitor to his country, yet he's escorting this man. The injustices are quite clear. But the fact that they put him in the orange jumpsuit, and you take a look at the painting of Jesus, the arrest of Christ, and the similarities are so striking. They couldn't have planned this better. It's like they've done everything they could to basically render this individual as saintly looking as possible.
So you believe that they're making him look saintly as
I don't believe that. I believe they're so fucking stupid they don't know what they're doing. They don't realize they're doing that.
Right. Yeah. They're trying to post him as somebody that they're in control and they've got him and look at him. But what they've actually done is the thing is that they're so out of touch.
Yes.
And that power dynamics are so out of touch.
Yes.
And that's where I say the structure fell, because structure is as only good as the bricks that hold it up, right?
Yes. Yes.
And so a structure is fundamental, whether it's wood or bricks or whatever. Well, we are the bricks, we are the wood, right? And we decided to hold these structures up, whether we chose it or not. We slowly fell into what our parents had in line, they fell into, and it sounded good. And it slowly became something where the least qualified are the ones running our governments, right? Yes. And teaching our children, and the things that we've said, I don't kind of like this, our grandparents did, and our parents did. Well, until social media, there was no way for people to come together. And slowly, in the last 10, 20 years, people have started to come together and kind of find, well, I'm not the only one that feels this way. And so in that breakdown, since 2008, having that, in addition to then people that post what's going on with the Me Too movement, and then they've been abused too. People can post, just like most recently, the man in New York, I believe it was New York, who was killed, brutally in a jail. It was New York that she's called for, the resignation of all 13 people that did it, including the nurse. I mean, that man was sitting there dying, dead, limp, just being transferred from one jail to another. And it's been ignored for so long, and people standing up and saying, kill the killer cops. It was Black Lives Matter, and now it's kill the killer cops, because Black Lives Matter and Me Too was to tear down of the structures. Kill the killer cops is one of the first things in this. Now we will be redefining under Aquarius. Now we as the people will define how we come together and what we decide it is. And so that's we're in the very beginning stages of that. It's a long road. And that doesn't mean that, kill the killer cop should be our number one statement, but it's a strong statement, and there have to be strong ones out there. There have to be the extremes. Luigi had to be there, because the problem is, it's just like, with the manifesto that he talks about, that, the Oklahoma City bomber, there are times where, you have to fight fire with fire. Yes. And I don't, and I'm the one that I always stood up to you and said, I'm against war, and I am. I'm not for murder. I don't want to see anybody die. But at the same time, sometimes, if somebody's coming to kill my family, I will kill for that. And ultimately, our families are being killed right now. We're about to starve to death because of the price of food. Yes. And while at the same time you have an oligarch of more money in certain people's hands than it's ever been seen before. Yeah. And that has to fall. And if that takes a bullet or two, then God bless the man that does it.
There we are. So if you take a look at this third link I put into your private messages, take a look at that and open that. And other people have voiced this very sentiment. So you can see this individual says he's kind of like a prettier Jesus. So if you open up that account, you'll see that. You should be able to see the photograph in there. So there you go. There's your boyfriend. Be beatified. He's beatified by these idiots taking him for a perp walk and rendering him the most sympathetic character in modern times, surrounded by a bunch of idiots armed to the teeth. A stupid black ass mayor who is a traitor to his nation and federally indicted on almost every charge imaginable, a criminal far more dangerous than the man the police are escorting, who's done far more harm to his nation than the individual who's about to be crucified, as far as they're concerned.
If there's any symbolism in the colors, I was surprised I guess our Brendan would know that, probably more than anything.
Well,
just to know the symbolism of color, like the orange versus the green. In that particular one of Jesus, he has green on over the orange.
Okay, but are you able to see the post that I'm looking at, the third post from on X? Are you able to open that account?
Yeah, let me give it. I'm sorry, I tried to click on it and it clicked the second one again. Yeah, I'm trying to get there now.
Yes, there we are.
The back. So Skype is a little slow for me here.
Okay. Yeah. And
okay. Yeah. Let's see.
But
what is it on a picture?
Yeah, it's a picture.
Okay.
Can you see it?
Paper stuff.
If not, I'll do a screen share to show you.
No, I can do it. I can do it. It's just I push it 3 times and then I, you know how my impatience does, and then I pushed it too many times and it's back up. Anyway, yeah, maybe.
Is it opening?
You probably should screen share next.
Okay, I'll do a screen share. Here we are. So.
Yeah, because that's my head. It says Skype or stuff. Oh, Because I'm hitting my name instead of your name.
Okay.
Somehow I skipped stuff. Okay, x.com, right?
Yeah. So click on that.
Okay, yeah, I see him.
See the
I'll
person.
get his head down.
Yes. See, the person says he's kind of like a prettier Jesus.
Yeah, and I mean, we don't know what Jesus looked like back then, but he had the black curly hair supposedly.
Yes, there you go. Well, Jesus's mother was Italian, so yes, he was Mediterranean, so they're of the same stock. So there we have that. At any rate, so what I did on the last episode before tonight was I did an art history analysis based on the symbolism of his march, his crucifixion march, in which he's accompanied by these heartless morons who are making themselves look incredibly stupid and rendering him far more sympathetic. So it speaks for itself. He's very likely, just through the incredible sympathy that is out there for him, the judge will very likely be moved by that. The jury, it will be impossible to find a jury where you don't have people.
Your opinion? I've noticed you are saying, that. What is your opinion, personally?
Of what?
Of him or what happened?
Well, I'm on his side. I'm sympathetic to him. I certainly. I'm not going to go through these ridiculous platitudes that people have of, well, murder should never be condoned. I mean, obviously, he killed a mass murderer. You're talking about an individual who pioneered the abuse of AI to deny 99% of claims in the insurance company in which he worked. It's the individual is, you're talking about, there's no words for this individual. If there is such a thing as a hell, Brian Thompson's there now. That's all. You're talking about there are people who need to die, and yes. There you have it. It's just so yeah, that's my opinion right there. Yes, all my sympathies are with Luigi. So as I said, it was good news that defense attorneys feel that the prosecutors have already screwed themselves and shot themselves in the foot by taking it too far and charging him with terrorism and taking it to a level that is just going to. They want to hit him with everything. Of course, they want to make an example of him. They want to hit him with everything, but it could very well backfire. And likely will, because how are they going to find a jury where somebody hasn't been impacted by healthcare denial? I mean, that's like so universal an experience in America. They won't be able to find a jury like that, older or younger. Everybody's experienced healthcare denial. So there we have that. And
what scares me though, Trump. You did see the murder of the man in New York, correct?
You're talking about the woman who was set on fire?
No, the man that was killed in jail or prison transfer by.
You don't need to worry about that. He's a hero in prison. All the prisoners are guarding Luigi Magnoni.
No. That's not what I mean. This is it's unbelievable. I mean, you can watch
that the state might kill him, is what you're saying.
No, the body cam footage that was just released today. His name was Robert Brooks, Brooks.
Okay.
He had, was attacked by correctional officers, but they released the body cam footage. He died. It was on December 9th, but the body cam footage was just released today. I believe today. Yeah, and it is unbelievable when you see the body cam footage. Obviously, they had the governor of New York come on. Up to the governor. Like I said, there's 13 people she's already fired. Done. There's they're looking into. Obviously, everyone's looking at. I mean, there's been rallies and riots. Like it's another a Black Lives Matter of what's his name being choked to death, or worse. And I mean, as someone who's
are you talking about the white guy who killed the black guy on the New York subway and they let him go? That case?
No.
Daniel Penny or okay.
No, this guy is being beat. He is beat. He's 43 years old. He was a black man. They were basically transferring from one jail to another to serve his sentence of, whatever he had, a couple of years or whatever, for robbery or something. But anyway, he, for whatever reason, people, like I said, you can literally say the wrong thing to the wrong person, argue with them. What happens in those, what people don't realize is that there is a power structure dynamic, and these people are so abusive of power. All it takes is one guard to say this guy's being an asshole, he's being overboard, he cussed me, and they will all.
No guard's going to be that stupid. They would pay such a price for that because that they would be doxxed.
What do you mean? So you need to watch the video. That's what I'm saying. Like that, I've lived it. I know.
Oh no! I mean, I believe what you say about what they did to this one guy and beating him to death. But if that's what you're afraid might happen to Luigi Magnoni.
Oh no! I'm not afraid of it happening to Luigi at all. No, they're going to be that stupid for him. What I mean is, so that's happening right now, right? So that's another nail in the coffin of these structures that have already died, right? But what scares me is this, what somebody said today was, because they are trying to hold these officers accountable, because what they did is absolutely, I mean, this guy could, or just like me, you could get pulled over for driving without a license, right? And you can do 2 years in prison, or, but this person, these people can literally murder someone in cold blood, and they can, a lot of times have gotten away with it. And I know for a fact, the officer that arrested me, one of them, he's murdered at least one person, in response in the shooting death of another, for traffic tickets. Right. All three of them were traffic violations, and the third one was.
Don't be afraid to dox him. You can name him. You can call his name out. It's not illegal. You can call his name out.
Mr. P, yeah, I mean, so yeah, I can name him, but the point is he. This officer, his name is Pierre Frazel. He has been one of them. He was charged with a mentally handicapped person, pulled over for suspicion of speeding, and this mentally person was beat to a pulp, and he did survive. So one of them was made national news. Was a black man. It was national news that he also pulled over, like he did me. And suspect a tail light out is what he says. He said my headlight was out, which is hilarious because I said, well, we're looking in the glass and my headlight is obviously on. So I'm not sure what headlight you're referring to. And he looked and he said, oh, well, so he changed the story. But my point is they get away. And so I'm a white woman in a good side of town. And, this man, these people, one of them was pulled over in a bad side of town, that black man who made national news. And the only reason that made national news was because it happened to be that the people, when he was pulled over and actually beaten, where he pulled into a tire type shop, and they had surveillance, for their store. And they happened to look the next day at their surveillance and realize what had happened. They see, oh, wait a minute, somebody was here, there were lights, and then they see this man getting beat, and they went ahead and took it to put it on social media. And that social media then took storm nationally. And at the most, Frazel was slapped with he had to take classes, is what he did.
Sure, it's so outrageous. I know.
Yeah.
There's no words.
When you talk about things like that, there's just no words. So you think about what they get away with. Mm-hmm. And then in general, this man's died. This man has died. So now you've got people like, the governor and obviously the person over the Department of Corrections in New York saying we will not allow this type of behavior to spread throughout our facilities. We will try to stop it. Well, it's not spread. It's been there the entire time. And that's the part that has to change. But with Trump coming in, what somebody said, and that was back to the point, what Trump's has a thing where he is wanting to give immunity, right, to police officers. Mm-hmm. And they said, I wonder if this immunity is going to extend to him, to these correctional officers.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's, got it. I wouldn't worry too much about it. He's going to have to deal with a lot of legislation, no matter what he tries to do. His majority in the House and the Senate is razor thin. It's literally like a single seat in one of the cases, and the other case is only a few seats. So they're going to have to work with the Democrats on everything. And when it comes to his more in lunatic attempts to remold society in his own image, he's going to face just incredible. I went over this in the last episode towards the end. Last episode before tonight's, towards the end, I go into all the difficulties Trump's going to face. It's everything he's going to try and do is going to run into a chainsaw. So he's all fucked.
I think part of it, though, what I'm seeing is part of it is not just what he's going to run to as far as the House or the Senate, but because it'll be because of this. The House and the Senate, obviously, Democrat and Republican is how we've always looked at it, and the people that voted Trump in, as I told you, as I believed a while back, we got Biden because it was not we were for Biden. It wasn't like everybody's like, oh, I'm so in love with Biden, I'm going to vote him in.
Right, yeah. No,
it was I'm going to vote Trump out, right? It was an anti-Trump vote, right?
Yes.
And because of different things, there wasn't going to be any more like, oh God, I fell in love with him, now I'm going to go. It was like, you know what? This hasn't turned out so great for me either. I can't even afford food. So I'm just going to sit at home. I'm going to sit this one out. And then the pro-Trumpers are just very much, and they're like, well, we can't afford either. But one thing that has happened is I see more and more the lines blurring, because there are lines that are blurred, just like Luigi Mangione. His lines on, his politics were very confusing. And there are people that will say my politics are confusing. Although I don't think they're confusing at all. And I think most people have lines that they stand for. And then they have lines that they probably could be talked out of if they talk to another person, like people that are anti-gay or anti-trans. If they talk to, those lines have been completely kept by media, right? And who controls media? The money. And so when you're looking at anything, whether it's a pop, just like the Mangione, they said how many percentage. I can tell you right now, the percentage of people that were pro-Mangione, I would gamble my home on it, that the pro-Mangione people, the people that felt more lenience to him, are higher than what has been reported, because...
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, well, that's, a given. I mean, by the way, just so I don't forget, because I may have to take a trip to the bathroom soon, in which case, up to you. You can hold the fort while I go to the bathroom, because I know you could do it. You could do it. You could talk. So you're one of my talkers. But before it dribbles out of my ears, I just want to reinforce this. I believe that if you go to the doctor and ask about, doctor, I've got a friend who says he thinks I'm dyslexic. What do you think? Because they're testing.
That makes me feel wonderful. I will say, Douglas, you are the ultimate spokesperson for getting someone to talk on air and feel good about themselves. Alone. Yeah, but thank you. I appreciate it. I have the ultimate confidence now. Thank you.
Well, good. And well, you should.
Confidence, because I obviously read everything backwards and speak everything backwards. What you're saying.
There's different types of all kinds of conditions. You're at some end of the spectrum. I'd be willing to bet money on that. I would be willing to bet your house on that. And if you
a spectrum usually refers to autism. I'm very well spectrum.
Well, I mean, they're using it for all kinds of conditions these days. Like Parkinson's. There's different stages of Parkinson's, that sort of thing. And but when it comes to let's just say this: if you get diagnosed for dyslexia, you will, believe me, you will just fall on your knees in gratitude. You will be so thankful, because it will explain so much in your life. Things will become clear. These diagnoses, when they happen, and usually it's a great relief for the person who receives the diagnosis.
ADHD is explained a lot. Like that was a great. I mean, I think there's a lot of women that were not diagnosed with it,
right?
That are my age range. That explains so much, right?
Yeah.
Because the girls weren't diagnosed in my age range, because they looked for the hyperactivity. It was, that's why it's ADHD, but then they made ADD and the same thing. But they were looking for hyperactivity for a while, and it had to be hyper. And then they saw, well, some kids weren't. But what it was is, girls have a tendency to be able to control themselves a little more physically, so we could sit there and not get up and run around the room.
That's right.
And we would just use our brain to zone out, right? Until we could finally get you know, like when I was in high school, okay, well, I can just skip this class because it's boring. Not,
Yes.
you know, it was just not challenging. It was not engaging, and or whatever it was. And the dopamine, obviously, receptors play into a part of that. But yeah, so that explained a lot, and it's still been life changing. The reason I'm questioning you and asking you to send something even right now on that is because I'm very familiar with dyslexia. At least I'm not very familiar, I will say. I'm probably halfway knowledgeable on it as anyone else. I don't see that particular diagnosis, is what I'm saying. It's not that I'm against it. I just can't. I'm trying to find some link to where you're saying there's a. Because what you have to remember, I was an excellent writer. You know, I did poetry, I did writing. So, you know, writing, reading, that was never a problem. I would get bored with reading and writing, but you know, my parents thought I was going to be a writer, you know, for, you know, right up until I, you know, decided I don't really want to do any of this, and, you know, it was bored with it. So, but yeah, that would be my only curiosity as far as dyslexia goes.
Right. I understand. I mean, all I can say right now is, you know, when you and I are speaking privately, I'll speak about it. And it's not necessarily going to be anything where I can provide any links, really. I'm just going on my personal experiences with you. And then, you know, the penny dropped, as I say, where I suddenly, hey, it clicked. It's like, she has dyslexia. It was just, I could be wrong.
I'm giving you full permission to share what your personal experience was that made you think dyslexia. I'm giving you full permission.
Well, it's just, oh God, it's experience after experience. Good God, I could spend a day.
Give me one.
Not right now. No, not right now. There's reasons for that. There's reasons for that. There are some aspects of medical conditions shouldn't be described publicly. Now
that is actually unfair, Douglas, because what that does is makes people wonder how crazy she is, or what I could say.
That's not crazy. It's not crazy. It
is. Like it's not like I'm walking around like reading stuff to you. Like I read you. You know, did you not say you wanted to suck Peter's dick? And he's like, no, it said not suck Peter's dick, and I got it backwards. I don't know. Like Tom, I mean. What are you saying exactly that I have gotten backwards?
Like I said, we'll talk about it privately, and then. But there's plenty of examples. But you know, we'll talk about these things privately.
But do you think that maybe those examples could be the ADHD and not the
It could be. It could be. But that's just
because there's many of times that I am like doing 2 or 3 different things.
Right. No. I get it. Yeah. Of course it could be. But that's why you need to question somebody who's capable of testing this, and then, you know, then seeing, you know, then you can come back and make fun of me if you come out like, you know, to be totally clear of the condition. But I would.
Well, now at least you know how to motivate somebody with ADHD, because now you've given me a reason that is with dopamine driven, meaning I cannot wait until I come back with this. So I may actually go get the test just to prove. So yeah, I mean that's fine. That's a good way. Versus saying, hey.
Yeah. But it's okay. So such being said,
and who knows if I do come back with dyslexia? Like I don't know what that would. I don't know, because then at that point you're saying everything is. I'm trying to even read as I'm reading this about dyslexia and how that would affect the processing, and they seem to be 2 different correlations. Like if I can read the word.
Yeah, these are all complicated conditions. So you know, that's why it takes consultation with an expert. You'll need a referral from your MD. So, such being said, so I'll. Is it okay? Can I go to the bathroom now? You'll hold the stage. You can do it.
Where's our boy? I mean, where is he?
He's dead meat in the water. He's he's homeless for the moment. God damn, he's living in his car for the moment. Poor son of a bitch.
Who is?
Brendan ẒOGHET.
No, I didn't mean Brendan. Brendan's what?
Yeah, he was. Both he and I were conspiring to home invade you and take over the 2 bedrooms vacated by your kids.
Yeah, I know. That's why I didn't call you back for, because the last time I talked to you, you suddenly went from, hey, Brooke, I'll never be talking to you. You're like, oh, so you know I'm getting older. I may have to come down there. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, don't you just pull that on me. I already had one person try to take over my house. All of you take over my home. But I would be more than glad to let you come down here and visit my my hog farm if you want to.
You what?
I just opened a pig farm.
Oh, cute. That's cute. That's adorable. You're
No, I'm
kidding.
just kidding.
Yeah, I knew it. I knew
Yeah,
it.
I did, but I'm rescuing the pigs. It's with the I got a little piggy, one of the little baby piggies.
Okay. Okay.
My
that's,
little, yeah, they're like the little it's a baby. It's gonna get bigger, but it's still like a small pig.
of course.
So I got Braveheart. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh wow.
Right.
And yeah. So the that's adorable. And are you kidding? Is this true? I mean,
Yeah, no, it's true. It's completely true. And I got it. I was kidding about it, and then I decided they were for sale on Craigslist, so I got one, and I've named it FML. So I call this little boy, and I call him FML for like fuck my life. It's like a pig, you know. So it's got a few different nicknames, but yeah, it's like love of my life, little FML, and he's still literally running around the ring right now. Braveheart jumps on his little back, and I'm sure he's kind of. It's so cute. So I have a squirrel on top of a pig, and it is what it is. It's cute. But I don't know. I mean, it was a last minute decision, but it needed rescuing, and so I was actually just going to keep it for a little while. But I'm falling in love with him, so he's so cute.
Can't you take pictures? You can take pictures, right?
Yeah. I'll have to upload some pictures. I didn't think about that. I'm on the computer, so I'm not on the phone, so I have to download them. But yeah.
Yeah.
I'll send you some.
So. Yeah, well, here's a subject you can go on about for hours. Tell people that, Mercury retrograde, tell them astrology, talk about astrology and what we're in for with Trump's, what the stars say about Trump and how this is going to be a fucked up 2 years and we'll see the downfall of Trump because it's in the stars, Go wild with it. I'll be back. It's probably going to...
Oh, you don't... No, well, the only thing is I don't feel like that you have much respect for astrology, so I want to do that on your channel. So
it's not true at all. I have the deepest respect for astrology. How could you say that?
Because you go on and on about how my birthday twin talked about Pluto all the time. Remember?
What?
My birthday twin talked about Pluto.
You mean that idiot?
The one that cursed me, yes.
Yeah, Moonsock. Yeah, Vinnie Barbaric. Just call him Vinnie Barbaric. It's the demons are powerless when you identify them by their real name. That's why you try to find out the demon's real name. Call him Vinnie Barbaric. That's his true name, and he's fucked. Yeah.
Oh, I do know why he gave you the birthday of the other date he gave you instead of January 15th. He gave you the other date is because when I went back and looked at his chart again, when he does it's GMT time is what every chart. GMT time. So when he does the GMT time, which is the standard universal, his birthday is technically the other day, the date after or before. What was it? The date after, I believe.
I mean, he was so insane in his obsession with you. It's like just out of his fucking mind. But I take that as a plus, of course. The enemy hates you with a passion, which means that you're obviously someone I need to treasure and cherish. So such being said, dear Brooke, yes, now you can do this. I mean, it'll probably take me a good, 10 minutes, maybe not, but, a little longer maybe. But you when you get into the swing of it, you won't notice the time passing. The time will pass.
Yeah, that's fine. I will do that, but I didn't plan on coming on here at all. So I've got to.
I mean, if you want to check out for the night, I'll just end the show, and I'm fine with that because I told.
That's fine. Okay, yeah, because I've got to run to the bathroom anyway. So if you want to check it out.
Oh, okay. So let's both go to the bathroom, and I'll just end the show, and I'll call you privately after I'm done.
Sounds good.
Okay, I'll call you on the cell phone when I'm done. We're gonna end the show. So everybody, say good morning to everyone, please.
Good morning, everyone. Anyone that hasn't been here, I just wanted to come on too because I haven't been on here, and I wanted to tell everybody. Like, I hope 2024 has been a ride, right? I mean, so let's hope 2025 is better. Don't expect it to be better, but you can try.
Yes.
Actually, it's all our outlook. So I think actually it can be a lot better for the people that know. Like, it's just going to be all dependent on everybody's to say it doesn't matter what happens around you. It's, and I'm the least one to say this, but like to control, like instead of being happy about what's going around you or sad about it or upset, to find the positive. Like, I feel like that's going to be where it lies for each one of us. It's like, where can we stay positive? Where can we find the good? Where can we find to be thankful for the next year and beyond? Just like we have to stay above the, what's going on around us. Because I feel like there are going to be some rough rides, and let's stay together. And I don't know, just thank everybody for listening to me, my bullshit, my talking too much, my times when I've been too high or drunk, or times when I've cussed somebody I shouldn't have. And thank you, Douglas, for having me on here. I love you so much.
I love you so much.
And everybody
too.
support Douglas.
What's that?
And everyone support Douglas. Give Douglas some support, because he did not send me a Christmas gift, so he needs more money.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. We're trying to raise another 100 now, and we should be. So, Aristides, say good morning to everyone, please. Let's see if Aristides is up. He might be up in the sense of he has a morning wood, but he's unconscious and he doesn't realize it. Okay, well, we'll leave him in peace. To everyone, join us on Wednesday. It'll be here before you know it. Love you all who support me. And I'll give Brooke a call when I'm done with my business and she's done with hers. And she and I will continue our conversation. So wish us luck with that. And there we are.
Yes, after wood is over.
Yes, that's right. And all right. Kisses to all the girls out there, and hugs to all the guys who support me. And
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Look,
Real Tech has joined us. Say hi to Brooke, Real Tech, while I go to the bathroom.
Hello.
And say good morning to all of us. Yes.
This stupid camera.
Yes.
Oh my God, let me see you, Real Tech.
App.
Let me see you. Come on.
Come on, show us you.
Real Tech. I've shown myself many.
No.
Damn you. You show me your wife. You want to show me you? Come on.
Yeah. Come on, Real Tech. Don't be shy.
I mean, I saw your wife like 3 nights ago. So like, what are we doing
Yeah.
here?
What
do you mean somewhere? Maybe you did. I don't know. Oh, you're crazy.
But come on, you're fine. There, look at that. See?
She's not as Asian looking as she is. No, there's not. She's Asian. You realize your wife is like. She said she liked my southern voice. That's what she said.
There we are. Nehru. He looks like Nehru, the former leader of Congressional India. Yes. Or.
No, I was just kidding too, Real Tech. But Real Tech, your wife is Asian, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, good.
I'm Chinese.
Yeah.
You're Chinese? You're not Chinese.
No, his wife is.
I'm not Chinese.
No, yeah. No, but he does look like kind of like Subhash Chandra Bose, which is a compliment. Bose, the company.
You look like he's got some Spanish, and you've got nice dark hair. Like it's more Spanish looking to me.
Yes.
More of an Italian look. More of a Luigi look. Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah. When I saw pictures of my grandmother and her sister, they look Spanish. So.
Okay.
Also some Native American, actually, to be honest.
So
yes, my grandfather was Native American.
Ah.
Also.
Your grandfather was? Yeah.
Cherokee, Irish, mulatto.
So my ex-boyfriend, he passed away. His father was.
I got a picture of him somewhere.
And you remind him of him. Okay. You've got there's Cherokee. Everybody in the South claims to be Cherokee, or part Cherokee, or whatever. But he actually did have his father was he had hair that was down to his back. My ex-boyfriend, but his father was 100% Cherokee, and he had. The first thing I thought was when I saw your face, the way the hair grows on a Cherokee versus Spanish, you just reminded me of it like immediately. So there is definitely I can see the Cherokee in you. Sure.
Yeah. So what made you decide?
Well,
yeah. Go on.
Well, you see the hair, but in my face, sure. I've got to shave. I haven't shaved in a couple of days, but. What he said?
Oh, I was just saying. Feel free to continue talking with Brooke. I'll be right back. So I'm just going to go mute, and you two have got this. Thank you so much for jumping on with us, Real Tech. What made you decide to come on while I go mute?
Well, you always need somebody to entertain your guests.
Yes!
Can't be a one-man show always. I mean, one-woman show.
That's right!
So.
That's
Plus,
right.
I miss you, Douglas,
Oh, so. Thank you. I miss you too. Wonderful. We all love you, Real Tech. Okay, I'll be back. I'm going to go mute now. Yeah.
Go ahead. Enjoy yourself, Douglas. Enjoy that vitamin you're going to take. Real Tech. Did I end this? Hello?
Yeah. I'm
Are you
here.
there? Okay. Sorry, I must have muted it.
Just want to turn the video off. So.
Well, no, you look and it's your actual features, not like your face. If I could like if I saw his face right now, so much of the shape and the nose, like it's just his. It's almost looking at him. So very much similar. So anyway, like the shape of the lips, like everything is just there. It's just the structure. So it's something. It reminded me of him, and obviously he was 50% Native American at least. So Cherokee tribe. So it's funny you said Cherokee.
Holy fuck. Okay. Okay. Hmm.
Yeah, his father was 100% Cherokee and had many children. As a tribal leader, that his mother was one of the youngest. So he had older brothers and sisters that were as old as his mother. So he wasn't raised by his father. It was one of the tribal leaders up in Cherokee, North Carolina, as a matter of fact, at the time. But he was older and he died, and I guess, he got around. He was, probably 60, 70, hitting it with a 25-year-old at some point, 30-year-old. So yeah, he had him, and he didn't have a lot of relationship with his father, but there was a lot of alcoholism in that tribe. Obviously, you're familiar with that, I'm sure. There's something more positive.
Yeah, there is a lot of that going on because of their ancestors are just unsettled. There's just so much war and pillaging and raping and
well, it was
conflict.
pushed. I mean, they had their history and they had their ways of dealing with spirit and spirituality, and alcohol is just one of the things, like anything, power, drugs, that people can use to kind of bypass true spirituality, right? So like, to do true spirituality, you have to kind of go through the work. You can bypass it so we feel better temporarily when we get alcohol in us, and we feel a little more spiritual, a little more connected, but ultimately it's bypassing the true work and takes us further down. And I think when the tribes were taken out of their land and then alcohol was really pushed by the American government, into those tribes to keep them quiet, just like, drugs have probably been pushed in lower income societies as well throughout America, because, if people come together, then it's only as the building's only as strong as the bricks that make it. So they try to keep those bricks strong, but there, because they can't pull them out, but they try to keep them quiet, right? So alcohol.
Yeah,
helps.
there's a famous scene in which is ironic because basically that's what he does anyway in his music. But Ludacris was it's a famous scene called Crash, and it's exactly about how African Americans made hip hop and they were revolutionizing it, and it was a great community thing going on and very positive for the community. And then the corporations got involved and spread the drugs through the and the gangster culture and everything to the African American community neighborhood and this and that. And yeah, it's a good scene. It's a good movie in general. But
What movie was this again?
Crash.
Crash. All right.
In 2005 with Brendan Fraser and Ludacris and the other actors. But
Oh, Sandra Bullock. Looks like.
okay.
It says Sandra Bullock. If it's Crash, yeah, it says 2004. It says Sandra Bullock.
Okay.
I accidentally clicked the link. You'll have to look that up. I've heard of it. I've not watched it. Thought you were gonna say Crank, which was a Statham movie. Yeah, Crash. I've not seen it. Yeah, I mean, what is it? The definition of never mind. I'm looking for a quote, and the word escapes me. Of what is the word for working, like working class people?
Middle class, right?
Yeah, that would be it. Let me see. But it would be working, like what I mean for working. Another definition, another word for working, or yeah, people that work, that are ultimately the workers of the society.
Let's see.
This is where my like my ADHD plays a role, because I always take a concept, but I never remember the word for it. But yeah, it was just discussing how. Shoot, that out just okay. You're going to bring up something else, and if I find the word, I'll pull it back. But it was just basically saying like the labor, that would be the word. Labor. Those that labor create the wealth. I believe it was something like that. And I just saw it yesterday. And I was saying something about like those that labor create the wealth. Let me see what's gonna create the wealth. And it was a simple quote. It's very simple, but I liked it. Yeah, those that labor create the wealth. Quote. And it basically says so that the wealth is there's like labor is the source of all wealth. That's what it was. It's a Karl Marx quote, I believe. Are you familiar with that one?
Laborer? Is that the one?
No, it's a let's see. Labor is the source of all wealth, is how it starts. It says labor is the source, since labor is the source of all wealth. No one in society can claim wealth except as the product of labor. They kind of shortened it, but that was a Karl Marx quote. And so I saw it kind of shortened to that. But basically, since labor is the source of all wealth and all culture, so meaning those that work are the source, right? Then all wealth belongs to those that labor. And that's kind of what's been taken away from our society, or what we've, kind of left out as far as our structures for the last, couple of hundred years, right? It's slowly fallen to the side, whereas it is only the labor that, is the source of all wealth.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he goes further into saying labor is not the source of all wealth, that nature is much of the source, the use of values, and it is surely, he says, surely of such that material wealth consists as labor, which itself is only the manifestation of a force of nature and human labor power. But the basic gist of it was to say that, we can take away from those that in our society where we've become kind of oligarchy, to say, well, it's okay, those people just happen to be born into a good family, and also, they, the laws, they create jobs. They create the jobs, and they create the option for labor, right? It is only the labor that creates the wealth, again, with nature, because nature, we have to have that. But when you have a structure, which we have, which is abusing both nature and the laborers and making very few people exorbitantly wealthy, then I have to say that,
such as the recent conversation with the H1B1 meltdown with Elon Musk and the rest of those fucking idiots.
Oh yeah, tell me about what your thoughts are on that.
Well, my thoughts about that is, I was watching this clip of this Japanese person was talking about visiting India, that worked for a Japanese company. I can send it to it. That was also, he was saying that they're really idiot. He was saying that just not sorry, I believe this. Just reading where I'm just commenting about that. But he was basically saying, a bunch of morons. A Japanese person would have learned how to move something. Workers would have learned to move something within 1 hour, instead of spending the whole day to move something with a rope. The Japanese people would use it with a truck instead. So, and that's interesting. But
he said what now? He said that Japanese people would have what? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Would have figured out within 1 hour to move something with a rope using the vehicle instead of tugging on the rope themselves, and taking the whole day to do it.
Right.
So,
and that's the problem.
this
I think that you've got with government in America in general is not that. There's another word for it, but it's not just, we're oligarchy as far as money goes, but also there's a word for where you have the least qualified people in the most powerful position, right? So like doing the job in government, we have some of the least qualified people to do their jobs, right? As far as actually, what they can do and who should be doing it, in their experience. It's so much a system that is broken. And so I don't know the word for that. I know there's a big term for it. I don't know if you're familiar, but yeah, it sounds like that. It's kind of like, there's so much red tape and there's so much people that really don't understand what they're doing. Yes, the bureaucracy is obviously off the chart. So that's, I think that's what you're referring to, or it seems to be.
Yes, but it's the same thing with the people that come, the HBN1. It's the same type situation where a migrant worker from China or for instance, will come here to do prostitution, and they take away their passport, for instance, and threaten this and that with their lives. And I know I'm going a little bit extreme, but they do the same thing with the HBN1 worker. I've read a lot of comments about that in different videos that people have done that, where they threaten to make them work longer hours, and if that we're going to try to find ways to deport you, or take away your status. And another thing too is I remember when I rented an apartment, and I took over the apartment from the family. They were from Kazakhstan, and the corporation they came through the HBN1 visa, and I think they're still here. They immigrated and completely have come here. They didn't go back, but the corporation they're working for, I think it was an account or something, the whole family. But basically, they would pay $7,000 a month for them at first for corporate housing. Go ahead. Sorry.
They would pay how much? How much did you say?
$7,000 for 1 month in corporate housing in Manhattan.
Unbelievable. Yeah. Yeah.
Unbelievable.
And so much of the system's broken. It's just. I want to stay on the H one, stay on that, but just, off topic is just how we allow money laundering, which is illegal. Obviously, we know people are charged for it here in the U.S.
Yes.
if they can be convicted of it.
Yes.
But we allow it. We allow Russia, in every country that wants to launder money into the U.S. And they are able to do that by investing in real estate, which is why you're in New York. Which is why these high rises that are, $8 million high rises are sitting empty, because they can't rent them, but they need to invest the money for so many years in real estate to launder that money through the U.S. And so
they're doing the same thing now in Jersey City. They're building like crazy, and all the developers from New York are moving over there to Jersey City, and it's
there's
just
no one that can really afford these apartments. No one's affording these, to spend, $6 million.
Like for instance, exactly. I understand. Hold on a second. There was an empty lot for over 20 years. It was empty in Journal Square, and it was all types of businesses: McDonald's, Wendy's, pizzeria. There were residential people living in buildings. I spent a long time going to school in Jersey City, so I remember all of it. And just during the pandemic, they finally started building something there. Over 20 years, and upstaging people's lives and taking them away everything. But what I want to say about that, though, I find is completely ridiculous. The situation in Journal Square. It's the fact that since the pandemic, there is like no place to use the bathroom after a certain amount of time.
That's right.
And they're building all these. It's insane. And they're building and they're building like crazy. And of course, the mayor. He's one of the longest running mayors, Fulop, since what's the other guy from the 1930s? I've got his name right now. In Jersey City, but he's Jewish, so he's bringing all these Jews over, and they all do the money laundering. I have a friend of mine who is African American. The house has been his family. It's not the greatest house in the world either. It's got a lot of problems, but it's been a house has been for 100 years, and he's had constant people always offering him to buy his house for $200,000, and this is in the hood. It's got a lot better, but it's
I want to congratulate both of you. You both had good numbers. I'm impressed. So there, see, and
I would like to apologize. I would like to take some time to apologize to anyone that I have not yet offended. Please be patient. I will get to you shortly. That is my new motto.
Yes.
I don't want anybody to feel left out. So if I have not yet offended you, just send me a note. I will offend you personally.
Adorable.
Anytime you would like.
Yes.
Yes, you gotta do it early before the new year.
Yes.
Offend somebody.
Yes.
So it's about that time.
Yeah. So, and what about, you were speaking of course, this development, and then, of course, just how this is kind of, kind of like what Our Lady Brooke was describing. There's a lot of laundering money through real estate development and...
in the movies.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
A lot of that, too.
Yeah.
why is a TV show like Andor, second season of it, it's costing $645 million? Why? That's they're laundering.
Yes.
They're money
I
laundering.
mean, well, it doesn't
They are.
have anything to do with the Netanyahu gene. I'm going to tell you that.
Yeah, that fucking piece of shit.
Oh, yes. I should conduct an analysis of him, of course. That should be, we'll see if I can finagle that in.
Or have you not? I mean, like, I'm not anti anybody, but I'm anti people. Yes, I'm anti humans in general. But no, I'm not. I mean, we as humans are great because we are the ones that actually care for animals and we have the choice to be good or not. So I think it's good. But I mean, in general, I can be against certain people. I'm not against groups of people in general. But what I would say is Netanyahu, how you have not already conducted something on him is beyond me, because he is, to me, he would be an antichrist of antichrist.
Yeah.
If I was going to go in there.
Yeah.
If I was gonna label Antichrist as one person, I would, when people like to say it's just gonna be one person or something, I would fall in suit with him being one of the go-tos for that.
Yeah. And anyhow, when Victoria came on once, do you remember this episode, or were you even aware of it? Where Victoria came on and she said, "Oh, I hear," she was hearing a lot of debate over whether Trump was the Antichrist. So I went to town on it and just went through, dragged it all out of my unconscious mind, pointed out that Trump is, at the very least, an Antichrist, because the Bible does mention more than one Antichrist. So do you remember that episode at all, Brooke? Or you probably weren't attending?
Yeah, I think I vaguely remembered that. But, obviously I had a lot going on, so I think I heard some of that. And I actually think I was listening to it before I came on air one night, so I didn't get the full. I don't think I went back to
What episode was that?
Oh God, it wouldn't be too hard to find, but we'd have to go back a few months. So I can give it to you right now. I can give you the link right now. So here, let me go get
Okay,
that
I want to
link.
hear that. So
Yes.
Yeah, put it in the chat. Can you put it in the chat as well?
Yes, I'll put it in the chat, and I will put it in the text box as well for both of your private messages as well as our call. So let me dig that up. While I'm digging that up, both of you, please continue to talk. As I said, you're doing so well.
You were mentioning on the and you mentioned the H1, I believe the H1B visa,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So I know Elon, he's come out and he's kind of changed his tune, I guess, because he had so much blowback, right? But
yes.
How do you feel? Are you saying that he's too much for the changing of it or the reform of it, or because I'm not that is obviously not a particular thing that I'm very educated on as far as the H1B system. I try to kind of read about it, but.
Well, there's no reason that you should be educated in the H-1B system. It has nothing to do with you or I. It's not anything to do with our lives. Nobody in my family is, involved with H-1B. So it's like one of these things that is what it is. But in terms of Elon Musk, if you want a summary, it's basically that Elon.
Let me ask this. Let me ask if this is a summary, and this is where I need to be educated on. What I've heard so far on this is that basically Elon Musk in this, what he's proposing is basically like a pro-India, we're going to pay more money, but basically we want to keep everybody out, but in basically India. I know that may be completely off.
He just wants workers that are cheap and easy to control. That's what he wants. They pay people in India 5-10 cents an hour.
True.
And Bangladesh,
He's wanting the
1 cent.
The smartest of the smart, right? He wants the intelligence
They're
level.
not the smartest of the smartest.
But he
Not
wants the
always.
intelligence without the salary, is what you're saying. Right.
He just wants, but he just wants people to train his machines for now. That's all he wants, really.
I mean, he is known to be a as much as everybody thinks he's open and he seems cool, he is known even by, many of his employees have said he's a hardcore I don't know what the word you
Yeah.
would say, but it's horrible boss. I mean, just, we'll call you at 3 a.m. on a Saturday you got a brand new baby, and he's like, get into work. I need you now. Like I have something I want to run by
Another
you.
one that is like that too is Jensen Huang of NVIDIA. But
Oh,
I
really?
mean, that's well, not to that
Is he
much of an
Chinese?
extreme. He's Taiwanese American.
Yeah, that's right.
But
Go on.
but he's not a piece of garbage like Elon Musk. He's not. He's
Thank
very
you.
respectful. He's very respectful and very honorable. He really is. And he's not a crazy CEO and on drugs, everything like this guy.
Right.
So don't forget, he uses ketamine. So
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, ketamine, we back into that discussion, which, by the way, Douglas, I did hear earlier tonight. I will say I've always been honest and stood up for what I feel that is not either good or bad for on this channel. So what I will say is I'm going to be probably not loved by Douglas for saying this. What I will say is Elon Musk, I do not believe is a horrible person. I don't see him as evil. What I do see him as someone who he's very honest in what he believes. Now, does that mean he's right? No. Does it mean he's not intelligent? I believe he is intelligent. I believe he's on an autistic. You talk about someone. I believe he's very much on an autistic spectrum.
yes, he is. Yeah, he
so
is definitely.
The great
He
thing about
he claims he's autistic. He's on drugs. But go on.
I will say this, Douglas. I never heard you just said that. I never have heard. I have yet to hear that, and I don't doubt you.
No, I guarantee you, he is not autistic. He uses that as an excuse to be an asshole. But go on.
I don't. If you go back and look at his past interviews, I didn't even know anything about him claiming to be autistic. Honestly, I watched him on a few interviews.
Oh no, he claims to be autistic. He claims.
If you can look back at him 20 years ago, 15 years ago, I mean, he seems autistic. If you know autism and on a spectrum, like with the emotional, the lack of in touch with emotions versus thoughts, right?
That's the fucking ketamine. That's the ketamine.
Well, it may be
also,
ketamine.
he's psychotic. He's psychotic.
Well,
He's not autistic.
But you could say
he's
that
psychotic.
about any. Okay, Douglas. But we can say that. All I'm saying is I'm going to play devil's advocate here, and it is not to promote Elon Musk. That's not what I'm doing. What I'm doing is saying that if someone can both, each one of us actually brings good and bad. I brought good and bad to the show, right? So there's always a plus and a minus, and sometimes people's negative is what actually, like Donald Trump, I believe at the end of the day, all his negativity that we don't like about him may end up being positive ultimately for the change, because, sometimes you have to fall below, if you get stagnant, right? Because things are just, they're bad enough, they're bad, but they're not bad enough to make you move. Things are bad, and like, I'm not happy, but you stay still, and it's only till things sink you below that level of like, I can't sit here anymore, I'm dying, right? Things are so bad, like you get hit in the belt again and again, and now you're losing everything. Like there's nothing to lose. You have nothing to lose, and that's when you stand up, right? So that's when, at that point, I believe things come back to you have to go, sometimes going below the equator is what happens, is good enough for people to then stand up and do something and make the change. Otherwise, people stay stagnant. So I don't know. That's just what I think. And I think that, it could be that that Trump obviously will be that key. I think he's key in that.
Yeah.
Just as political.
You and I agree on that. Yes.
I agree about that too.
Yeah.
And I agree about what you're saying about Musk also.
Yes.
I just, it's just, it's a lot of growing pains. But, I just feel like there's a lot of better people in this world than him.
Yes.
Or Vivek who's a damn scammer.
I don't think, though, he's a scammer. Like, let's say, what's that guy that used to be the boxing guy or whatever, and he's like the one that got arrested in Romania. He promotes
Andrew Tate.
Andrew Tate. Yeah, he's not like an Andrew Tate. I mean, like, come on, like he's not out there like scamming.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
Douglas, what I'm saying, come on, I'll hold you accountable too. You have a platform. So what I'm saying is he's not to the level in the same regard. Do you have truths that you have about him that are true and that are negative? Completely, yes, and you have those. What I'm saying is but it takes away from him when we say, okay, let's not at least acknowledge this, right? So we have to acknowledge the fact that what he may or may not be autistic. We do not know. And no one can know. It's like you can't know if I have ADHD or if I'm just coming on your window to run my mouth and not pay attention to other things or whatever it is that makes you think I'm dyslexic. I mean, the point is you don't know what someone has, and that doesn't give them an excuse. And certainly with someone with $1 billion, it does not give them an excuse to do or say things without, checking in. The only thing I will say about Elon Musk that I have said that I saw, just personal and just watching him, is that I watched him change, meaning change in the fact that you could see him when he'd be interviewed, he would think, he would sometimes answer in a way that, you did like or didn't like, depending on your view. But that would change, and he was willing to change. He's been willing to apologize. And not just apologize because he doesn't care. That's where one thing I will say with him, maybe that's where I have more autism than anything. You could see him like when he said "fuck Disney," at that point, that was right or wrong, but he was going to lose money on that. He knew he was losing money. He lost money on Twitter, and he didn't care. And now that could be stupidity, but at the same time, he thinks in his way that he's doing in his mind the right thing at that time. And that's the only thing that I can respect that out of anybody. And you too, Douglas, like you can hate him. And
no. You don't understand. You're talking about an individual.
If someone believes that they're doing
you're
right
talking about an individual who has purchased a platform for the sake of quote unquote free speech, which he uses to censor everyone who disagrees with him
and take away their blue check marks and
Yes.
take away their revenue, this and that.
Yes.
I mean, they pay a lot.
Yeah.
He's paying you a lot. I mean, I've seen some people like Tiffany. I can't pronounce the last name, but somebody get like $15,000 a month.
Yeah.
But he's playing what's whack-a-mole, where it's like, if you don't agree with me, I'm gonna take away from you, and then you agree with me, then this and that.
Oh.
And another thing too, he pays stock promoters for his stock. That is illegal.
Yes. Yes.
Thank
you.
Okay, all right, okay, I'm not gonna say necessarily 100% legal, but what I'm saying is that there isn't actual upfront information that's saying that you were paid for that. You can look it up and find it online, who was paid for this and that for talking about the stock, but there's insane valuations for the stock. There's one Indian guy was talking about like 20, 30 years from now, the stock would be $50,000, Tesla. No.
Yeah.
Yeah,
go on. Go on. You're doing well. Yes. It's, these are points that need to be made, and this is just his behavior in a business sense. But what completely destroys your thesis that he somehow thinks he's doing good. No, not you. I'm talking to Brooke about the thesis that...
My phone keeps doing that. I'm sorry.
Oh, no worry. I don't even know what your phone is doing. But...
I need to just put it on, turn it off.
Okay. Well, what exactly is it doing?
It seems sensitive.
Okay.
It keeps disconnecting me.
Oh, okay. So can you hear us?
Yeah, I hear you now. I just my phone off.
That's nice.
I don't know.
Okay, so at any rate...
Yeah, go ahead.
No, please continue your thought process.
Okay. Well, the next thing that's going on too is with SpaceX. That's going to be debuting.
Yeah.
An IPO and the valuation's like $133 billion right now, I think, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of stocks to get into with it. And then another thing too, the most pettiest shit is the stuff he's doing with OpenAI, and trying to block it from becoming a profit company. He invested like $20 billion. I'm sorry, he invested money into the company. I don't remember if it was $100 million for me, I guess, because he doesn't want a direct competitor for his company XAI.
Yes.
And the biggest elephant in the room, which I absolutely do agree about, with the I forgot her name right now, the judge in Delaware, blocking from getting his $56 billion pay package.
Right.
I mean, I understand I absolutely agree about that. Why does he need? Why?
No.
I understand that. I mean, he's basically forced investors to to agree to that.
Yes, he's gouging
I understand.
them.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
I understand what the motive of the agreement was to, him not to get paid anything, to make the company fantastic and then get paid the pay package. But the thing about it is that what you just said about gouging them, yeah, because what he will do is get that money, $56 billion, which is in stock options, which usually is just the stock, maybe options or bonds, whatever it is. But what he did with the Twitter, when he bought Twitter, was that he was just selling the shares. So he just kept constantly selling. So you're diluting the shares onto the investors and the shareholders or anybody that wants to get into it. The stock has crazy wild swings. It trades like a penny stock. So, it's up 140%, whatever it is. I'm not looking right now. Since the end of October into November. But if people can get really hurt with this stock sometimes. They really can. It's just a lot of fucked up shit.
Yeah.
And it caused the stock in 2022 to go down to $108 a share. I was expecting like $50 for this, but it did bottom out from 100 to about 200. Then it went back down again. And the company's not even that profitable anyway. And he wants to work on the great robotics. I study this stuff all the time. Chris Norland, you should listen to him. Really. He makes great videos. I've been on the show a couple times on the live stream. But he makes great videos exposing Elon Musk all day long, man. It gets a little monotonous, a little tiring about it, but this guy wants to get to the point where he's trying to oversee, directly. What's the word right now? Get into politics in Germany and England. This is very dangerous.
Yes.
And that's basically what an oligarchy is, an oligarch.
Yes. Absolutely. And so Brooke, I heard something in the background. You can tell us if that was the pig that was we were hearing for a while. I'm hoping she takes some pictures. Dear Brooke, feel free to continue, back where you were. I mean, you're talking about, when it comes to Elon Musk, you're talking about somebody who's maniacal enough to micromanage a social media venue that he purchased just so he could spend all day on it when he's a multi-billionaire. There's so many other things he could be doing to enjoy life. And the fact that he spends all his time.
Okay, Douglas. Like, so this is where I'm here for you. This is where God brought me in. The universe brought me in. Your demons and your devils brought me in as well. Angels. I will tell you that you have everything down and you've taught me so much and you teach me. I only challenge this because where I see the weaknesses is like, for instance, like Bernie Sanders, right? Love or hate, right? He's not obviously pro Elon Musk at all. Right. But what he came out, a week or two ago and said, they asked him, like, because he had made some comments on.
Actually,
Elon.
He switched sides. He's pro Elon Musk now.
No, he's not pro Elon Musk. I mean, have you read his exact comments? Have you read those?
Yeah, he was saying that, he wants, big cuts in the government, all that other shit. I mean, they're both madmen. What he said is, obviously the Pentagon, and things that are wasteful, that he wants cut. What I'm saying is, I think that, he says that he's a smart man. That's what he said. That alone shows you how crazed Bernie Sanders is. You're talking about someone. Bernie Sanders visited the Soviet Union just before it collapsed, and when he came back to the United States, he said, "I have seen the future, and it is the greater Soviet Union." That's how crazy Bernie Sanders is. Just before it collapsed, he came back and told us all the future was the greater Soviet Union and we'd all better lay down and surrender. That's how fucking crazy this son of a bitch is.
Right. Well, I don't know. I mean, I haven't seen that particular thing, but I don't, doubt you in the fact that if you say that's true, then I actually will look that up just to see, just for obviously knowledge. I want to know. What I would say though, Douglas, is that I don't know. I would like to not be held in personal attack by people that don't like me, but also would like to be held in regard just people that don't know me, is to take everything I say and to and most people don't do that, but to take it all, like I heard this bad, but let me look up the good, and then let me decide what's good and bad for myself, knowing that I personally, meaning themselves and you, Douglas, have things in your past, things you've said that have been wrong, things you've changed your mind on, and that each one of us have inside of us God, and the fact that we are capable of both right and wrong, black and white, good and evil. And some people veer very far one way or the other. But I think many at least have something to offer on both sides to whether it's personally or in society, is their local society, or to, culturally, nationally, internationally, right? And so I would say, Douglas, you have a platform, you offer so much education to people, but to say that you've been 100% right on everything, I think you would say is not fair, right? Like, I don't think you think you've been 100% right on everything, or do you?
Of course I don't say that. Go on.
So my only thing is, I think the reason I say this is because your platform to detract from Elon Musk goes further when you can actually say, well, these are you see what I'm saying? Like, when someone's so honest that they're like, okay, I'm honest enough with myself to see the good, to say, okay, yeah, he might be smart. Yeah, he might even beat me on, you can definitely put rockets together, at least put a company together with rockets, put rockets in me better than I could, or whatever it would be, right? To acknowledge someone's strengths.
The only positive thing I can say is that, like Donald Trump, he's destroying the system and bringing about the crash, which of course I'm really ambivalent about this, because I really don't want the social collapse, but it's like we're all going to be faced with it, and it's just what is. But
well, we chose to be here. We chose to be here. Is my belief. So
perhaps in a sense, I'm not going to debate that. It's just that is what I'll say, is that, like, Donald Trump, Elon Musk, they're both the agents of destruction of the world as we know it, which is there we have that. And
they may not know it, though. I mean, I think, though, in general, what you're saying is true. I think we agree on that. I think, though, to think like in an Illuminati sense, like they know they're agents of destruction, I don't think that they do. I think that the majority of the time, when the good or bad, and we look back at it later, we have these beautiful movies about whether it's like slavery and the people that stood up against it, or anybody that stood up in these movements. And in the movies, it'll seem like they had it all together, right? But many times you go back and you find out that these people didn't. They acted on a whim. They were the person that maybe liked Douglas or Real Tech Geek, or somebody that just went out and said, I'm going to start this. They got drunk the night before, but they started the rally for the guy that, just got killed. Or said, I'm going to stand up against this. They didn't have their life perfect or know what they were going to do. And the same thing with like an Elon Musk, which you could say, like, let's look back and say he's the villain in 100 years, right? The villain may not know that he's the villain at that time, right? He may think he's doing good. Mm-hmm. So my point is that good and bad is always, many times, perspective. And we have to remember that. And so sometimes our enemy, if they're not a personal enemy, we have to remember that it helps us to remember that our enemy may also be our neighbor, our best friend, our sister, or our brother, and they are just coming from a completely different, colorblind, like my son's colorblind, and I would tell him to go to the gold room, because I did like a yellowish gold, kind of not gold, but like a, it was like a beigeish room with a little tint of yellow. So I said, go to the gold room or go to the green room. That's how I did the rooms, because we had 2 living rooms, great room, living room. And he would always he would never find anything. And then finally, like I find out like 10 or 12, I'm like, where are you thinking you're going? You just walked into the green room. And I told you to go get it. And he's like, this is green. And I said, what? And then I end up finding out he's colorblind, right? And he can't see. All that time, he thought that this was the green room for years. And I did not know. And so my point is, their perspective changes, because I'm thinking he's stupid or lazy, right? Because he's not going to the right room, never finding anything. But his eyes saw it different.
Yeah.
Right. With his interpretation. And so we have to remember.
What color? What color are you to him?
I don't know. I don't know. Orange. What's my aura? What is my aura, Real Tech? You said you read aura. What's my aura? Can you pick it up?
Real Tech, are you there? Jesus Christ. Yeah, did he said his phone was doing...
Here.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh,
He's trying to tune into my aura, probably.
okay. Yeah.
White, orange, black, and blue.
Wow.
Mix right now.
Oh. Wow.
That sounds about like me, right? Okay.
Oh.
It's funny that you said the white. I didn't. The orange and the black. I was looking. Actually, the orange and black I was looking up because of Luigi's
Blood
suit.
orange.
Because yeah, orange, like jumpsuit orange. Yeah, like a prison orange, right?
Yeah.
God help us all.
Yeah, that's apropos. Yeah.
Orange is blue right now.
What? Huh? Do what?
Yeah. So
Douglas is blue
you're
right
blue.
now.
Oh, Douglas is blue right now.
Douglas is blue. So I haven't looked up blue yet. I'll have to look that up. Or orange, because I had already looked that up. It says orange is the individual's relationship to the external world and the wants of the physical body, and the ways in which these are satisfied. Orange may be increased immunity. It is basically the spiritual definition of longevity, beauty, immortality, abundance, fertility, but it can have negative connotations as well. And then I don't know about white. Yeah, I'm trying to look that up, but optimistic, uplifting, rejuvenating their spirit. Negative connotations are maybe ego-driven power. So I don't know. Orange is a sacred color because it balances the power of red with the perfection of yellow. So it's supposed to be a balancing color.
Wonderful. Thank you. And to both of you, yes, nice in-depth. I'm falling asleep because, of course, I didn't sleep for 2 days. So,
You haven't slept for 2 days?
yes,
Wow.
yes.
Oh God,
it's not that
you're
big a
such
deal.
a baby. How old are you? You're like 90 now. You can't go for a week. Come on.
Fucking lightweight, man. I've done 3-4 days.
I understand that.
I've done 2 days with no drugs at all, not even an Adderall. What is wrong with you?
I understand. Look, I've been through these marathon. Yeah, I've been through these marathon sessions without sleep in the past. There's no need to suffer through them again. Simply had a situation in which I had to deal with something and stayed up throughout the night because I had an appointment the next day. Then he came here.
That makes sense why you're blue though, because it says blue's aura can indicate like calm, it's serenity, like contentment, but like I think like tiredness would be like their meditation and relaxation. So like you're just blue, you're like, can we just sing it up? I'm good.
Oh well, I mean, you've both been so wonderful, and our numbers are still holding. I feel guilty for doing so, but but I'm so glad that Real Tech joined us. We hadn't seen him in a long while, and always good to have his company. And but you never asked your son what color you are to him, like pink or whatnot. That would be.
Oh, I'll have to ask that. I didn't. Yeah, you're right. Like I never asked that. I never thought about that. Like I looked up what not spiritual. I'm sorry, like color blindness is, and usually it's like because I knew my dad has it, and so I guess he inherited it because like men it's more prevalent in than women, and it's usually a lack of so it's certain colors that he doesn't get. So
he sees you as gold and yellow, like a bright gold yellow.
Wow. All right.
Royalty color like that.
Yeah.
Something about something about green. So like greens and yellows, like he gets off. So like that was the problem, like where I would say the green room, which it was like a palm kind of deeper, not hunter green, but like palm tree, Carolina green. So it was in there, small room, and then there was a what I called a gold room, although it was because yellow's so bright, so it was like a muted yellow. Between a beige, basically a beigey yellow, and I would say gold, and so I just assumed, my daughter always knew that he knew that, and so his color blindness affects that, and I know it came from my dad because my dad would go on business trips, and my mom would have to lay out his suits, and she would lay them out with the shirt and the tie, and because he they learned was putting together the wrong
color
sequencing.
combos. Yes.
Yes.
Poor guy.
So he's like, I don't see the problem. I don't even see what that is. Yeah. So she would have to, when he on trip, she would lay the shirt on it, and they would, put it in the hangers. And so he would take it out and wear it, just as she had done it, because otherwise, there's no telling what he would have worn in there. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. I know when we did do something online, to answer that question, to get what kind his was. And it's something to do with yellows and greens, and seeing those differences. I saw a woman give to her husband, though. She was getting married, and it was the day they got married, and she was colorblind his whole life. And she gave him there's new glasses or something out there, and she gave them to him. Apparently he had, I think some people's is more severe than others, but he put the glasses on, and he just was crying, seeing the colors that he hadn't been able to see before. So I think that's amazing to think, wow, this guy had never seen colors, can live his whole life. How many of us maybe don't see the colors that someone else sees? And in addition to that, I don't know if you've heard of these near-death experiences where people have come back, even children, especially the children that just amaze me, and they will say, they will want to draw color, and they'll see that these colors I can't put the color doesn't exist. And, and there were several that they would describe it as these colors, I can't put it with a purple or a blue or light purple or a, dark yellow. The color itself that they saw, they were saying they couldn't find a crayon, no matter how many there were, that made that color. And so to think that our eyes can only see what we're allowed to see, and so how much do we not see on that light spectrum, right? And how much is right in front of us? I think that's amazing. So just my son is proof of that, because he visually could not see something that I could see, right? And so then to think, well, if I can see it and he can't, what can I not see that's there, right?
Absolutely. Well, we know for a fact that we can't see in the infrared spectrum and the ultraviolet spectrum. So perhaps these children who die see in those spectrums. And so that's not impossible and not inconceivable. And so, yeah, there's plenty we can't see, that insects and other creatures that see.
I don't mean just in the 3D form. I mean in spirituality,
Yeah. Oh, no, I get it. I totally get it. You're going beyond that, of course. Yeah, at that point. Also, I would suspect that there's a kind of synesthesia involved. That, in other words, that the senses begin to meld. And, you're tasting colors, you're begin to hear flavors, that sort of thing.
Well, yeah, there becomes no flavor, right? So everything is, we're thought, right? So at the end of the day, what you have to ask yourself one question: when you came into this world, and you leave it, and you take away everything you thought you learned, is there anything in you that was there before you learned to say mom or dad? Is there something inside of you that is you inherently, your being, right? Your being outside of your thoughts and beliefs, outside of, were you a you before you learned to say mommy, daddy, and I want a bottle, right? Was there a you, right? And if there is a you, then that's the you that exists outside that had to somehow squeeze into this body form. Yeah. And, or at least I believe. And so that soul is probably bigger than anything you can imagine outside of you, but we decided to come in and test it in this little 3D world, like a video game, and see, let's see how fun this will be. And, it looks easy until you have to jump into it, put the headset on, and forget everything. And they're like, well, what last thing? You won't know who you are, and you won't know any of this, and you'll forget everything. And, and there's black and white there, where you never experienced black and white. And so, that's why we jump in, and every soul that jumps in, I think, is brave. And I think every soul that's here right now listening, or any soul here, period, is brave to be here during this time, because I think it's probably one of the biggest times we've had as far as change in so many, in a very, very, very long time. So I think every soul's here for a reason, because they're strong enough to do it, and because we need each other, and you're going to be a support to somebody. And I just, I think it's an ultimate great thing that we're doing for our children and just for us. So But take it with, take everything get on the news and the media the next few years with a grain of salt, because it's going to be a struggling power is going to struggle to hold on to power. And just ask yourself, what do they have to gain by what they're saying? And that usually, I always tell my daughter, follow the money, ultimately, because if they have something to gain, it's just like what you said earlier, Douglas. The reason I came on is you were talking about the vaccines.
Yeah.
And I will say, what you said was correct in some ways. I can go, because I worked in that industry, and, I got ridiculed, by my father was like, you're killing your son by not giving him the vaccine. And my daughter chose to take it, and I didn't. My son was underage, and he didn't know. I said, I'm not taking it, and I didn't give it to him, when it first came out, and I didn't. We both had already gotten COVID, and I did not see a plus in doing it. And to this day, I'm glad I didn't. My daughter's had, health issues. If I could go into that. I wouldn't say that I'm all anti-vaccine. I'm not anti-vax at all. What I say is that vaccines do. What you can prove that he said correctly is that vaccines have been passed a special identification. They were under the laws that are very strict with the FDA for drugs. And I say strict, they are not really strict, because we can go do these studies, and they go to Zimbabwe, right, to get some of these studies done. And then you say, well, there's not really any problems with this drug. That's why later, there's lawsuits sometimes. Because these people are getting, I had someone that was working for one of these companies, and he was sent there, and, master's degree, top of his class, valedictorian of his college, and went out and he worked for one of these major companies. I won't say which one. And he was sent to Africa to do testing on a drug. I don't know which one. And he ended up, the reason I ended up knowing is he ended up quitting, and he opened up vape shops in the upstate. So he has 30 stores. And it was amazing. The reason I knew, because I happened to go in there one day, and he said, and I'm like, what's this guy? He's telling me about water and science. And he's going into it, and you don't expect that running into a vape store. And so then I said, and he's the owner, and he's like, yeah, and he owns all these stores, and he says, yeah. And so then I said, well, how did you, I'm inquisitive. I'm smart enough to realize this is not normal. So then I start asking him, and he says, well, I'm a master's, and I worked for so-and-so, and I was sent here, and it was just, what they do is they send people. And he said, basically what we were doing, he said, I was young, had just finished, gotten his master's, gotten into this company, thought it was great. They sent him to Africa. I don't remember where. And it was a test for one of the drugs that they had it in to test at the time. And it basically said, he said, what we were doing was these were people that were so poor, they couldn't afford a meal.
Yeah.
And we were giving them food. They would come every day for food, or every day or whatever it was, and the people that would take the drug, that fit in the category, they would take the drug, and but we were giving them food, and it wasn't an exchange in the fact that we couldn't say we're giving you food for taking the drug, and we're giving, they didn't say we're giving you the food for saying the drug's good, but these people are human and they're not stupid, and that's basically what this was, right?
Yes.
So. He realized that. He realized it very early on when they would come in, and he would ask them what symptoms they had, and they would say no, nothing, we're good, and it was he said they just wanted their food. Yeah. They just wanted their food and water, but they were told to write down what they say, even though they were saying we don't believe their answers, right? They're just didn't matter. If they say no, write it down. Right. So that part of that system is flawed because it is money. And what he did say correctly was that there were systems put in place for the vaccinations that they could bypass that, which sounds like, okay, well, if it's a great vaccine, let's bypass it. Right. But this was a while back, well before this COVID, back in that, I believe, 80s or 90s. And this was bypassed. And some of these vaccines that are being put out are negative, vaccines that we don't even take anymore, right? So I would say you have to, and this is the only thing I say, Douglas, when you read a statement by one of the people that, it came out very critically of him about vaccines, and said, this is what's going to happen, you cannot say that this won't happen. I believe, if he ends up cutting the the funding, right? For or what was it? It was something you were reading about. I can't remember his name. He's over. Anyway, what I'm saying is he's over that, and he's funded, because I'd already looked him up. He's funded by the same his company. He sounds like he's from the college, but what he actually does is his whole company is about vaccines. That's what he sells. That's where he makes his money, right? And so those type things that you have to remember, follow the money, right? Because everyone has an agenda. It doesn't mean that. Do what?
You talking about Vivek?
What was his name?
He's basically thinking of Vivek Ramaswamy, but that's not who we were talking about. She's talking about one of the experts I was sourcing concerning vaccines. So, So wrap up your thoughts.
The inventor of mRNA?
No.
Come on him?
No, not that guy. But thank you for that. I mean, good shots in the dark. I'm falling asleep.
Dr. Robert.
Yeah.
No, I mean, like William Brigham was actually, somebody that, that he was bringing on, but it was not him. It was, what was his name? Anyway, you mentioned his name directly, so obviously you don't remember, but yeah.
No, not at the moment because I'm falling asleep. But so I won't be
Bill Gates.
No, I won't be calling you back tonight, honey. But I need to get sleep, and I'll call you back as soon as possible. But why are you getting the calls at all, or is your phone off, or what? Or what's the deal with your phone? Why am I never reaching you?
I don't know. I mean, I must have missed some, but it could be off. But I know you called me. I did miss a few, like I didn't see it or it was on silent. And then I'm, protecting my energy, right? So you've been protecting that from multiple people, both physically, and not from you personally. But if I'm like in a state where I'm just like I can't. I've been not talking to many people, period. Like mom, anybody. I'm just trying to kind of keep my energy good. So overall, that's kind of where I'm at. And so nothing negative to you, but it was just like sometimes I just couldn't take a call because I knew I would either get on my own kick of like negativism and like, let me tell you this, and this is happening, this is bullshit. And I didn't want to do that, right? Because that doesn't really help me. If I just complain, I've got to, handle my life, right? So I think that's probably most of it. But I do think I had 3 calls, I believe, from you, and I may have one I had seen. I believe 2 of them I didn't see. One of them I did send you to voicemail because I was kind of in a state of negativity at the moment, and I didn't want to take it. Like I didn't want to give you that. I didn't want to pass that off to you, nor, you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like sometimes you like answer the call and you're like, life is. Like I'll answer the call and be like, let me pass my negativity off. And I'm trying to like not do that to people.
Oh, I understand. And I appreciate that. That's fine. So I love you dearly. We're going to end the show for now. Everyone, do return on Wednesday.
Dr. Michael Osterholm is who you're referring to, by the way.
Yes. Brilliant, honey.
The one that says, that, he's the one that basically is, very much, quoted, whether it's on PBS or New York Times, different places, is stating, the country can't handle this. But if you actually look him up, he's making money off vaccines, like head over fist. So what I say is, let's not be anti-vax, let's not be pro-vax, let's not say that Kennedy's all good, definitely not. But you have to then look at everyone's got a good and bad, and let's see. He didn't just, he's not Ian West. I don't think he's not like I wrote it. Like they're jumping into my body. He's not. I don't. I'm not a pro Kennedy, especially after his whole bear and murder and killing and eating dogs and shit. Definitely not. So I have much reason to not like him. But I would say that everyone has, has something to offer, and sometimes, and occasionally it's just like. Their position to offer is all negative. Like, don't be like them. There's not one good thing. But maybe he has something that he made him go anti-vax. He has some things that they do want to cover. Money covers things up. He has maybe a key in that. But the problem is, just like all of us, I can have certain things that are intelligent, and then I come on and I've been, irate or can't control my temper or drunk or whatever I've been, and that gets what my message gets overdone by the things that I do wrong, right? And so Kennedy has some things that he's right on, and we have to, if we acknowledge what people are right on, and then can attack what they're wrong on, then we have a much better chance of being actually heard, I think, as humans in general, because most people just attack, right? And to build someone up and say, well, I agree, this person does have this and this and this. You know, they say give two.
Yeah, like Kennedy wants to get rid of high fructose corn syrup and put cane sugar. Now, I don't agree about cane sugar, but it's a good start to get out of that GMO garbage.
Yes. I mean, there's so much in America that's legal in the U.S. that is illegal to feed citizens in European countries. Like it's banned, I should say legal, but banned. Obviously, I guess that would be illegal. Yeah. So I mean, there have to be positives. I challenge you, Douglas, to bring back 3 positives on Kennedy and 3 positive on Elon, and then you can take as many negatives as you want. But I challenge you that.
Sure.
And 3 positives on me.
I'll try. Okay. So, yeah, I'll sleep on it. Okay. Love you too.
I love you. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. Now answer the fucking phone when I call you next time. You know, whenever that is. Yeah.
Okay. Whenever you call me though, if I'm bitchy, you're just gonna have to listen to me, bitch. But I'm not trying not to share negative energy. I hope everyone's feeling the positivity, but not like pukey positive, because I don't want to be like a fake person either.
No worries. Yeah. You're never fake. Yes. And so, of course, we'll call you again on Wednesday, as we always have with every show. And thank you, Real Tech, for jumping on the call. I appreciate it profoundly. Love you. Stay safe and be well, dear Real Tech. And, of course, my dearest...
And to you.
Thank you. And, of course, my dearest Brooke. Mwah. Love you dearly, honey. And... okay, so I'll call you sometime after.
Cleaned out the other bedroom for you, so when you come
thank
in,
you. Yes, thank God.
You actually have 2 to choose from, so you know one needs carpet, but
that's right. And like I said,
one may include a pig. I'm not sure. You have to see how you do a pig. I'll keep.
Yeah. It's truly something to consider when. Yeah. Anyhow, honey, love you dearly. Have a blessed day and get some sleep yourself. And okay, well, I'll be speaking again on Wednesday, everybody. I'm going to hang up the call and then go to sleep.
Donate to Douglas. Please donate to Douglas.
Thank you. Yes.
Yes. Let's complete our goal of $100 by Wednesday's show, which will be the new year, because I'll be the first. Yeah. I'm gonna help Douglas pay his rent.
Thank you, or at least $60. Yeah.
I can't afford to whore out my pig and my squirrel.
That's a good start.
I don't want to do that.
Okay, thank you, honey.
She's still a baby. We can't sell our babies out yet. But I will say, Douglas, if you come down, she is a sweetie, and her name is FML, so you can name it whatever you want. And she does cuddle, and I know you would love to cuddle a little piggy. She's so sweet. Her little hair's right up her hands. So you love him. He's a him, but I thought it was her when I got her, but it's actually him. Anyway, I thought Braveheart was a boy and it's a girl, and then I thought the pig was a girl and it's a boy. So I'm not good at sexing things.
Oh, that's okay.
All right, y'all have a good one.
Okay.
I love you all.
Okay. Love you both. Bye for now. Okay.
All right.
Thank you. Yes.
Love you, Real Tech. Thank you for calling. Call me. Text me.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, sure. I will.
Excellent.
Love you.
Good. Okay. Bye for now. All right, and that takes care of that, and we will now end stream. So let's go through all the motions. End stream. End stream.